Chapter 579. Baizé had been defeated. Baizé had been defeated. The second young master of the White Cloud City, who had outstanding potential, exceedingly strong twin life spirits, and the eye of devastation that could counter all spells and attack other spiritual will directly. He could inscribe spell scrolls in the air and excelled in spells of all elements. Even if he was slightly weaker in the martial arts, he was still confident that nobody could get near him. How strong would he be when he used spells of all elements to create spell scrolls? How scary was the Eye of Devastation? Everyone had thought that his opponent would be Huang Zhouge, but seeing Yi Futian step on Baizé's body now, the vast area became abnormally quiet. Even the influential figures from the Holy Ji Palace looked at the scene awestruck. A furious roar sounded out as Baizé's eyes were red with anger, and he stared menacingly at Yi Futian. He was the second young master of the White Cloud City. Since he had been born, he had been a genius. Just like Yi Futian had thought, he looked down upon Yi Futian, even if had some potential, even if he was very strong. Baizé had not treated him as a peer. That was why he expressed his affection for Hua Jiu in public. There were not many people in the barren state that mattered to him. In the top 10 ranking battle, you have no victories. Now, do you understand why you could enter the top 3? Yi Futian looked at Baizé and said coldly, "That's because I bestowed it upon you. Otherwise, do you think you could have stayed until now?" Baizé's veins were popping as blood rushed to his eyes, and he looked frightening. His position in the top 3 had been bestowed upon him by Yi Futian? What humiliation! However, everyone understood that it was the truth, because Yi Futian had been the victor in this battle. If Yi Futian had challenged him previously, he would have been eliminated a long time ago. Presumptuous, arrogant, haughty. Now do you enjoy it? Yi Futian looked at Baizé and said cruelly. He wanted Baizé to engrave this battle into his memory and remember it forever. He wanted it to become his nightmare. He had intentionally let Baizé into the top 3. Seeing his arrogance, he wanted to make him learn some respect. Yi Futian transmitted a message to Baizé, saying, "From now on, when people see you, they will think about how you, the second young master of the White Cloud City, was trampled under my feet. You will never be able to erase today's humiliation." Saying that, he wanted Yi Futian's woman to his face. The cheek of him. "Open your mouth and concede." Yi Futian's foot stomped down, and he said mercilessly, his eyes full of disdain, "When the arrogant Baizé conceded, it would be a memory that would last a lifetime. You've already won, that's enough." At that moment, in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, an elder said, "Let's end it here." Bai Luli chipped in as well. It looked like Yi Futian was intentionally taking revenge on Baizé for his invitation to Huajiu. This battle would be an unforgettable memory for Baizé. He knew that life had been too smooth for his younger brother for the past 20 years. He had never suffered any setback, causing him to become reckless and haughty. Today would be a harsh lesson for him. According to the rules, as long as he has not conceded, the battle cannot be considered over. Yi Futian did not let go of Baizé and continued stepping on his body. This caused many people to be bewildered. They did not understand why Yi Futian wanted to humiliate Baizé that much. If they had known what Baizé had transmitted to Yi Futian during the battle, they would not find it strange. If possible, Yi Futian even wanted to kill Baizé. However, with the White Cloud City Lord and Bai Luli's status, if he killed Baizé, he would definitely die as well. Even if the rules allowed it, those who set the rules could break them at any time. Die! A livid voice sounded out, and he saw Baizé holding a spell scroll in his hand, which he threw at Yi Futian. In an instant, a tremendous force appeared, and Yi Futian immediately flew into the air and retreated like a flash of lightning. However, a colossal thunder god shadow appeared in the skies, striking out with his hammer. The giant hammer shadowed the entire area and smashed towards Yi Futian. Bang! Although Yi Futian was surrounded by a protective force, the hammer tore through his defenses. A huge starry polearm appeared in front of Yi Futian. It was the polearm of divine destruction, shielding his body. Even so, the polearm of divine destruction was knocked back and hit Yi Futian. The thunder's might ran through him, causing his body to fly into the air and spew out blood. The crowd's gaze froze. Bai Zai actually relied on external assistance. Many experts from the Holy Ji Palace also frowned. The elder on the sky stairwell berated him, saying, "Bai Zai, you've already been defeated. Step down." Bai Zai got up from the ground, his body stooping and his aura weak. He was in agony and stared intently at the figure in the sky with killing intent. Zoom! A figure rushed down from the sky. It was Yi Futian who had transformed into a flash of lightning. Bai Zai waved his arm and numerous spell scrolls appeared in his hands. He sent them flying towards Yi Futian, who was in the air. In an instant, a destructive force flooded the area, threatening to eradicate everything. At the same time, Bai Zai was shielded by a dazzling golden veil to protect himself from Yi Futian's onslaught. While flying down, Yi Futian swung his polearm of divine destruction as starlight emanated from it. Huge amounts of starry force were imbued in the polearm of divine destruction as it cleaved downwards from the air. The polearm of divine destruction tore through the destructive force and landed on the veil surrounding Bai Zai's body. With a crack, the veil shattered and Bai Zai's body was sent flying again while he spewed blood. Many people looked speechlessly at the two of them. Had the fight gotten personal? Bai Zai appeared to have become frenzied and ignored the rules. Yi Futian was the same. He had used his ritual implement in the fight. Yi Futian, he's already severely injured. "You can stop now," Bai Luli said. He looked at Bai Zai, evidently displeased. It looked like his younger brother was unable to withstand the humiliation and forgotten where he was. He hasn't conceded, it hasn't ended. Yi Futian continued to dash forward, raising the polearm of divine destruction, attempting to attack him. "They've both gone insane," thought the crowd as they looked on dumbfounded. Had the two of them gone on a rampage? They saw Yi Futian swing his polearm down yet again. Bai Luli stood up and many of the Holy Ji Palace's influential figures frowned. "That's enough!" A loud roar sounded out and reverberated through the air. Yi Futian felt an imposing spiritual will rushing towards him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Following that, a terrifying flash of lightning descended from the skies, striking Yi Futian's surroundings. The vast battlefield turned into a thunderbolt dimension in an instant, and Yi Futian was forced to stop moving, and he raised his head in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace to look at Bai Luli. "It ends now," Bai Luli said. Although Bai Zai was in the wrong, he was his younger brother after all. He would definitely have to cover for his actions. "Get down now." Bai Luli's gaze moved towards Bai Zai, his voice full of indignation. Countless people raised their heads and looked at Bai Luli. His extremely handsome looks gave people an imposing feeling as he stood there, as though his words were a decree. The top 10 of the barren sky ranking was extremely imposing in his anger. Even Bai Zai, Bai Luli's younger brother, hung his head and walked out of the battlefield. Bai Zai was unable to stand still as he slouched, exiting the battlefield, evidently severely injured. Afterward, Bai Luli rescinded his aura and turned to the Holy Ji Palace's elders and said, "Luli has overstepped my boundaries. I hope that elders can forgive me." "It's no matter." The people from the Holy Ji Palace nodded lightly and replied, "It's nice to have a good elder brother. You can depend on your family to get you out of trouble." The voice sounded out with a soft smile. Many people turned around, and their gazes landed in the same direction. The person who had spoken was Zhuge Mingyue. "Mingyue, Bai Zai's actions in this battle were indeed dishonorable. I will punish him when we get back." Bai Luli said to Zhuge Mingyue, "This is your family's matters. It has nothing to do with him. However, it's time for the second young master to learn how to be a decent human being after today's lesson," Zhuge Mingyue said nonchalantly. Bai Zai's expression turned extremely grim after hearing her words. She was evidently rubbing salt into his wounds. When the crowd saw his expression, Bai Zhe understood that after this battle he would no longer be seen as the high and mighty White Cloud City second young master. The humiliation from today's battle would be engraved deep in his memory. "All right, let's move on to the final battle," the elder on the sky stairwell declared. Yi Futian's gaze swept emotionlessly across Bai Zhe, and he did not say anything else. He did not question the Holy Ji Palace. He was no longer the teen he was in Qingzhou City. He naturally would not put up a needless fight. There was no point. Keeping his polearm of divine destruction, his gaze turned towards Huang Zhuge. Now, before him, there was only Huang Zhuge left. It's the final battle. This was the thought on the crowd's minds as they all focused their attention on the battlefield. Yi Futian and Huang Zhuge walked to the highest platform. The final battle for the Holy Ji Palace would start now. Nobody had imagined this scene. Even Mu Zhiqiu, Li Qingyi, and even Qinyuan had not expected that Yi Futian could make it to the final battle. Yi Futian had shot to fame in his battle with Bai Zhe. If he could still win this battle, his fame would be immortalized. As the chilly winds blew across the battlefield, the entire area fell silent. As the two of them stood in the air, starlight gathered around Yi Futian, shining brilliantly. On the other hand, Huang Zhuge was coated in a dazzling sovereign path and looked peerless, like a descendant of the Renhuang. As the sun, you should dominate your generation. In the crowd, Qinyuan was muttering to himself, a faint smile on his face. He never expected that he could witness the appearance of such a person. Beside him, the Jiaxing House chief Mu Chuan no longer had a mocking expression when he heard those words. Instead, his expression was solemn and hot-blooded. The Starry School's disciples in the surroundings also shared in the glory. Yi Futian had fought his way into the final battle for the Holy Ji Palace's admissions with his unrivaled potential. Behind them, Li Qingyi had tears in her eyes. She came from the White Sovereign City and had never thought of entering the Holy Ji Palace. She only wanted to see the geniuses from the barren state, those who would be revered by the world. After a huge accident, she had come to the foot of the Holy Ji Palace and seen what she had wanted to. However, the person who had received the most attention was the teenager that had accompanied her all the way here. He was standing up there. Chapter 580. Yi Futian stared at Huang Zhuge with caution in his eyes. Since the sovereign family dared to call themselves the descendants of Renhuang, they were naturally an extraordinary clan. Just look at the techniques Huang Zhuge cultivated in. They were of superior quality. Yi Futian stared at Huang Zhuge with caution in his eyes. Since the sovereign family dared to call themselves the descendants of Renhuang, they were naturally an extraordinary clan. Just look at the techniques Huang Zhuge cultivated in. They were of superior quality. Yi Shaoshi and Yuan Zhan had both been defeated by Huang Zhuge. The sun and moon starlight continued to shine, and there were flame and frost wills oozing from the sun and moon, flying towards Huang Zhuge. The two forces engulfed him, but Huang Zhuge did not move. He stood there quietly, releasing his martial arts will. A wave of sovereign spiritual qi enveloped his body, allowing the flame and frost to invade. He had 3 life spirits and was a rare mandate sorcerer. On top of that, he was gifted in spiritual energy control, but he did not cultivate mainly in spells but the martial arts. The secret methods that had been passed down in the sovereign family were mostly in the martial arts. The crowd saw a brilliant ray of light as behind Huang Zhuge, his Renhuang Bao life spirit appeared. He was very clear of Yi Futian's battle style. He excelled in multiple abilities, and among those, speed was one of Yi Futian's fortes. If Yi Futian combined speed with his spells, he would be in a very passive situation. That was why he had to destroy that notion for Yi Futian. When he put an arrow on the bow, Yi Futian could distinctly feel that he had already been locked on by an invisible spiritual will. The bow in Huang Zhuge's hands let out a blinding glow, and the arrow emitted a sharp aura. As Huang Zhuge let go of the bowstring. A ray of light flew across the air, causing a trail to appear as a piercing explosion sounded. In the next moment, the arrow landed in front of Yi Futian with a killing aura and struck Yi Futian's undying constellation. With a crisp thud, cracks appeared in the constellation. Although it did not break through Yi Futian's defenses, the horrifying strength still stunned Yi Futian. Huang Zhuge pulled the bow open again, and this time 9 arrows shot through the air at the same time, and many people were blinded momentarily by the arrows. The glaring light pierced through the air and flew towards Yi Futian yet again. Around Yi Futian, the starry storm continued to brew. When the arrows landed, the storm crumbled to dust and turned into a tremendous vortex. His golden rock wings spread open, and Yi Futian retreated. As the thud sounds continued, more cracks appeared in the constellation, and it eventually broke. The force in the arrows continued to fire towards him, and Yi Futian slammed his fist forward vigorously. However, the golden palm was pierced by the arrows, but the arrows had been weakened to the point that they could not hurt him. What strong arrows, Yi Futian thought. He had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield. If Huang Zhuge's opponent had been some other average cultivator at the same cultivation level as him, he would probably have already been defeated in the air the moment the Ren Huang bow had been fired. At that moment, Huang Zhuge pulled his bow open once again. This time, 12 arrows filled with destructive force locked onto Yi Futian. Huang Zhuge's body was also like his bow, and the air was rampaging as the 12 arrows flew like meteors towards the starry dimension where Yi Futian was. Around Yi Futian, a starry storm picked up and rustling sounds sounded from his body. His body resonated with the heavens, and a huge amount of spiritual qi turned into a starry vortex. The arriving arrows pierced through the vortex, tearing it to shreds. The starry meteorites in front of Yi Futian were rapidly destroyed, but were unable to prevent the arrows' offense. At that moment, Yi Futian moved like a divine bird, soaring across the air, weaving through the arrow rain and approaching Huang Zhuge. Although he specialized in spells, if the battle continued the same way, he would be the one being trapped. The speed of the arrows was too fast. It was as though they could warp across the distance between them. Yi Futian waved his arm, and spell scrolls appeared in the air. A numerous amount of spiritual qi gathered, and spiritual qi flowed rapidly from within his body into the spell scrolls, causing an alarming aura to seep from the spell scrolls, thunder firing from them. The punishment of the thunder god. Yi Futian waved his arm forward, and the numerous spell scrolls flew towards Huang Zhuge. In an instant, the skies filled with purple lightning, attempting to drown out the entire area, all flying towards Huang Zhuge. The Ren Huang bow, life, spirit vanished, replaced by the Ren Huang body. Immediately, Huang Zhuge's aura became extremely scary, as though the Ren Huang had descended into the world. An astonishing martial arts will erupted from his body, causing an illusion to appear in the skies. The sovereign spiritual qi turned into an army with majestic figures on battle chariots, rushing towards Yi Futian. The area had turned into an actual battlefield. Animation of martial arts will, this is the martial arts truth. What an overbearing technique, thought the crowd as they stared at the scene in front of Huang Zhuge, overwhelmed by it. The majestic figures held spears in their hand as they broke through everything, unfazed by death as they split the thunderbolts apart. Although they were continuously destroyed, they managed to block the wave of thunderbolts. Yi Futian continued to shine with the spiritual qi's glow, and the rustling sounds continued in his life palace, the world tree shaking endlessly, and the spiritual qi circulating rapidly. Around Yi Futian's body, countless golden vines appeared, covering the skies. Then they flew like blades, tearing through the air towards Huang Zhuge, who was standing below. The Ren Huang's sword descended, and Huang Zhuge held his life spirit, the Ren Huang's sword in his hands. The Ren Huang body released a sovereign aura, and Huang Joga's body appeared to become extremely majestic. The Ren Huang sword in his hand struck out and flew in a straight arc into the air, causing a terrifying storm to appear, cutting all the vines to pieces. Huang Joga stepped forward, moving together with the Ren Huang's sword. The sovereign aura circulated around his body, as though the Ren Huang had descended into the world. He looked into the air and swung the Ren Huang sword yet again. Immediately, the giant sword tore through everything and aimed towards Yi Futian in its brilliance. Seeing Huang Joga approaching, the giant rock wings flapped and Yi Futian flew towards the clouds. The crowd raised their heads and saw Yi Futian flying in a graceful arc. He stretched out his arm in the air, and spiritual qi started to flock around him, a starry polearm forming in his hand. Following that, the divine rock dived downwards. In the starry dimension, an immense force crushed downwards and landed on the Ren Huang's sword and Huang Joga. A horrifying rod shadow appeared in the air, and with a huge crash, the Ren Huang's sword was knocked backward and Huang Joga grabbed it with both hands, but his body continued to fall backward uncontrollably. What a strong attack! Huang Joga's expression was sharp. Yi Futian's attack was extremely similar to Yuan Zhan's and appeared to be the same rod technique. The technique was more compatible with Yuan Zhan, but had stronger force when used by Yi Futian. Evidently, Yi Futian had a greater understanding of the technique. Raising his head, the winds billowed in the skies, and the figure descended once again. Without much time to think, an even stronger aura burst forth from Huang Joga, the Ren Huang sword howling as it pointed into the air. The martial arts illusion appeared yet again. Figures on battle chariots in an ancient battlefield gave people the feeling that the person wielding the Ren Huang sword had a huge army at his disposal, attacking where the sword pointed at. A terrifying aura swept the air and clashed with Yi Futian's 9 heavenly attacks. An even scarier crash sounded out, and it was like an explosion in the air. The battle chariots were smashed, and the lances were broken. The Ren Huang's sword was jolted back yet again, while Yi Futian flew up into the air again, preparing his next attack. How strong! The entire battlefield was shaking, and countless people thought that, as they watched the two of them battle, was this a clash between the strongest martial arts techniques? In the skies, Yi Futian wielded his polearm, and countless spiritual qi gathered around his body, empowering his technique. Seeing the scene, Huang Joga frowned and took out his Ren Huang bow again. 12 arrows fired into the air, trying to stop Yi Futian from gathering more power. He could naturally feel that Yi Futian was getting stronger as the fight progressed by his increasing aura. The starry storm spell surrounding his body, Yi Futian's body dived down from the skies. When the starry storm was torn apart by the arrows, the polearm shadows around him swept the arrows away. The third strike of the 9 heavenly attacks struck out, and after this strike, even Huang Joga was knocked to the ground. As he landed on the battlefield, the ground trembled. Yi Futian continued with his 4th strike, and the polearm shadow descended from the heavens directly onto the figure on the ground. When Huang Joga saw the oncoming attack, he pierced his Ren Huang sword into the ground, and a frantic wave swept past. Behind him, his Ren Huang body appeared to be transforming and assimilated into his body. A destructive storm rushed forward, and countless imposing figures appeared around him, raising their heads towards the air. The surrounding area had a terrifying veil, like a summoning circle. When the polearm shadow landed on the veil, it shattered the veil, causing the imposing figures and battle chariots to all explode into dust and fade away. However, the strike had been blocked, and Yi Futian felt a sense of danger, like there was a divine strength being awakened. Being able to force me to this point, Yi Futian, you are really strong, Huang Joga said. On his body, countless rays of light circulated around him, as though the sovereign spiritual qi was flowing towards the Ren Huang body and Ren Huang sword. The sword held in the ground, and the Ren Huang body was growing. Next, An unparalleled figure appeared as though it had been summoned by the Renhuang. The Renhuang's sword similarly grew in size, and the summoned figure grabbed the Renhuang sword with both hands, and an alarming storm formed, threatening to tear everything apart. Yi Futian did not hesitate and struck out with the fifth strike of the 9 heavenly attacks. With a force that could split the heavens, the strike landed and polearm shadows covered the entire battlefield. However, at that moment, the summoned Renhuang body figure pulled the sword from the ground and swung it into the air. A formidable beam appeared and the polearm shadows vanished. The overbearing power split even the air, and Yi Futian's body was sent flying, his body shivering. Huang Zhuge stood below, raising his head and bathing in the Renhuang's glow. He appeared to have merged with the Renhuang body figure and held the Renhuang sword, as though the Renhuang had reincarnated, giving others a sacred feeling. Many people saw the illusion, and some even believed that the sovereign family was really the descendants of the Renhuang. You can give up now. Huang Zhuge raised his head and looked into the air. As a grade 9 noble, for Yi Futian to be able to battle with him to this extent was something to be proud of. However, as the descendant of the sovereign family, he had to obtain first in this time's Holy Ji Palace admission to prove himself to the world. This was also the first time he had made an appearance in the barren state. He would create a legacy for the sovereign family from today onwards. Many people compare you with Bai Zhe, but he's not even worthy to battle with you. In the air, Yi Futian replied. At the edge of the battlefield, Bai Zhe looked extremely grim, but the crowd agreed with Yi Futian's words. Yi Futian had battled with the two of them, so he was naturally the most qualified to give his opinion. Moreover, Huang Zhuge's strength was indeed ridiculously strong, especially the Huang Zhuge now, who was literally invincible. If it had turned out as they expected and Huang Zhuge battled with Bai Zhe would most definitely be crushed. However, Yi Futian's existence allowed them to witness Huang Zhuge's true strength and bear witness to a worthy final battle. Even if Yi Futian were to be defeated, he could still be proud of it. Huang Zhuge looked into the air, but saw that at that moment Yi Futian had closed his eyes and a fearsome aura was roaring around his body. In the starry dimension, an innumerable of starlight gathered around him and formed a giant starry polearm in front of him, causing many people to be astonished. Yi Futian was going to continue battling. At that moment, the crowd saw countless meteorites flying down from Yi Futian's starry dimension onto Huang Zhuge, but they were sliced apart before they reached Huang Zhuge. However, the meteorites appeared to be never-ending. At that moment, Huang Zhuge felt a faint pressure, as though all the meteorites in the air were weighing down on him. It was extremely heavy. At that moment, Yi Futian recalled the Elder Snow Ape's 9 heavenly strikes. The 9 heavenly strikes will resonated with one's cultivation level. The 6th strike resonated with the sage's will. The divine light surrounding his body flowed as the starry force merged into one. A shocking roar sounded out, and the crowd saw a divine ape shadow appear on Yi Futian, its hands gripping a colossal starry polearm. The divine ape leaped down from the heavens with the force of the previous 5 strikes and the force of the starry dimension and struck out with its polearm. The strike was basic and simple with no tricks. However, Huang Zhuge felt threatened by it. The huge Renhuang figure held the sword in both hands, swinging it towards the skies. At that moment, a scary sight appeared in the air. The huge divine ape was fighting against the Renhuang. The starry polearm and the Renhuang sword clashed in the air. In the next moment, an invisible light veil swept across the area and turned into a frightening storm. Even the crowd standing outside the battlefield were shivering wildly, but their attention was focused on trying to see what was happening on the battlefield. When the cataclysmic storm had faded away, Yi Futian was still standing in the air and Huang Zhuge was still standing on the ground, as though the two of them had never moved. The wind had a stinging sensation to it. Pshhhh. As a soft voice sounded out, Huang Zhuge spewed out blood as his knees trembled, like he did not have the strength to continue standing. However, he kept his body straight and did not collapse. "It's your victory," Huang Zhouge said dejectedly. The last strike of the polearm was as though the heavens had given all its strength to it, crushing everything in its way. "It was luck," Yi Futian replied. He was indeed lucky. Only he himself knew how much strength he had used to win the battle. It was too difficult. If it had not been for the 6th strike of the 9 heavenly strikes, the one who had been defeated would still be him. The simple conversation by the two of them made the countless onlookers freeze, and the area fell silent. The final battle for the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian first. Chapter 581. The Holy Ji Palace chose disciples once every 3 years. It was a huge event in the barren state. So many prides came from the 9 holy roads. They were all talents famous in their own places, and now they were all gathered here. The Holy Ji Palace chose disciples once every 3 years. It was a huge event in the barren state. So many prides came from the 9 holy roads. They were all talents famous in their own places, and now they were all gathered here. After the rounds of eliminations, the final powerful group lasted until the end. And in the end, Yi Futian of the Dawn Road was number 1. Until now, many people were still unclear about Yi Futian's background. Some said he was from the Eastern Barren Territory. He defeated all the famous figures from the Barren State. He'd humiliated by Zhe and shockingly defeated Huang Zhouge with 1 staff. From now on, everyone in the Barren State would know Yi Futian's name. Hua Jiu's pretty eyes gazed at the figure on the battlefield. She thought back to when she was 15 years old. During the fall quarter examination of the Qingzhou Academy, the youth had shown his brilliance for the first time and received first place in the written examination. At that time, he'd been young and frivolous. He was as pure as a flawless jade and filled with endless fantasies about the future. Now, they were adults and had experienced the hardships of life. What never changed was that no matter where they went, he was still the brightest star. Bai Zhe, Yan Jiao, Bing Yi, and Chu Shang of the mortal world, Nan Hao and Nan Feng of the Nantian House, and many other figures all had complicated feelings. Who would have thought that Yi Futian would reach the highest spot in the end? Gu Yunqi's smile was brilliant. She hadn't improved much through this trip, but she was very satisfied. These experiences would probably be unforgettable for life. However, it was a pity that she probably wouldn't be able to hear Yi Futian play his guqin in the future. He probably wouldn't return to the celestial pavilion anymore. "Do you see it, old man?" Chunyuan asked Mu Chuan. "When did I ever lie to you?" Mu Chuan didn't refute it. Instead, he said, "You're really willing to give someone like this to the Holy Ji Palace? The rock will always soar in the 9 heavens. Are you looking out for me?" Chunyuan asked. "No matter what, he's the one I chose. He's the son of the starry school. As the saying went, if a tree stood out from the forest, the wind would destroy it. Being too extraordinary attracted the wrong type of attention, like the blazing sun school against Yi Futian. In the barren state, the Holy Ji Palace was the best place for Yi Futian to cultivate. It was filled with talents who were all the best cultivators from around the barren state. Here, Yi Futian would compete with the top figures. It would be like a battle between pavilions. The disciples who'd entered the Holy Ji Palace 3 or 6 years ago would all become the motivation for Yi Futian to improve. It was rumored that the competition between the disciples was very intense. Next, it was time for the big figures to choose their disciples. Countless eyes looked in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, who would become the teachers of the top 10 talents. "Phoenix, Zhuge Huajiu, if you wish, you can cultivate under me," Sage Daozong invited. Earlier, Phoenix had said that he wished to cultivate under him. Sage Daozong was well learned and was the chief of the Daozong Pavilion. Many people were willing to enter it. "Suke, if you wish, you can cultivate under me." The sword demon invited Suke because the youth had said he wanted to learn swordsmanship with him. Suke, Huang, you can enter the Tianqing Pavilion, another strong cultivator said. It was Sage Tianqing, chief of the Tianqing Pavilion, one of the top 6 pavilions. It was in charge of the laws of the Holy Ji Palace. By Zhe, Zhuge Huajiu, if you wish, you can cultivate in the Holy Sage Pavilion, an elder from the Holy Sage Pavilion said at that time. This wasn't an invitation straight from the pavilion's second chief, but the elder's words represented the pavilion. The Holy Sage Pavilion had invited Bai Zhe, Zhuge and Huajiu instead of Yi Futian, who had defeated the first 2 and was the winner of the battle. The Holy Sage Pavilion was the top pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace. Huang Zhouge wasn't invited, because he'd already said that he wouldn't enter the Holy Ji Palace. Xiao Juni wasn't invited, because he was a disciple of the Dark Sage. The Dark Sage had a bad reputation in the Barren State, so the Holy Ji Palace obviously wouldn't accept Xiao Juni, who cultivated with dark power. But what about Yi Futian? Yu Sheng and Yuan Zhan hadn't been invited either. Many people were confused. Some even started whispering amongst themselves. This was the Holy Sage Pavilion. They couldn't help but start thinking about the invitations. Was it because of Yi Futian and Bai Zhe's battle? That battle had shown that Yi Futian and Bai Zhe probably couldn't coexist. Then the Holy Sage Pavilion probably chose Bai Zhe over Yi Futian because of Bai Luli. As for why they also invited Zhuge and Huajiu, everyone knew that it probably wasn't aimed at Yi Futian. It was because Zhuge Qingfeng, patriarch of the Zhuge family, was also a disciple of the Holy Sage Pavilion. Zhuge and Huajiu were from the Zhuge family, so it was logical to invite them. Even the other pavilions were surprised. They obviously wanted Yi Futian, but didn't invite him because the winner always went to the Holy Sage Pavilion. This was an unsaid rule. They wouldn't go fight for him. But the Holy Sage Pavilion didn't want him. Yi Futian also felt this odd atmosphere. The Holy Sage Pavilion had chosen Bai Zhe and Zhuge. They both had conflicts with him. Now, other than Huang Zhouge and Xiao Juni, only he, Yu Sheng, and Yuan Zhan hadn't been invited. They'd come together. There are still some left. Why are you all being so generous? That strong cultivator from the Holy Sage Pavilion said. The others realized he wanted them to choose. Clearly, the Holy Sage Pavilion wouldn't choose Yi Futian's group. It wasn't that he didn't approve of them. It was just that he'd chosen Bai Zhe and Zhuge. The others could take Yi Futian. If you're all willing, you can cultivate in the Daozong Pavilion, Sage Daozong said, smiling. He obviously wouldn't be generous. The pavilion was willing to accept anyone in the top 10, but he could only choose some for the balance. The same for the Tianqing Pavilion, the chief said. Since the Holy Sage Pavilion let them have the 3, he wouldn't let go of the chance. Elder Ning made a face. He was an elder of the Tianqing Pavilion. The Battle Sage Pavilion wants them, the King Kong Sage said. Everyone's eyes flashed and turned towards him. Other than the Holy Sage Pavilion, only the Battle Sage Pavilion had 2 members of the Barren Sky ranking. If the Battle Sage Pavilion wants them, why can't you fight for it? Sage Daozong said, smiling. Is the King Kong Sage interested in taking a disciple personally? Not me, the King Kong Sage said. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, if you're willing, you can cultivate under the chief. Yuan Zhan and Yi Shaoshi can also join the Battle Sage Pavilion. The Sage Dozhan is accepting disciples. Sage Daozong's eyes flashed. Sage Dozhan had been cultivating in isolation for many years. No one knew what level he was at now. He hadn't accepted disciples in a long while either. He must really like Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Yes, the King Kong Sage said. Countless people looked towards the Holy Ji Palace, their hearts trembling. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's group really did suit the Sage Dozhan. Their explosive powers were domineering, while the Sage Dozhan was the best in martial arts in the Barren State. He was 7th on the Barren Sky ranking. There were only 6 super figures before him. Huang Zhuge looked up in the air, surprise flashing past his eyes. He remembered his father had once said that the sage Dojan was the one person on the barren sky ranking that he didn't want to fight with. This was someone who could fight to the death. He was terrifying. His father was 5th on the barren sky ranking. It was imaginable how terrifying the sage Dojan was. Yi Futian looked towards Zhuge. Then he heard her voice in his mind. Choose the battle sage pavilion. Earlier, she'd told Yi Futian to be prepared for not entering the holy sage pavilion. She hadn't considered the battle sage pavilion at that time, but since they were willing to accept Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, they were the obvious choice. The chief of the Holy Ji Palace didn't care about outside matters, so the second chief was the most powerful. After that, the most powerful was the sage Dojan. He was also the most suitable for Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. The second chief probably didn't have the time to teach younger disciples. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He was also clear that this was the best choice for him now. Gazing at the King Kong sage, he said, "Senior, we have a master." "No problem," a deep voice said from the distance. "Inherit my legacy, but keep your master in your heart. It's the sage Dojan." Everyone turned serious. This was someone in the top 10 of the barren sky ranking. "Senior, can I cultivate in the battle sage pavilion too?" a bright voice said at that time. Many people looked to the side of the battlefield. A beautiful figure stood there, looking towards the Holy Ji Palace. It was Hua Jiu. "The battle sage pavilion doesn't suit you," Sage Dojan said. "Do not waste yourself." "Jiu the senior is right," Yi Futian said. The battle sage pavilion was probably a place for battles. That was why they wanted him and Yu Sheng. Hua Jiu looked at Yi Futian, seemingly unwilling. "All right, start to choose," the elder on the step said. "I'm willing to enter the Daozong pavilion," Phoenix said, bowing to Sage Daozong. "I'm willing to enter the Tianqing pavilion." Huang made his choice. "I'm willing to enter the sword pavilion." Suke naturally chose the sword demon. "I'm willing to enter the holy sage pavilion." Bai, Zhe, and Zhuge chose the holy sage pavilion. "I'm willing to enter the Daozong pavilion," Huaji said. Many people were shocked. The holy sage pavilion had also invited her, but she chose the Daozong pavilion instead. Bai Zhe and Zhuge glanced at her, but Sage Daozong smiled. Yi Futian glanced at Yuan Zhan and Yi Shaoshi. They communicated telepathically. Then he said, "We are willing to join the Battle Sage Pavilion." Everyone chose where they wanted to cultivate. The triennial enrollment of Holy Ji Palace disciples was officially over. The 1,000 Holy Islands had chosen hundreds of disciples. However, other than the Wansheng Pavilion, the 5 pavilions of the core island had chosen less than 100 people. Those who entered the main pavilions were even fewer. Yi Futian's group had benefited the most. Under everyone's eyes, they'd become war gods with one battle. Everyone knew them, and now they'd also become disciples of the Sage Dojan, 7th on the barren sky ranking. They'd truly shot to the top. Nan Feng, Bing Yi and Jiu, and the others who'd had conflicts with Yi Futian felt troubled. Yi Futian's status was above them now. Chapter 582. In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. Everyone looked at the crowd below, and many smiled. In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, everyone looked at the crowd below, and many smiled. Catch. At that time there were various sounds. Many big figures reached out, throwing numerous badges downward. A badge appeared before everyone who would cultivate in the 6 pavilions of the Holy Ji Palace. It was naturally the same for Yi Futian. The badge that hovered before him had the word battle carved on it. They put a shred of spiritual energy into it and then put it away. This represented their status as a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. You have 3 months to take care of the matters in the outside world and then enter the pavilion. Of course, you can enter now. As for the future, you will listen to your elders, the elder on the step said. The audition for new disciples will end now. Many friends are from all over the barren state. You can return now, the man continued. The big figures of the Holy Ji Palace rose. They either walked towards the pavilion or started chatting amongst each other. It's over, everyone in the vast crowd thought. It would be another 3 years before the next great event. In the direction of the pavilion, Bai Luli stood up. He gazed at everyone present. Instead of going to his brother Bai Zhe, he turned and left with the elders of the Holy Sage Pavilion. Bai Luli was young, but only the big figures of the Holy Ji Palace knew about his status. Finally, it's over. Yi Futian looked at the King Kong sage, who'd turned to leave, and smiled. During this journey, he'd entered the noble plane, comprehended various martial arts intents, and entered the Battle Sage Pavilion. This was perfect for him. From now on, he had a place in the barren state. He wouldn't be pretending to be dead and escaping for his life like before. He wondered what those from the Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School would think now. Many people gathered. Hua Ji walked to his side. She grabbed his hand, and their eyes met, smiling. Hua Ji had chosen the Daozong Pavilion, and they wouldn't cultivate together, but they were still both in the Holy Ji Palace. They could meet often. They wouldn't be separated for years, like before. Remember what you promised me. Yi Futian fluttered his lashes. He still had it in his mind. Hua Ji stomped on his foot. Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Yi Shaoshi, and Yuan Zhan walked over too. Yi Wuchen would enter the Sword Pavilion to cultivate with the Sword Demon. The others would join the Battle Sage Pavilion. However, Lulan Shui and the Black Wind Eagle didn't enter the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian didn't know if they could stay by his side. Zhuge Mingyue walked over and smiled. You two can finally fly together, she said to Yi Futian and Hua Jiu. Senior sister, Hua Jiu said, a bit shy. Yi Futian also called out senior sister. His eyes were emotional. His second senior sister always thought for him. When could she truly be with third senior brother? They faced much more pressure than Yi Futian and Hua Jiu. After all, they'd been dating for a long time and were close to the parents. What are you doing? Trying to get emotional. Zhuge Mingyue's smile was bright. I helped you take care of Jiu for more than 2 years. Now she's yours. Yes. Yi Futian nodded forcefully. Then he asked, all right, senior sister, if I cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace, can Lulan Shui and Little Eagle come too? He'd heard that even those from the 1,000 holy islands couldn't enter the core island easily. Those who cultivate under a pavilion's chief can bring their family. You can too, Zhuge Mingyue said. The inheritor chosen personally by the pavilion chief natural had a different status. Understood. Yi Futian nodded. Zhuge Mingyue grinned at him. Then she reached out to pet Yi Futian's head. It's so great to see you all grow up bit by bit, she said, smiling. It probably won't be long before you really can take care of me. I'll be able to relax then. It won't be that long. Yi Futian smiled. Junior, you must cultivate well. Beitang Xinger's eyes shone with anticipation. She knew that even though second senior sister always took care of Jiu and the Yi Futian, she actually had high expectations for Yi Futian. One day, he would be able to soar in the heavens and create the cottage in their hearts. Shaoshi, the junior has surpassed you. Just keep eating and get fatter, Zhuge Mingyue said, looking at Yi Shaoshi. Yi Shaoshi was frustrated. He lowered his head and sighed. He couldn't refute it, and he was ashamed. Remember to take care of the junior, Zhuge Mingyue reminded. I know, senior sister, the fatty said dejectedly. I'm going now, Zhuge Mingyue said. Where are you going? Yi Futian asked. Going to my family, of course. Come visit when you're free. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and left. Beitang Xinger followed, but she turned around to wave goodbye at Yi Futian's group. Zhuge Mingyue walked over to Zhuge Kenying's side and whispered, Let's go. Zhuge Kenyang glanced at Yi Futian before leaving the family members away. Zhuge Xing also left. Your senior sister seems to treat you very well, Chen Yuan whispered, walking over. Of course. Second senior sister is the best senior sister in the world. Yi Futian looked at Zhuge Mingyue's back with a bright smile. His senior sisters and brothers were his closest family in the world. What's your plan? Chunyuan asked. Will you enter the Holy Ji Palace right away? I promised Yuan Zhan that I'll visit Mount Taihang with him and visit the seniors of the Ape Clan, Yi Futian said. That works too. Mount Taihang is on the way to the Divine Sky City. I can take you there. Chunyuan nodded. He wondered if the story behind Yi Futian and Mount Taihang had something to do with the staff technique. Would you like to visit Divine Sky City? That long girl probably misses you, Chunyuan said, smiling. He'd like to see the expressions of Yangding and Gong Kuei. Sure. Yi Futian nodded. I miss Linger too. Don't misunderstand. She's my sister, Yi Futian explained after seeing Hua Ji look over. Ah, sister. Hua Ji nodded and smiled. What kind of expression is that? Yi Futian felt awkward. Futian, I want to visit the Eastern Barren Territory, Yi Wuchen suddenly said. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He obviously knew why Yi Wuchen said that. The Lu Kingdom of the Eastern Barren Territory had had huge changes, so Lu Chenyu was still there. After losing her parents, she only had her brother, Lu Feiyang. Back then, they'd snuck away. It had been more than 2 years. Wu Qin definitely missed her. Now that Yi Futian and Jiu were together again, they'd settled down. Wu Qin naturally would think of Chenyu. Okay, Jiu and I miss our master and masteress too. And big brother. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Chief, can you help me with something? I understand. Chun Yuan nodded. Yi Futian's group would be slow when traveling to the Eastern Barren Territory, but if a sage was with them, they would become much faster. Yi Futian looked around to his friends. Mu Zhiqiu, Qin Yin, Li Qingyi, and Xia Wuji were standing there, looking at him. What? We're strangers now. Yi Futian asked. Are you all preparing to leave? I'm going to the island, Mu Zhiqiu whispered. Zhiqiu, what are you talking to that guy for? Mu Chuan yelled. Chun Yuan rolled his eyes. Was this old guy still pretending to be strong? I'm leaving. In the future, I'll cultivate in the core island too, Mu Zhiqiu said to Yi Futian before leaving. Yi Futian smiled. I believe you. We prepare to go back too, Qingyin said. She hadn't been chosen. Yi Futian nodded. Qingyi, if you don't wish to go back, you can cultivate in the Starry School in the Divine Sky City. Li Sun had died in his hands. White Sovereign City wouldn't dare to take revenge on him, but it would be hard for Li Qingyi. No need. Li Qingyi shook her head. The city lord was her father and her mother was still there. How could she not return? Qingyin, can you let Qingyi cultivate in Mount Jiuxian? You can go back with her, Yi Futian asked Qingyin. I would do it even if you don't tell me. Qingyin nodded. We'll go back together too, Xinyuan Beishan said. Take care, Yi Futian said. Take care. Everyone nodded. Master Yi, wish you the best future. Many people looked over at Yi Futian now. They were the people who'd traveled the Dawn Road with Yi Futian. You too, Yi Futian said, smiling. Then he soared into the air, preparing to depart. Many people from the Dawn Road waved at Yi Futian. The youth that they'd gotten to know on the Dawn Road had become #1 in the battle. He would become a legendary figure of the Barren State in the future. It was destiny to get to know someone on the Divine Sky ranking. They might be able to brag about it in the future. Everyone began departing gradually. Countless people soared towards different directions. Chun Yuan brought Yi Futian's group and the Starry School disciples away. They rode on ritual implements. They'd come on the Holy Road and would now leave by crossing Zhongzhou City. Barren State. Mount Taihang's sunlight fell upon the mountain. A huge golden figure sat on the mountain top, dazzling under the sun. He stood on a boulder on the cliff. Looking into the distance, he was filled with majesty. A handsome, white-clothed figure sat quietly not too far from him. He was playing his guqin. The music turned into an image that passed into the golden figure's mind. Many golden apes were watching from the distance. The mountain was silent for a long while after the music ended. The huge figure was still, standing there quietly, looking into the distance. Suddenly an ape roared. The shocking roar shook the world, and even the immense Mount Taihang trembled. Many golden apes rushed over. They looked at their king from afar, confusion filling their eyes. Chun Yuan and the others on Mount Taihang were shaken too. Chun Yuan didn't do anything. Since Yi Futian came, the king of the golden great apes wouldn't hurt him. He was someone on the barren sky ranking, after all. If he really did try hurting Yi Futian, Chun Yuan wouldn't be able to stop him anyway. Just then, the great ape actually fell to his knees and kowtowed towards the distance. All the golden great apes knelt too and bowed in the same direction. Their king seemed to be worshipping something. Yi Futian watched quietly from the side. He could feel the cold sadness. Many of the demon beasts were unified. The king that led them was extremely respected. The snow ape was the ape emperor and had led all the great ape clans. This ape senior must be extremely sad to know that he had died. My name is Yuan Hong. The ape emperor had personally chosen this name for me when I was very young. At that time, the leader of the golden great apes was my father. The great ape stood up. He still looked into the distance, as if reminiscing. Now they've all left me. Yuan Hong's voice sounded abnormally tired. He turned and stared at Yi Futian with his huge eyes. Tell me, he said, who are you? Excuse me. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. The ape emperor won't teach his best technique to an outsider. If you've only seen that battle, how could you learn it and coincidentally be there? Yuan Hong stared at Yi Futian. Heavy might descended. I want to know the truth. You may be the last human who was with the ape emperor. Yi Futian gazed at the great ape and nodded lightly. Let me show you another picture then. Chapter 583. In the Divine City, Starry School. In the Divine City, Starry School, Yi Futian and Hua Ju's group were strolling in the school and attracted countless gazes. The day before, Yi Futian had returned to the Starry School. He had crossed the Holy Road and gotten first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examination. The news of the Dozhan sage taking him in as a disciple had caused a huge uproar in the Divine Sky City. It turned out that the news of Yi Futian's death last year was fake. He had secretly left to take part in the triennial Holy Ji Palace admission examination. In the Holy Ji Palace, the number 1 cultivation, holy ground in the barren state, the Dozhan sage was the 7th on the barren sky ranking and the number 1 body refining cultivator in the barren state. The Starry School's disciples all looked at Yi Futian with a renewed respect. The son of the Starry School was merely a start for him. Was that goddess-like girl his girlfriend? How beautiful! Wang Yuqing was also in the crowd. She had a complicated expression while looking at Yi Futian. That was the person that she once thought was shameless? At that moment, she recalled everything that had happened in the past. It was like a dream, the first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examination. What did it signify? It meant that all the geniuses in the entire barren state had gathered from countless elite factions and clans. Yi Futian had dominated the entire generation. However, Yi Futian was still the same as before. Big brother Futian, a voice sounded out and a beautiful figure dashed towards him. When Yi Futian saw the figure, a gentle smile appeared on his face and the figure jumped into his arms. Big brother Futian, you scared me to death. Long Linger complained miserably. She had really thought that Yi Futian had died. Linger, aren't I fine now? Yi Futian had a doting expression on his face. This little girl was getting prettier and more elegant, but she was still acting like a little kid. He was afraid that Jie would misunderstand. Long Linger broke away from hugging Yi Futian and hugged his arm instead. Her gaze then landed on Hua Jiu. and she asked softly after doing a double take, "Sister, are you a goddess? How can you be so beautiful?" Hua Ju looked at Longlinger, then laughed and said, "Of course not. My name is Hua Jiu. Sister goddess name is so pleasing to the ear too," Longlinger replied. "This is your sister-in-law. Hurry up and call her that." Yi Futian knocked her on the head. "No way. I'm still going to call her sister goddess." Longlinger shook her head and replied, then asked him, "Big brother Futian, how did you manage to trick her?" "Good looks," Yi Futian replied. Longlinger gave him a scornful look, then asked Huaju, "I don't believe it. Sister goddess, how were you tricked?" Huaju smiled while looking at Longlinger, then looked to Yi Futian beside her and said softly, "I was the one who wooed him." "Ah." Longlinger was in disbelief. Yi Futian puffed out his chest in pride. His girlfriend was still as understanding as ever, giving him face in public. "Linger, you're messing around again." At that moment, a gentle voice sounded, and a beautiful woman walked over, nodding and smiling at Yi Futian and Huaju. "Madam," Yi Futian addressed her. "What a perfect match." Madame Long looked at Yi Futian and Huaju and felt pity for her little girl's feelings. "Yi Futian, you're good." The Gu clan leader also brought Gu Yunchi over and smiled at Yi Futian. He had long known that Yi Futian was not dead, but he did not expect him to be able to come back into the Starry School so quickly. "Uncle Gu," Yi Futian smiled and replied, "the first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examination. Looks like the Starry School has its most outstanding disciple in its history," the Gu clan leader said. Yi Futian would definitely be able to surpass Long Yitian's achievements. That is only natural. Chun Yuan walked over and said, "This time in the Holy Ji Palace's battles, not only Yi Futian, but Yu Sheng was also accepted as a disciple by the Dozhan sage. Yi Wuchen was valued by the Sword Demon and taken under his department. The three of them are all direct disciples of the Holy Ji Palace's palace lords." The Gu clan leader and Madame Long looked at Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen, who were standing behind Yi Futian. They had always been very low profile beside Yi Futian and never exhibited their strength. Who could have expected that the two of them were also this outstanding? There were rumors that Yu Sheng had fought his way into the top 10 with his grade 9 noble cultivation level. If he had not fought someone who specialized in spectral movement and countered him, he might have been able to make it into the top 3. College chief. Someone appeared in a flash and reported, "The Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School college chiefs have brought people to visit." "Oh." Chun Yuan had a gleam in his eyes and said, "When did they become so courteous?" He looked in the distance and had a cruel smile. He replied, "Invite them to leave." "Come on, Brother Chin. Don't be so quick to turn us away." At that moment, a voice sounded. Then Yang Ding and Gong Kuei walked in together. The three schools were originally passed down from the same source. Let's not be so distant. This time the Starry School's son Yi Futian has such an achievement. We're also happy for him, so we've come just to congratulate him, Yang Ding said. "Yang Ding, do you even believe what you're saying?" Chun Yuan looked at the other party. How hypocritical. Back then, the two of them had a huge battle and he had destroyed the Blazing Sun School twice. Yi Futian also nearly died in the hands of the Blazing Sun School. Now he was happy for Yi Futian. Brother Chin, you also have to look at it from my perspective. Back then, Yi Futian had obtained the divine teachings, but he was the Starry School's son. How did you expect me and Brother Gong to think about it? Of course, we also wanted to see what the teachings passed down by our ancestors were like, but we were fooled by little brother Yi, Yang Ding replied. He also knew a little about the Holy Ji Palace's battles, so he naturally knew that Yi Futian's divine light did not vanish. They had been tricked. However, he was unable to kill Yi Futian now, so what else could he do? Get on his good side, of course. Yi Futian and his two friends had become disciples of palace lords. If just one of them entered the barren sky, ranking, and wanted revenge, they would be in trouble. Little brother Yi, it was indeed my greed that made me invite you to the Blazing Sun School. But I definitely did not intend to kill you. It was that person's selfish act. He has already been killed by Brother Chin, and my Blazing Sun School has been destroyed twice, suffering heavy losses. Today, I've come specially to apologize for that. Yang Ding then continued, Also, since you've also received the Blazing Sun School's teachings, I have a suggestion. How about you become the son of the Divine Sky City's top 3 schools? The Starry School's disciples were all appalled. The Blazing Sun School chief had come personally to apologize for his actions and wanted to resolve the conflict they had previously. Futian has already entered the Holy Ji Palace. Why would he want the position of son? What is this? Icing on the cake, after hitting him when he was down. Chun Yuan asked bitterly, Brother Chin, I have no such intention. That time, I was just overcome by greed and took a divine light. Gong Kuei explained, But now we all understand that Yi Futian deserves to own the divine teachings. If Yi Futian is able to restore the glory of our ancestors one day, I pledge that my Bright Moon School will definitely follow him. Yi Futian scoffed when he heard Gong Kuei's words. He was too hypocritical. If one day he wanted to deal with the Bright Moon School, would Gong Kuei dare to go against him? My Bright Moon School is the same, Yang Ding pledged sincerely. Since the 2 elders are so sincere, I will not bear a grudge over the matter. However, there was someone who wanted my life back then in the Bright Moon School. Moreover, Shang Yunfeng's death, leading to his parents assassinating me in the Celestial Pavilion, felt fishy. I hope that Chief Yang can put effort into investigating. That way, I will feel more at ease, Yi Futian said. All right, I will investigate it thoroughly, Yang Ding promised. Since that is so, there is nothing else. After you've investigated the matter, Chief Yang can just notify Chief Chin. Elders, you may take your leave now, Yi Futian said. Okay, I'll be on my way to investigate it now. Yang Ding nodded. He had checked on the matter before as well, so he knew that it was indeed weird. Gong Kuei also saluted and said his goodbyes. The 2 of them had come to alleviate Yi Futian's anger. Chun Yuan did not say anything. Yi Futian's handling of the matter was appropriate. The rest would be up to Yang Ding to manage. Moreover, Yi Futian did not have the ability to deal with Yang Ding and Gong Kuei, so it was naturally better to make peace and settle the score in the future. Chief Chin, I should be on my way to the Eastern Barren Territory now, Yi Futian said. It was sufficient to just stop over in the Divine Sky City. He was also only going to stay for a few days in the Eastern Barren Territory. Afterward, he would go back to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. All right. Chun Yuan nodded and said, I'll accompany you back then. He still had to watch out for Yi Futian's safety. I'll be in your care then. Yi Futian nodded, then turned to Madame Long and said, Madam, I hope that you can take out some time to help out with the Celestial Pavilion. After all, Xin Yu and Wang Yuro were still in the Celestial Pavilion. Okay. The madam nodded and said, Why don't we let Wang Yuro come to the Starry School to cultivate? I'm sure the college chief will agree. Yes. Chun Yuan was naturally fine with it. Thank you, madam. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. I want to follow Big Brother Futian and play too. Longlinger said. Again. The madam glared at her. Haha, it's fine to bring Linger along. I'll come back together with her, Chun Yuan said. I guess so. The madam shook her head helplessly and said, Sorry to trouble you, college chief. Let's go, Chun Yuan said, and the group flew into the air. The Starry School's disciples all looked at the figures in the distance. They could probably only look up to Yi Futian in the future. The Gu clan leader pat his daughter Gu Yunxi on the shoulder and said gently, Let's go. Gu Yunxi nodded lightly. In the Eastern Barren Territory, the situation had stabilized after the revolution. The college had become the only holy land in the Eastern Barren Territory. There were no other factions that could match it. The Sword Saint was already a sage plane cultivator, and Mr. Du, leaving back then, had caused a huge commotion in the Eastern Barren Territory. Now, there were 3 factions on the Book Mountain: the College, the Sword Saint Mountain, and the Moon Clan. However, there was only the College now. The Qin dynasty, the Lu Kingdom, and many other factions had become a thing of the past. Apart from the College, there were only the Witch Clan and Qianqiu Temple still standing as elite factions. Now, the Witch Clan's witches were also cultivating in the College. The College did not discriminate and was willing to impart their teachings to all. At that moment, in a courtyard on the Book Mountain, a group of people was seated around a table having a feast. It appeared especially crowded. Fenglu, now you and Yixiang are both in the noble plane. I also have to cultivate harder. Otherwise, I'll be caught up by you two gradually. An elegant figure smiled and said. On that person there was an imperial aura, and by his side there was a pair of teenagers who looked extraordinary. Brother Yi, it was only thanks to your protection back then that we have our achievements today. Hua Fenglu was still his handsome and suave self. The person sitting opposite him was the Emperor of the 100 Lands Kengi Kingdom. Emperor, you're being too distant. If I did not know you, I would not have the chance to come often to the college to cultivate. I am able to lead such a carefree life as the Emperor, occasionally coming to the Eastern Barren Territories, Holy Land, to cultivate. If it was in the past, who would dare to imagine that? Now, you don't know how respectful the other emperors are to me and Emperor Nandu. Emperor Yi laughed and said, Indeed. Beside him, Nandu Winshan nodded in agreement. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin also smiled. They were now getting older and leading contented lives. Emperor, you would often invite Nandu Winshan and Yixiang to come to the Book Mountain to visit him. A group of old friends sitting around and chatting was indeed an enjoyable pastime. Chapter 584. Good day, elders. At that moment, an alluring figure walked in, a jug of wine in her hands. The woman was extremely beautiful, and her eyes had a hint of quick-wittedness. Good day, elders. At that moment, an alluring figure walked in, a jug of wine in her hands. The woman was extremely beautiful, and her eyes had a hint of quick-wittedness. This young lady is... Emperor Yi asked Hua Fenglu. This girl is the famous Witch Clan's Witch Gubiue. She was sent to the college to cultivate, but she's been running to my place very conscientiously. I don't know what she's after. Hua Fenglu replied, smiling. Elder, you've misunderstood Biue. The college chief knows that all of you are here, so he specifically gave the order for a jug of fine wine to be sent here. This wine is rumored to be able to improve one's constitution and is beneficial to cultivation, Gubiue claimed, smiling. Thank the college chief for me, Nandu Wenin said, smiling. Little Biue, come over and sit with us too. These few years, the Sword Saint had taken very good care of them and would often send over precious materials to improve their cultivation and potential. If it was not for the Sword Saint, Emperor, you would not be able to come so often to the Book Mountain to cultivate. Okay. Gu Biue smiled, taking a seat at the table. She asked, I've heard that all of you here today are Yi Futian's elders. Do you all have any stories to share? Trying to get news about my disciple again. Hua Fenglu looked at Gu Biue and continued, I've already told you don't stand a chance. I'm just curious. Gu Biue looked back at Hua Fenglu and said, Moreover, if I had met Yi Futian earlier, maybe your daughter wouldn't have had a chance either. You sure are thick-skinned. Yi Qingxian smiled faintly and said with a joking tone. Gu Biue consistently came over, so they were all familiar with her. If you have the talent, you can learn it too, Gu Biue replied, grinning. Speaking of that fellow, I wonder how his cultivation level is after leaving for so long. Yixiang also missed Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. He had not seen the two of them for an even longer time. They should have reached the upper Arcana plane. Hua Fenglu predicted. That's only around my level, Gu Biue said. I've stepped into the upper Arcana plane a few days ago. Probably. I wonder if Futian has gone to find Jehu. Nandu Wanine sighed and continued. Her second sister is supposed to be from an elite faction in the Baron state. Futian's going to suffer. Why don't you feel sorry for my disciple? Isyang asked Nandu Wanine. You're not sorry for Futian. Nandu Wanine smiled, asking back. Why would I care about that fellow? Isyang was reluctant to admit it. That's right, that fellow is so sly. He's probably being free and easy. Tanglon also chipped in. Auntie Tang, you're speaking badly about me again. At that moment, a voice sounded in the distance. The people at the table were all stunned. Then they all stood up and raised their heads. They saw a group of people flying in the air, and the people at the front were Yi Futian and Hua Jiu. Dad, Mom. Hua Jiu shouted. Hua Fenglu had not come around from the surprise. It was only until Hua Jiu landed in front of him that he broke into a brilliant smile. Master, Masteress, Old Man Yi, Emperor Yi, why are you all here? Yi Futian said, smiling. The group landed, and Isyang saw Yi Futian's complacent smile and said, Looks like Tangfeng guessed correctly. You are indeed free and easy. Master, Qingxian, Yu Sheng walked forward, saying. Yi Qingshuan's eyes were moist, but she was still smiling. She only felt like crying. That fellow actually managed to find you. Hua Fenglu looked at Hua Jiu and said. The Hua Jiu now had an even more eminent aura, but she had gotten skinnier. Yes. Hua Jiu nodded her head lightly and said, Dad, your disciple is really splendid. Hua Fenglu did a double take. It was like they said, daughters would always side with their husbands. Look at her, praising her man in front of her father. Wuchen. At that moment, Emperor Yi looked towards Yi Wuchen. Uncle, Yi Wuchen also addressed him. Your father often talks about you. These few years, Chenyu has gone back to see them a few times. Do go back home to visit since you're back, Emperor Yi said. Okay. Yi Wuchen was miserable upon Emperor Ye's words and said, I'll go find Chenyu. Go ahead. Emperor Yi smiled, and Yi Wuchen shot off like a sword from its sheath towards the top of the mountain. Noble plain. Emperor Ye's gaze focused, and he said, amazed. A noble plain cultivator could be an emperor of a country in the 100 Lands. Now, Yi Wuchen had entered the noble plain at such a young age. Wuchen has entered the noble plain. Hua Fenglu looked in his direction and asked, Yes. Yi Futian nodded and said, Master, Yu Sheng and I have entered the noble plain. Do you want to spar with us? Hua Fenglu saw Yi Futian's cheeky smile and ignored him. He looked at Hua Jiu and said, Jiu, as your father, I need to seriously consider your relationship between you and Yi Futian. Father-in-law, I was wrong. Yi Futian quickly walked behind Hua Fenglu and massaged his back for him, saying, Master, don't stoop to my level. You're already a noble plain cultivator, and you still don't care about your image. How preposterous, Hua Fenglu said. In Hua Fenglu's mind, a noble plain cultivator was already able to hold his own in any region. I don't need any image in front of Master. Yi Futian said, I was painstakingly brought up by you. Those words are pleasing to my ear. Hua Fenglu nodded his head with no reservations. I can't stand this master-disciple pair. Nandu Wanine smiled and shook her head. Haven't you gotten used to it yet? Nandu Winshan stood beside her laughing. He had heard from Hua Fenglu that when he was first disabled, it was Yi Futian who had carried him into Donghai City. At that time, they were given the cold shoulder by many people and were taken in by Tangfeng. Thinking back, it was really a desolate period, but thankfully that was all in the past. The relationship between the two of them was probably like father and son. Uncle, you're here too. Yi Futian addressed him. After all, he was a sweet talker. Yes, the Sword Saint allowed us to come to the Book Mountain whenever we like, Nandu Winshan replied. Big brother is really meticulous. Yi Futian nodded his head. Then his gaze turned towards Yi Danchin, Yilingsi. The witch Gubiua was also here. This made him curious. What are you looking at? Gubiua saw Yi Futian's confused look and asked, Are you surprised? Why are you here? Yi Futian asked curiously. This little girl is now cultivating on the Book Mountain, and she often comes here to ask about your past stories. Hua Fenglu did not evade the topic just because of Huajiu, but directly replied instead. You can't have fallen for me? Yi Futian's expression got even more perplexed. The people around were all speechless, and the witch also did a double take, but she still smiled charmingly and said, That's right. Do you want to take me in as a concubine? I have to discuss this with my wife, Yi Futian said with a deadpan expression. I'm fine with it. Hua Ju grinned and walked up, saying, I don't have any issues with a concubine. The witch stared at the pair in front of her and wanted to go on a rampage. The two of them actually dared to accept her offer. She had lost. I have an issue with it. A young girl stood in front of Yi Futian and said, If my brother wants to marry a concubine, she has to pass me first. Big brother Futian's sister Ju, isn't that right? Yi Futian and Hua Ju looked at Long Linger in bewilderment. What logic was that? You're right. Yi Futian saw Long Linger's expression and nodded. Did you hear that? Long Linger looked smugly at the witch. That woman had an aura of foxy wiles and did not look as pretty as Sister Ju. She would need to be on guard against her. You're good. The witch Gubiua was floored and left dejectedly. Futian, who is this young lady? Nanda Wanine looked at Long Linger and asked. She's a younger sister that I got to know outside. This lass is really mischievous. She even kidnapped me initially. Yi Futian shook his head with a bitter smile. Big brother Futian, why are you bringing up that insignificant matter? It was because I was young and immature back then. Long Linger said timidly, then turned to Nanda Wanine and said, Linger pays her respects to uncle and auntie. Sister Jiu looks like a goddess. Sure enough, her parents also look like gods. You two are so good-looking. What an obedient little girl you are, Nanda Wanine replied. Yi Futian was flabbergasted. Obedient? This was a little devil. Master, masteress, this is Chief Qin, an elder of mine. Yi Futian also introduced Qin Yuan to them. Qin Yuan had been observing silently, and he was surprised by how heartwarming the scene between Yi Futian and his loved ones was. There was no trace of the peerlessness at the foot of the Holy Ji Palace. The Yi Futian now was like a teenager that had not grown up. The scene actually made him a little envious. At that moment, Qin Yuan's gaze turned towards the top of the mountain, and he said silently, Sage Plain. Yi Futian looked in that direction too, and replied, It should be my big brother. Come on, let's go visit my big brother. Okay. Hua Fenglu and the rest nodded. The group of them started to make their way to the top of the mountain. While traveling, Hua Fenglu and Yi Xiang looked at Qin Yuan and could instantly feel his sage aura. This elderly person was potentially an extraordinary expert. They wondered what Yi Futian had been through in the few years outside the Eastern Barren Territory. At that moment, many disciples from the college appeared. When Yi Futian entered the Book Mountain, he had been seen by some people. Now, many of the disciples knew that he was coming, and it caused a commotion in the college. To the college and even the Eastern Barren Territory, Yi Futian was a legendary figure. On the main peak of the Book Mountain, there were many people walking, forming a huge formation. There were people from all peaks appearing, and the scene was spectacular. The sword saint and goddess Wang Yue sat there quietly. As they saw Yi Futian's group walking over, the two of them had gentle smiles on their faces. Big brother, goddess, Yi Futian called out to them. He saw the two of them standing together and thought, what a perfect match. Big brother, clan leader, Hua Jiu also called out. She had once cultivated in the Moon Clan. You're back. The sword saint smiled, nodding his head. He then saw Yi Shaoshi and asked, "Why didn't Shui Yi and Luo Fan come back with you? They should have met up with your second sister and Xing'a." Since Yi Futian had brought Hua Jiu back, he should have found the Zhuge clan. Yi Shaoshi nodded and replied, "Second sister had a mission for fourth and fifth brother, so we did not come back together." "Did you see your third brother?" The sword saint asked again. "I saw him once. Third brother is a sage plane cultivator now. Big brother can rest easy," Yi Futian replied. "I'm naturally not worried about Donglio's cultivation. However, with his personality, he could easily offend others outside," the sword saint replied. He then turned his gaze towards Chen Yuan, who was standing at the side, and said, "Elder." The college's disciples were all stunned. The sword saint had addressed that elderly person as elder. How high was that person's cultivation level? "No need to be courteous," Chen Yuan said. "I'm only accompanying Futian back this time. It looks like my presence is making all of you uneasy. I wanted to tour around the Eastern Barren territory as well. You can go ahead." As he said that, Chen Yuan moved in a flash and left the area. "How fast?" Many people were astounded. The sword saint asked curiously, "Who is that elder?" "The college chief of the Divine Sky City's Starry School, in the eastern region of the Barren State. I stayed there for a while after I went to the Barren State, and the college chief treated me very well," Yi Futian replied. "Will you be cultivating there in the future?" the sword saint asked. "No. I will be going with Jieyu Yushang and the rest to the core of the Barren State, Zhongzhou City's Holy Ji Palace, to cultivate. If Big Brother wants to look for me, you can go there directly," Yi Futian replied and changed the topic. "Let's not talk about this for now. When will I be able to attend Big Brother's wedding?" "When the members of the cottage gather once again, probably." The sword saint sighed. He had not forgotten his teacher, who had been taken away. "Big Brother, I want to visit the cottage," Yi Futian said. "All right, I'll accompany you there." Now, the cottage is used by the disciples who used to be from the Moon Clan, the sword saint said, and the two of them made their way to the cottage. Many people looked at their figures and started discussing. What kind of place was the Holy Ji Palace? Yi Futian was actually accompanied by an extremely strong sage plane cultivator on the way back. What did he do outside? They could hardly imagine it. Some of the younger disciples had only entered the Book Mountain for less than 2 years. Their expressions were filled with admiration. Was that the legendary Yi Futian who had killed off multiple experts in the Sky Mountain fight? He looked so young. What a pity that they were unable to meet the cottage's second and third disciple. They wondered what cultivation level Yi Futian was at now. Among the disciples, there was an extremely appealing girl standing there quietly. She had ravishing looks and a graceful demeanor. She was one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren State, Chu Yaoyao. She had seen him again. He was still the same as before, but he appeared to be more magnificent now. Yi Futian and the sword saint strolled in the cottage, looking at the familiar buildings that had changed. They walked all the way to the back mountain, discussing certain matters. Yi Futian briefly told the sword sage about his experiences in the Barren State and about his second sister and third brother. The cool wind swept past, and the two of them walked to the cliff. The sword saint looked at the clouds and said, "With Donglio's personality, he likely will not step into the Zhuge clan without defeating Bai Luli. However, if it's really like you said, Bai Luli is the 10th on the Barren Sky ranking. How would he be defeated so easily? Donglu can only depend on himself." "Big Brother, have you ever thought of venturing out?" Yi Futian asked. The Eastern Barren territory carries teachers' dreams. He had always wanted to use peaceful methods to achieve it. Unfortunately, things often go contrary to one's wishes. Now that I have the chance, I will naturally help teacher to achieve it. Until then, I will not think about the future. The sword saint smiled and said, "The law power emphasizes following one's heart. One's cultivation and mindset is the same." Yi Futian nodded. With Big Brother's current mindset, it was an alternative form of cultivation. He could feel that Big Brother was different from before. Little brother, do you know why your brothers and sisters have such high hopes for you? The Sword Saint asked. Yi Futian shook his head, but he knew that his brothers and sisters doted on him the most. That's because you are the person that Teacher was truly looking for. The Sword Saint looked in the distance and said, I trust Teacher. Little brother, maybe nobody knows how your future will be like now, but if there's one person who can find Teacher, it will definitely be you. I will work hard. Yi Futian nodded his head sincerely. Me too, the Sword Saint said. The college will forever be your home. If you run into trouble outside, tell me. Your big brother's cultivation level may not be high, but I will do my best to strive for the day where I can personally witness the expectations that Teacher had for you come to fruition. I also want to see that sight. Yi Futian smiled radiantly and said, Big brother, it's a promise. It's a promise. The Sword Saint nodded. Chapter 585. Yi Futian stayed for a few days in the cottage, accompanying his master and masteress. He did not know when he could return again after he left this time, but seeing the two of them enjoying their time here, Yi Futian felt relieved. Yi Futian stayed for a few days in the cottage, accompanying his master and masteress. He did not know when he could return again after he left this time, but seeing the two of them enjoying their time here, Yi Futian felt relieved. Yi Wuchen had returned to the Kangi kingdom with Lu Chenyu, then came back to the Book Mountain, preparing to bring Lu Chenyu with him to the Holy Ji Palace. Wuchen had entered the Sword Demons department and was considered a true disciple, so he could bring his family along. He naturally did not plan to continue, leaving Lu Chenyu alone here. After settling these matters, the group of them gathered on the Book Mountain, preparing to leave. Many people from the Book Mountain had come to send them all, including the lords of every peak and many college disciples. Although the cottage was no longer around, the cottage's disciples would forever be immortalized in the Eastern Barren State as the memories of a generation. Just as Yi Futian was preparing to leave, there were two figures who appeared in the distance, flying among the clouds towards Yi Futian. The college's disciples did not stop them. Evidently, they knew who it was. The two of them looked weird. One of them was a high monk, and the other was a stunning beauty. She was dressed in plain robes, and there was not a speck of dust to be found on her. Her complexion was radiant, like a flawless piece of jade, and her aura was pure, like she had never been troubled by worldly matters. The girl had a faint smile on her face as she looked towards Yi Futian's group. How beautiful! Beside Yi Futian, Lon Linger mumbled. The lady who had arrived was gorgeous, and her innocent and pure aura made her exceedingly pretty, enough to rival Huajiu. Master! The Sword Saint saw the high monk and addressed him, nodding. It turned out that the high monk was the abbot of the Chinchou Temple. Benefactor, Sword Saint. The abbot put his hands together and bowed. Then his gaze turned towards Yi Futian, and he said, I've heard that Benefactor Yi has returned from the barren state, so I've specifically come to ask a favor from Benefactor Yi. Do tell me, abbot. Yi Futian's gaze turned away from the lady. Back then, the Donghua clan had been eradicated and Hua Qingqing had suffered a huge tragedy, causing her to enter the Chinchou Temple to cultivate. Now her aura and looks were even more outstanding than before. The Chinchou Temple must have paid a lot of attention to her. Qingqing has a connection with Buddhism. Previously, when I saw her on the Book Mountain, I took her to the Chinchou Temple to cultivate. Qingqing needed little guidance to understand the Buddhist teachings, and her comprehension is the highest of anyone I've met in my life. Now that she has had her first glimpse into Buddhism and entered the noble plane, my Chouqian temple no longer has any deeper Buddhist teachings to offer her. Benefactor Yi has come from the barren state. Do you know if there are any places that are suitable for her to cultivate? The abbot asked. Yi Futian was slightly taken aback. Yi Qingqing's cultivation level was similar to his back then. He had only just broken through to the noble plane by obtaining multiple opportunities in the Holy Road. Yi Qingqing had also entered the noble plane? Could it be that cultivating in Buddhist teachings would cause a person's cultivation speed to increase? That was probably not the only reason. It should be that Hua Qingqing was indeed destined to pursue Buddhism. When he first saw her, he had already felt that this girl was not affected by mortal desires, like she was not supposed to appear in the world. Perhaps she was already different from birth and was enlightened after the huge incident. The barren state is vast and boundless, so I am not very familiar with cultivation places in the barren state, Yi Futian replied. He then turned towards Qin Yuan and asked, "Does Chief Qin know any?" Qin Yuan looked at Hua Qingqing. He could feel that Hua Qingqing was indeed extraordinary. He had never seen such a pure person before. Her unblemished eyes were crystal clear, like a pool of clear water. The barren state indeed has a Buddhist ground, but they emphasize that Buddhism will only be taught to those who are destined for it and rarely taken disciples. Qin Yuan replied. If they see her, they will definitely take her in. The Chinchou Temple abbot saluted and said, "This benefactor must be an elder from the barren state. Could we have a word in private?" Qin Yuan looked at Yi Futian and saw him nodding, so he replied, "Sure." "Qingqing, follow me," the Chinchou Temple abbot said, and the three of them left together, making Yi Futian's group curious. Not long after, they came back, but Qin Yuan's expression was peculiar, and he kept looking at Hua Qingqing. "Chief Qin," Yi Futian looked towards Qin Yuan and called out. "If Hua Qingqing heads there, there will be no problem," Qin Yuan declared certainly this time. Yi Futian did not know what the abbot and Chief Qin had discussed to make him this certain. "I am not well versed enough in the Buddhist teachings. Thus my cultivation level is low. I might not have much of a say in this. Could I trouble Benefactor Qin to help me make the referral?" the abbot asked Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's gaze landed on Yi Futian again, as though asking for Yi Futian's opinion. "Chief Qin, Hua Qingqing is my good friend," Yi Futian said. "Okay," Qin Yuan agreed to the matter. "Thank you very much. Since that is so, I will not be following the group." The Chenqiu Temple abbot looked at Hua Qingqing and said, "Qingqing, this is where we part ways. Take care of yourself, abbot." Hua Qingqing nodded, smiling. Fate would come and go in circles. Although she was reluctant, she accepted it nonetheless. "Benefactor Yi, I'll be troubling you then." The abbot bowed to Yi Futian. "Master, there is no need to do that." Yi Futian returned the bow and said, "Since the master trusts me, I will naturally do my best. How could I not trust the character of a cottage disciple?" The abbot smiled and said his goodbyes. After doing that, he turned around and left as quickly as he had come. Hua Qingqing bowed in the direction that the monk had left in. The 2 years that she had spent in the Qingqiu Temple had healed the scars from back then, and she had found that the way of the Buddha appeared to be the most suitable for her. "Du Ao is dead!" Yi Futian looked to Hua Qingqing beside him and said. Hua Qingqing was shocked and stared at Yi Futian. A teardrop appeared in her eyes, and she said silently, "Thank you." Although she cultivated in Buddhism, how could she be void of emotion? Du Ao had destroyed the Donghua clan and killed her mother in front of her back then. How could she not hate him? It's all over now. Yi Futian smiled tenderly. "Yes." Hua Qingqing nodded. That year, after they had separated in the snowstorm on the Sky Mountain, she had not expected that they would meet again. She was very thankful for the reunion. "Let's go," Yi Futian said. He turned around, looking at all the familiar figures. His big brother, master, and masteress, Yixiang, Emperor Yi, and the rest, then waved to them and said, "Coolly, I'm leaving." "Lad, take good care of Ju," Hua Fenglu laughed as he reminded him. With this fellow's luck with women, he could not help but worry. "Yu Sheng, I leave Qingxian with you," Yixiang also told him. "All right, rest assured, master." Yu Sheng nodded solemnly. Yi Qingshuan's eyes were puffy. She would follow Yi Futian, and Yu Sheng this time to the distant barren state and probably not see her father for a long time. Chun Yuan took out his flight ritual implement and flew into the clouds. The wind blowing on his body, Yi Futian looked at the people around him and broke into a radiant smile. This time, Qing Xian, Chenyu, and Lu Feiyong were too. Lu Chenyu would follow Yi Wuchen to the Holy Ji Palace, while Lu Feiyong would follow Qin Yuan to the Starry School to cultivate. In the following period of time, he was prepared to cultivate seriously in the Holy Ji Palace and do his best to raise his cultivation level. Now that he was in the noble plane, his next target was to become a sage. If he entered the sage plane, he would be considered an influential figure even in the barren state, capable of setting up his own sect or clan. Even alone, he would be able to make a name for himself in the barren state. After Yi Futian's group had left, a group of people continued to stay on the Book Mountain, reluctant to leave. "Let's go back," the Sword Saint said to the crowd, and the college's disciples started to leave. However, there were still people who continued to stare at the disappearing figures. The witch Gubius sighed softly, "How heartless." Chu Yaoyao also looked dejected. Hua Qingqing, who had often been mentioned in conjunction with her in the past, had also followed him to the barren state. The Sword Saint left and walked to the peak of the Book Mountain. He walked at the edge, looking at the scenery below the mountain and beyond. In the silence, he started to miss his teacher. Behind the Sword Saint, there was a pavilion. At that moment, beside the pavilion, a figure appeared there abruptly. The figure was dressed in gray robes and had no aura, as though he did not even exist. The Sword Saint appeared to feel something, causing him to turn around. When he saw the figure, he bowed slightly and called out, "Elder!" "How is your cultivation in the techniques that I taught you?" the gray-robed figure asked. "I have had some progress, but the technique is too profound. I still need more time," the Sword Saint replied calmly. The gray-robed figure nodded briskly and continued. "Although your potential is ordinary, your mindset is outstanding and your will is firm. Those two will be able to make up for the lacking in your potential. The techniques that I have made you cultivate are also the most suitable for your mindset. Decipher it comprehensively, and you will reach a high level of attainment." The Sword Saint nodded. Naturally, he could feel that too. "Elder, who are you? Why are you doing this?" the Sword Saint asked. "With your mindset, you should not be asking this. Don't bother asking in the future. Just treat this as a surprise opportunity and that I did not exist. Otherwise, I will make you disappear along with the college." The gray-robed figure looked apathetically at the Sword Saint. That one look made the Sword Saint feel as though he had been seen through. He was already in the sage plane, but he still had such a feeling. It showed how high the other party's cultivation level was. This mysterious character was likely to be the strongest person he had ever met in his life, even stronger than his teacher. A gust of wind blew past, and the gray-robed figure had disappeared without a trace, like he had never been there. However, in the air, a sound entered the Sword Saint's ear. "Throughout the ages, countless heroes, however prodigious they were, have faded to dust, but you will be history's witness." The voice was faint and disappeared with the wind. The Sword Saint stared at the disappearing figure with a serious expression, emotions surging from his heart. Throughout the ages, how many heroes had there been? He naturally could not be considered the genius of a generation. How was he going to witness history? Turning around, the Sword Saint looked in the distance, his expression composed. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Only time would tell. Chapter 586. The magnificent and enormous Zhongzhou city lay in the barren state. Nobody knew how many powerful forces there were in this ancient city. In the central region of Zhongzhou city was the endless holy river where the 1,000 holy islands could be found. The magnificent and enormous Zhongzhou city lay in the barren state. Nobody knew how many powerful forces there were in this ancient city. In the central region of Zhongzhou city was the endless holy river where the 1,000 holy islands could be found. Suddenly, a group of cultivators flew by in the sky and landed at the center of the 1,000 holy islands. A towering city was standing at the heart of the 1,000 holy islands, which looked just like a castle in the sky. The group of cultivators was precisely Yi Futian and the others who had just returned from the Eastern Barren Territory. At the moment, they were in front of the sky stairwell, standing in a ritual implement which was floating in the sky. Staring into the distance, Chun Yuan said, "We're here." Yi Futian looked at Chun Yuan and smiled. "Chief Chin, thank you for helping us in the journey." "Don't mention it. I didn't waste too much time either," Chun Yuan said, unconcerned. "After you enter the Holy Ji Palace, focus on cultivation. The palace gathers the geniuses from various places of the barren state, many of whom are successors of top forces. Be careful in what you do." "Yes, I will." Yi Futian nodded. "I'll leave Qingqing to you. Don't worry about it." "I'll send her to the place." Chun Yuan nodded. Yi Futian then looked at Hua Qingqing and said, "Take care." "Okay." Hua Qingqing nodded, smiling brightly. Her journey was filled with uncertainty, but she was very calm and did not think too much about it. Everything would only depend on her destiny. Young ones, work hard. Chun Yuan scanned everyone, after which he controlled the ritual implement and left with Hua Qingqing. Yi Futian stared at Chun Yuan as he flew off into the distance. Hua Ji smiled gently and asked, "You feel sad that she's leaving?" Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Smiling, he looked at Hua Jiu and asked back, "Are you jealous?" Hua Qingqing is such a pitiful girl. Moreover, she's pure and flawless. Even women would be attracted to her. It'd be such a pity for her to become a nun. If you like her, I can pretend that I can't see anything. Hua Jiu smiled warmly. "Really?" Yi Futian muttered to himself as he stared at Hua Jiu doubtfully. "This fox. When does she speak the truth?" Looking at her smile, Yi Futian was determined not to fall for her trap. He held her hand and said, "You're the only one in my heart. Let's go into the palace." Hua Jiu covered her mouth and giggled, while Yu Sheng and the rest all looked at Yi Futian in contempt. How could she believe him? Nevertheless, at the moment, Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen were also accompanied by beautiful ladies. Yi Futian, Hua Jiu, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi, Yi Qingxian, Lu Qinyu, Lulan Shui, and the Black Wind Condor were all present. The group was in its prime. Stepping onto the sky stairwell, they saw a grand gate before them. A group of cultivators was standing there like statues, guarding the palace. When Yi Futian and his friends reached the gatekeeper stared at them, and one of them asked, "Who are you?" Yi Futian and his friends took out their palace decrees, after which they said their names and identities. "So you're going to Battle Sage Palace, Daozong Palace, and Sword Pavilion. They're all at different places. Those who are going to Battle Sage Palace, follow me. Those going to Daozong Palace, follow me. Those going to Sword Pavilion, come here." 3 statue-like cultivators walked out. Yi Futian and his friends walked behind the respective cultivators. "Ji Wuchen, Qinyu, I'll go look for you later." Yi Futian said. Hua Jiu was going to Daozong Palace, Yi Wuchen to Sword Pavilion, while Yi Futian and a few others were going to Battle Sage Palace. Hua Jiu and Yi Wuchen nodded. Then they followed their respective gatekeepers and flew into the sky. "Senior, which pavilion do you belong to?" Yi Futian asked the cultivator who was leading the way. "The gatekeepers belong to Tianqing Pavilion," the cultivator replied. "Apart from the things within the 6 pavilions, all the rules and other stuff are controlled by Tianqing Pavilion." "I got it." Yi Futian nodded. "Where are the 6 pavilions located?" "From here, if you go straight forward, you'll see the tallest range of palaces. That's Holy Sage Pavilion. The pavilion closest to it is Wanxiang Pavilion, which is located on the left, while Battle Sage Palace is on the right. Daozong Palace is next to Wanxiang Pavilion, while Sword Pavilion is close to Battle Sage Palace. Tianqing Pavilion is at the center of the island. You'll find out soon enough, the gatekeeper replied. Yi Futian listened to him attentively as they advanced forward. Below them, they could see many tall buildings and some other cultivators. Yi Futian saw gigantic towers, mountains and cultivating caves, many lively streets and numerous relic-like places. This island city, located on top of a mountain, was indeed extremely vast. The Holy Ji Palace was different from any place he had visited in the past. After a while, Yi Futian saw a chain of magnificent golden palaces appear before him. It sat on the ground like a golden ancient city and seemed to reflect off a sharp aura. The golden, ancient palaces were located on high grounds, as though they were right beside a cliff. Standing on its corner, one could see the scenery below and also in the distance. We've arrived. You should go there now, the gatekeeper said, after which he left alone. Yi Futian shouted, Senior, thank you. Then they stepped forward, walking along the golden, ancient path. Before them, a clean-looking young monk was cleaning the ground. Seeing Yi Futian and his friends, the monk stopped what he was doing. He put one hand vertically in front of his chest and bowed slightly. Are you the newcomers, Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and the others? Yes. Yi Futian greeted back. Senior, it's nice to meet you. My name is Qijia. Uncle has asked me to wait for you here. You finally arrived, the monk said, smiling. Follow me. I'll show you your rooms. Sure. Yi Futian and his friends followed him. On their way, Yi Futian asked curiously, Senior Qijia, you look so young. When did you enter the palace? Last year, the monk replied. Wait, doesn't the Holy Ji Palace admit disciples once every 3 years? How did you enter last year? Yi Futian asked. That's only for the entire barren state. If someone recommends you, you can enter directly after passing the assessment set by the 6 pavilions. Qijia smiled. The assessment that is held once every 3 years is a grand occasion in the barren state. Most people want to try the holy roads and compete with various geniuses. However, there are also some people like me who are lazier. I see. Yi Futian nodded. He recalled Mu Jiqiu had also told him that people like Baizhe could actually enter the Holy Ji Palace directly. It seemed like apart from the people who had shown during the assessment, the Holy Ji Palace also had many other outstanding geniuses. Oh yeah, I don't think you know the rules here yet. There aren't too many restrictions in terms of cultivation. I believe you have seen for yourselves how the palace looks like in general on your way here, Qijia said. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. The Holy Ji Palace is said to be the holy place for cultivation in the barren state. Here, there are many places suitable for cultivation. You're free to go anywhere or attempt any of the mysterious places or relics. However, be careful about your own safety. Furthermore, during cultivation, conflicts will often break out between the disciples of the 6 pavilions. The palace does not restrict any fights, but there's one solid rule: you cannot kill or permanently disable anyone else within the palace. As for friendly fights, there are no rules, and you also don't need any reasons. Of course, when you step into any of the 6 pavilions themselves, you won't be allowed to fight. Qijia gave Yi Futian and his friends a smile that seemed to contain many hidden meanings, causing Yi Futian to blink his eyes. The Holy Ji Palace really encouraged its disciples to fight against and learn from each other. Only with competitions would they grow. Also, your relatives can cultivate in the palace, but you cannot give the methods taught by your seniors in the palace. Similarly, you cannot teach them to someone outside. This is prohibited and you must follow it. Otherwise, the consequences will be extremely severe. Qijia warned. Yi Futian nodded. The Holy Ji Palace had many disciples, including many descendants of the top forces in the barren state. If they could bring the things they learned here outside, the arts and methods unique to the Holy Ji Palace would be known to everyone in no time. The group chatted as they walked. On their way, they also met many other people, and Yi Futian would always nod to greet them. Soon, they arrived at a place filled with many attics and courtyards. Battle Sage Palace was very huge, so everyone would get an individual attic. All right, from today on, you'll be official disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. Do you have any other questions? Qi Jie asked, smiling. Senior, how many disciples does the Holy Ji Palace have? Why do I feel there are not many people in Battle Sage Palace? Yi Futian asked. If you include the 1,000 holy islands, the Holy Ji Palace will be way too big. If you only count the core island, then, apart from the disciples recruited outside, the descendants of various seniors in the palace, and the geniuses who are promoted to the core island from the 1,000 holy islands, there are about 3,000 disciples in the 6 pavilions. Many people have finished learning and left the palace or are cultivating outside, so there are only over 2,000 disciples left. Even fewer people are direct disciples of the lords of the 6 pavilions themselves. Among the 6 pavilions, Daozong Palace and Tianqing Pavilion have the most number of disciples, followed by Sword Pavilion, and then Battle Sage Palace and Holy Sage Pavilion. Wanxiang Pavilion has the least number of people. Qi Jie answered patiently. As for why you didn't see many people around, most people are usually not inside the pavilion. Instead, they normally cultivate somewhere else in this island city. Why are there so few people in Wanxiang Pavilion? Yi Futian asked curiously. Do you know what class does the Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion belongs to? Qi Jie asked. Nope. Yi Futian shook his head. Sage Wanxiang is an astrologer. Qi Jie smiled. So he can calculate the potentials and talents of his disciples. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. Astrologer was not an unfamiliar name to Yi Futian. Ministerswa was an astrologer as well. However, astrologers often had short lives, as they would reveal secrets they were not supposed to. Yi Futian did not expect there to be such a powerful astrologer in the Holy Ji Palace. Yes, but not everyone wants to get tested. Astrologers are not all-powerful, and their measures are also estimates, not definite. Moreover, the Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion rarely calculates the destiny of anyone. I heard that after he does that last time, he has been secluding until now, Qi Jie said. Thinking about Ministerswa, Yi Futian could also understand this. Astrologers would always carefully conceal their abilities. Junior, do you know whose destiny he calculated last time? Qi Jie asked, smiling. No. Yi Futian shook his head. Make a guess? Qi Jie gave a meaningful smile. Qi Jie, go back! Someone suddenly said in the distance. Qi Jie immediately put his hands together, and his face turned extremely solemn. Turning around, he bowed at the incoming person and said, Yes, uncle. I'm only explaining to them the rules of the palace. I'll leave now. Then he left the group, leaving Yi Futian speechless. Qi Jie's change was really quick. By Luli, Qi Jie secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Futian as he walked into the distance. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. The Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion had calculated the destiny of Bai Luli before. So what was the result? So you're here. King Kong's sage walked to Yi Futian. Senior, Yi Futian greeted. You and Yu Sheng are disciples of my brother. So just call me Uncle, King Kong sage said. Uncle. Good. Although you have your own masters, anyone who teaches you can also be called your master. When you see the Lord next time, you may call him master. Of course, if you're really unwilling, he will not force you. King Kong sage looked at Yi Shaoshi and Yuan Zhan. As for you two, in the future I'll be teaching you. Of course, in the Holy Ji Palace, most of the time you'll be relying on yourselves. There are plenty of resources around here. I understand. Everyone nodded. Qi Jie has told you the necessary things, right? King Kong Sage asked. Yes, Senior Qi Jie has told us that, Yi Futian replied. Great. In this case, I'll not say anything extra. From now on, you'll be disciples of Battle Sage Palace. Usually, you can do whatever you want and nobody will place any restrictions on you. Now you can go and familiarize yourselves with the place, King Kong Sage said. If you need anything, come and find me. Of course, if you're bullied in the Holy Ji Palace, don't come and look for me. That's the same for all the 6 pavilions. The people who can enter the Holy Ji Palace are all top geniuses, and you can fight as much as you please. It'll be too embarrassing to have you if you complain about being bullied. Then, King Kong Sage also left the place. What a brief introduction. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. From Qi Jie and King Kong Sage's words, he could imagine how interesting his life in the palace would be in the future. Uncle Bai, Yi Futian said, smiling. He was already looking forward to his life here. Oh yeah, just now Qi Jie was talking about destiny. The person who got tested was destined to go beyond the sage plane, King Kong Sage suddenly said, after which he disappeared into the distance. Nobody knew if he said so to give Yi Futian more stress. Above the sage plane was the saint plane. Bai Luli had the potential to become a saint. Chapter 587. Yi Futian had heard from his second sister that because of Bai Luli's presence, many powerful people in the Holy Ji Palace had come to a certain consensus. Now he knew that the Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion had calculated Bai Luli's destiny, so he could roughly guess some things. Yi Futian had heard from his second sister that because of Bai Luli's presence, many powerful people in the Holy Ji Palace had come to a certain consensus. Now he knew that the Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion had calculated Bai Luli's destiny, so he could roughly guess some things. It was no wonder that Holy Sage Pavilion had chosen Bai Zhe and Zhuge instead of him, the top performer for the entrance assessment. It was clearly not because of Bai Zhe. After all, everyone saw how Bai Zhe had lost to Yi Futian, and the people in the Holy Ji Palace were not blind. It was only because Bai Luli meant something extraordinary to the palace. Nevertheless, Yi Futian was somewhat puzzled. Apart from people like Bai Luli, who had displayed an unbelievable potential, everyone in the Barren Sky ranking was only strong in terms of their combat powers. Yi Futian had never heard of the existence of an actual saint. However, the top 3 schools all had divine teachings, as their founder was a saint. As the best place to cultivate in the whole of the Barren State, the Holy Ji Palace certainly had divine teachings as well. There must have been saints from the palace in the past. Could it be that saints could not stay in the Barren State, so they had to go to a superior region? Or perhaps was there another reason? Lulan, stay here with the condor and tidy the place up. We'll go and familiarize ourselves with the palace, Yi Futian said. Cultivators usually did not have a high demand for good accommodation. Qi Jie had also told them that most people of the 6 pavilions had gone to cultivate, and only a handful would stay in the pavilions. Yi Futian clearly wanted to see what kind of place this holy land of the Barren State looked like. All right. Lulan Shui nodded gently. I'll stay behind to help, Yi Qingxian said, smiling. Sure. Yi Futian nodded. Let's go. Then the 4 people left. They went outside Battle Sage Palace and gazed at the island city they were on. It was endless, and even they could not see the edge of the island. The entire island city was a place for cultivation. The palace is so big, I don't think we can know the place well anytime soon. Where do we start? Yi Shaoshi asked. Yi Futian also felt the same way. When we came just now, didn't we see an area filled with activities? We'll go there first. When we meet other people, we can also ask about the situation of the palace, Yi Futian said. Nobody had any objections. Therefore, the 4 people stepped into the air and walked towards a certain place. After a while, Yi Futian and his friends arrived in a region filled with streets. Indeed, there were many people around. Somewhere in the place, There was a stone wall with some writings on it. Many people were standing there, looking at the wall. Hua Fan actually got a place in Sage Palace. Another top genius of the Holy Ji Palace managed to enter Sage Palace. A new person will definitely appear on the barren sky ranking in the future. I wonder who'll be kicked out of the ranking. Many people were discussing among themselves. Hua Fan was a disciple of Holy Sage Pavilion. It was written on the stone wall that he had obtained the approval of Holy Sage Pavilion to enter Sage Palace, causing many to feel emotional. Although they already knew about Hua Fan's talents long ago, he had actually gotten himself a place in Sage Palace in merely 6 years. It was still somewhat astonishing. The disciples of the Holy Ji Palace all knew what that meant. All the cultivators who had entered Sage Palace in the past had also appeared on the barren sky ranking. Many famous people could be used as examples, including the Lord of White Cloud City, the leader of the Zhuge family, Bai Luli, and, of course, many powerful people of the Holy Ji Palace. When he goes to Sage Palace this time, Hua Fan will probably try to break through into the Sage Plane, someone said. Indeed, 6 years ago, Hua Fan elegantly got first place in the entrance assessment. He was honored as the most talented person in the palace after Bai Luli. After that, he started his rapid climb in the Holy Ji Palace. I didn't expect him to be able to enter Sage Palace in such a short time. I suppose Shimin Hanjiang should feel some pressure now, someone said. Shimin Hanjiang was the top performer in the assessment 3 years ago. He was honored as the rarest genius of Shimin clan in Zhongzhou City and had taken Bai Luli as his goal. Now, Hua Fan, who had entered before him, had already obtained a chance to enter Sage Palace. Shimin Hanjiang would clearly have some thoughts on this. Shimin Hanjiang is talented, but it'll not be easy for him to enter Sage Palace. Within the cohort 3 years ago, there are people who are no weaker than him, someone commented, smiling. There were countless geniuses in the Holy Ji Palace. However, only a handful could enter Sage Palace. I just received news that the top performer in this cohort had already entered the palace not long ago, someone said. The top performers of the entrance assessments would always receive much attention. The disciples in this cohort will come here one after another. It seems like the place will get more lively for quite a while. I heard that there was a major conflict between Yi Futian and Bai Zhe. In the arena, he almost disabled Bai Zhe and humiliated him badly. The Holy Ji Palace will surely be busy in the future. I heard of that as well. It said that when Bai Zhe was chatting, he publicly invited Hua Jiu to enter the palace with him, ignoring Yi Futian's presence. He did not expect himself to meet a tough opponent this time and caused Yi Futian's rage. However, it's indeed embarrassing for Bai Zhe this time. His brother is so unparalleled and outstanding, but he was humiliated openly in the assessment. I'm sure he really wants to kill Yi Futian now. This time, a few people did not manage to enter the Holy Ji Palace, but I heard that there are also quite a few good ones. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, Su Kei, Divine Spiritual Sorcerer Hua Jiu, and many others are all not bad. Although Bai Zhe lost, his talents are not that weak either. Is it? Suddenly, a young man with white-colored skin walked over. He looked delicate, and his face was filled with a gentle smile. From his smile, one could tell that he was an extremely confident person. I think that assessment this time is only SOSO, the young man said, smiling. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the young man, interested. Someone smiled and said, Yun Feng, you entered Daozong Palace last year, becoming a disciple of Sage Daozong directly. So you did not participate in the assessment not long ago. I'm sure you looked down on the newcomers. A gentle smile appeared on Yun Feng's face. Every 3 years, the top few people of the assessment in the Holy Ji Palace would attract the attention of everyone and be in the spotlight. However, he did not take part because of his confidence in himself. Whether he attended the assessment or not, the outcome would be the same. His goal was Sage Palace of the Holy Ji Palace. 2 grade 9 nobles managed to enter the top 10. How powerful do you think the newcomers this time are? Yun Feng said casually. Then he stopped talking about this and looked on the stone wall before him instead. Hua Fan had obtained the rights to enter Sage Palace. Only this was his target. Everyone looked at Yun Feng, smiling. They were not surprised by his words. Yun Feng was the descendant of craftsmen. He had started his cultivation from drawing, and his skills were fascinating. Craftsmen and Sage Daozong were good friends. Therefore, Yun Feng was sent to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate under Sage Daozong. Craftsmen had once said in the future Yun Feng's skills would surpass his. After entering the Holy Ji Palace, Yun Feng had indeed also displayed his talents. Although he was young, he was already famous in Daozong Palace. It was, therefore, no surprise that he would say so. Indeed, I agree with you, someone suddenly said. Everyone turned around and saw a few people walking towards them. The person who just spoke was handsome and young. Is it? Yun Feng glanced at the people around him and smiled. 2 grade 9 nobles could enter the top 10. Indeed, the people in the assessment this time are too weak. The 2 people must have been lucky, the young man replied, smiling. Yun Feng smiled gently and did not say anything else. Many people looked at the young man, and one of them asked curiously, "You all look unfamiliar. Are you the newcomers this time?" Someone also had a strange expression on his face as he looked at the few people who had just arrived. He had watched the assessment this time. Yes, the young man nodded. Who are you? Let's see if we've heard of you, someone asked, smiling. Yi Futian, the young man replied. Hearing his words, everyone was stunned, causing the place to fall into a deafening silence. Then, many people started laughing and looked at Yi Futian keenly. It was really interesting. Yun Feng was also startled and looked at Yi Futian, just beside him. This time, he did not divert his stare immediately. Then he said, "I'm Yun Feng." Yi Futian looked at the stone wall before him. Clearly, he also saw that Hua Fan was allowed to enter Sage Palace, and this confirmed his guess. The Holy Ji Palace, indeed, had divine teachings. In another place on the stone wall, there was a list of names carved from the top down. The first name was Hua Fan, who had obtained a place in Sage Palace. In the last place, Yi Futian saw his own name. "Seniors, what's this?" Yi Futian asked, smiling. Many people looked at Yi Futian curiously. One of them replied, "The law rank. We also call it the Small Baron Sky ranking. Junior Yi, your name was already on the ranking when you joined us. Although it's last place, you have still exceeded most people." The law rank of the Holy Ji Palace only contained 100 people, all of which must be noble plain disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. Just like the actual Baron Sky ranking, it ranked disciples according to their talents and potential. It was thus also known as the Small Baron Sky ranking. The targets of the sages in the Holy Ji Palace would be the Baron Sky ranking. Yi Futian had just entered the palace and not displayed anything. However, he was already on the ranking. It was obviously because he was the top performer for the assessment this time, although he was only in the last place. Yi Futian also saw Yun Feng's name. He was ranked 96th on the law rank. It was no wonder that Yun Feng was unhappy. "I was indeed lucky." "Do ignore me," Yi Futian said, smiling as if he was very humble. This was everyone to be curious. Was he really the top performer, the person who was said to defeat Bai Zhe and Huang Zhuge? "Oh yeah, I'm completely unfamiliar with the palace. What place is this?" Yi Futian asked. "This is the place where the law rank is. It's called the law battle area. If disciples of the Holy Ji Palace want to have a law battle, they can do it on the law battle platform not far from here." "Doesn't the Holy Ji Palace prohibit fighting? Why is there a place meant for battles?" Yi Futian asked curiously. "It's good to have something formal," the person replied, smiling. "Moreover, if someone on the law rank initiates a law battle, it'll affect the ranking." "I got it. Apart from this law battle area, what other places are there?" Yi Futian asked further. The region around the law battle area is known as the Law Power Zone. There are 7 intriguing secret zones which are suitable for all kinds of sorcerers to cultivate. If you go further forward, you will find the Sky-Reaching Tower. That acts as a dividing line. The Sky-Reaching Tower is a treasure of Battle Sage Palace and can train the physical strength of martial arts cultivators. Beyond the Sky-Reaching Tower are various places meant for cultivation. You'll find blessed caves, mountains, and relics, and secret zones left by seniors. That region is the most extensive one and occupies half of the island city. You'll need to see that for yourself. Apart from those, the 6 pavilions here all have their own places for cultivation. Lastly, there is the relic of Sage Palace, the restricted area of the Holy Ji Palace. The person very patiently introduced these places briefly to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded. Thank you, Senior. Don't mention it. You will get the same answer by asking anyone else. That person smiled warmly. Yi Futian believed that the vast island city was sufficient for him to grow to the level he needed. If he had the chance, he would definitely want to enter the Sage Palace. Suddenly, a loud sound erupted from the distance. Everyone raised their heads and looked at that direction, where a battle seemed to be in action. Many loud collisions could be heard. It's the law battle platform. Junior Yi, let's go and take a look, someone asked Yi Futian, looking at him. Sure, Yi Futian nodded. Then the group left the place and walked towards the location of the battle. Soon, they arrived at the law battle platform. 2 cultivators were fighting against each other on the platform at the moment, and many people were standing around them watching. Zhongli? Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. In the arena, one of the cultivators was releasing his life spirit, which was a tripod. It was precisely Zhongli who had entered the Holy Ji Palace with him. He was from the Separation Road and lost to Yuan Zhan's 9 heavenly attacks. Nevertheless, he was very strong. However, at the moment, Zhongli was losing the fight. His opponent was a grade 6 noble, which was higher than him. Zhongli tenaciously defended himself for a while. In the end, he was still smashed onto the ground and spat up a lot of blood. The person who had defeated Zhongli stood arrogantly in the sky. Looking at Zhongli from above, he said, "Only geniuses can enter the Holy Ji Palace, and the same goes to you as well. However, when you're here, you need to understand that you should keep a low profile as a newcomer." Zhongli's face darkened. He did not expect himself to be humiliated like this in the first battle here. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. Newcomer? Low profile? In any case, he had always been keeping a low profile. Yi Futian. Suddenly, a person who had watched the assessment battles looked at Yi Futian. And Yu Sheng Yuanzhan. They're all in the top 10 in the assessment this year. Many people turned around and stared at Yi Futian and his friends. Top performer of the assessment, a grade 9 noble in the law rank. Many people smiled. One person even asked, "Top performer, did you come to the law battle platform to have a fight?" "Passing by only," Yi Futian replied, smiling. "Since you're here, why don't you try? I want to see how strong the top performer this time is," the person who had just defeated Zhongli said. His name was Wang Yu. 3 years ago, he was only selected by the 1,000 Holy Island due to his low level. However, he managed to enter the core island with his talents. "No, I was only lucky to be the top performer. Clearly, I'm no match for you," Yi Futian said, smiling. "Let's go." Then, the group started walking away from the place. Yi Futian had come to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate and become strong quickly. It would be best to avoid any battle. Since you're in the law rank, you don't have to be so humble. Wang Yu released his aura, which enveloped Yi Futian. He was still unwilling to give up. "Now," Yi Futian said softly. Then he suddenly turned around. Enveloped with the wind, the 4 people charged towards Wang Yu directly, causing everyone around to be stunned. In the next instant, vines grew out from Yi Xiaoshi's body wildly. Yuan Zhan slapped out, while Yu Xing struck his god-slaying halberd forward directly. On the other hand, the polearm of divine destruction appeared in Yi Futian's hands, and he attacked Wang Yu from midair with an astonishing force. This sudden change caused everyone to be flabbergasted, including Wang Yu. He used all his powers to defend, but many attacks landed onto his body at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. Many loud bangs were heard. Then, everyone saw Wang Yu's body collapse on the ground directly as he spat out blood. Let's go. Before anyone could react, Yi Futian and his friends had already left and gone up into the sky. Air. Many people were bewildered. Yi Futian was humbled just a second ago, but he suddenly attacked Wang Yu with his strongest move. That's despicable, someone said emotionlessly. Was this the top performance in this batch? Zhongli got up from the ground and said coldly, a grade 6 noble just challenged a grade 9 noble, and you're saying that he's despicable? Indeed, he was still too simple-minded. He should have been quick and ruthless, just like Yi Futian. It's still so boring in the end. Yunfeng smiled and shook his head. He thought that Yi Futian, a genius who had just entered the law rank, would agree to the fight. Little did he expect something like this to happen. Therefore, he was somewhat disappointed. Then he also left the place. On the other, Yi Futian, who was flying in the air, cursed in his mind. Idiot! Chapter 588. The region around the law battle area was known as the Law Power Zone. Yi Futian spent one day walking around in the Law Power Zone, and he was somewhat shocked. The Holy Ji Palace was indeed a holy land for cultivators. On the left side of the Law Power Zone, there were the Ice Zone and the Flame Zone, while on the right were the Earth Zone and the Lightning Zone. In the region at the back, one could find an extraordinary storm, as well as countless ancient woods. Among the 7 powers, only the element of metal seemed to be missing. However, the sky-reaching tower at the front, which was honored as the best place for martial arts cultivators, was glittering in golden radiance and contained metal elemental powers. The region around the law battle area was known as the Law Power Zone. Yi Futian spent one day walking around in the Law Power Zone, and he was somewhat shocked. The Holy Ji Palace was indeed a holy land for cultivators. On the left side of the Law Power Zone, there were the Ice Zone and the Flame Zone, while on the right were the Earth Zone and the Lightning Zone. In the region at the back, one could find an extraordinary storm, as well as countless ancient woods. Among the 7 powers, only the element of metal seemed to be missing. However, the sky-reaching tower at the front, which was honored as the best place for martial arts cultivators, was glittering in golden radiance and contained metal elemental powers. That was the most crowded place. Of course, Yi Futian only visited the exterior of each zone to look at the situation inside. In the end, Yu Sheng, Yuan Zhan, and Yi Shaoshi went to the sky-reaching tower, while Yi Futian went to the left side of the Law Power Zone alone. Such a wonderful place was very useful for him as a noble plane cultivator. He would definitely not miss out on the opportunity. Yi Futian went into the Ice Zone on the left side of the Law Power Zone. The entire place was white, covered completely in ice. It looked desolate and freezing cold. Yi Futian strolled on the ice and stared at the frozen ancient tree ahead, which looked like an ice statue. Even with Yi Futian's level, he could still feel an intense wave of coldness. However, he did not stop and continued walking deeper. This was clearly a place for cultivators with ice elemental powers. The coldness grew rapidly in intensity. The frozen world, along with the silver, crystal-like tree, presented a different kind of beauty. From the icy ground, many traces of white, chilly gas were being released. The cold gas could actually seep into Yi Futian's body, and it seemed to turn into a strange kind of ice elemental, spiritual qi. They spread across his body bit by bit, causing his blood to flow slowly. Gradually, Yi Futian's pace, and even his breathing, slowed down. Unknowingly, Yi Futian felt that his thoughts and breathing were becoming slower as the coldness intruded into his body. Yi Futian closed his eyes Sensing the world around him with his spiritual energy, he discovered that even the flow of spiritual qi was diminishing. The entire world had slowed down. This was an effect caused by ice will. Apart from being slower, Yi Futian's body was also covered with frost. If this was to continue, he would be frozen here forever. In this barren, icy world, Yi Futian would very occasionally see other cultivators. They would normally sit down at a certain place, feeling the artistic conception in silence. After a cultivator reached the noble plane, absorbing spiritual qi and meditating would only allow his spiritual energy to grow by a limited amount. In this way, his rate of cultivation would be extremely slowly. To hasten it, he would need to focus on understanding noble will. Noble will of any element would do the job. Noble will was something that only noble plane cultivators could fully understand. It involved both spiritual energy and spiritual qi. Therefore, the deeper one's understanding was, the faster one's spiritual energy would grow. This was the reason why some noble plane cultivators were very likely to stagnate at a certain grade, unable to move forward. If both a cultivator's talents and resources were limited, he might encounter a bottleneck. The disciples of major forces were talented and had various resources, so they could obviously grow faster. For example, in the Holy Ji Palace, all the disciples were geniuses in the first place. In addition, they had natural resources to help their understanding and cultivation. Why would they not become strong? This was also the reason why cultivators would seek better colleges and forces. This place is really suitable for Lulan. In the future, I'll find a way to let her cultivate here, Yi Futian thought. Then he walked some distance forward again. He realized that the deeper he went, the stronger the artistic conception became and the more he could learn. In his body, a flame aura was flowing, resisting the corrosion from the coldness and preventing his body from being totally frozen. Sometimes, when he could not persist any longer, he would stop and cultivate. In this place, even time seemed to have slowed down. As Yi Futian alternated between walking and stopping, 7 days passed. His understanding towards the element of ice had also grown deeper. However, he did not give up and continued walking into the deeper part. The cold gas being released from the ground was increasing. Yi Futian activated freedom meditation and discovered that a mysterious current was flowing towards him from a place ahead and beneath the ground. It was as though the endless icy qi was coming from there. He wanted to see what exactly was causing this. Slowly, Yi Futian felt that he was very close to his destination. In front of him there was a frozen valley. He activated the fire elemental powers in his body to the maximum, and only then did he manage to reach the top of the valley. Looking down, he actually saw an icy lake, the lake of coldness inside the valley. Icy currents were precisely being released from the lake of coldness and spreading outside, causing the entire place to be frozen. Yi Futian activated the freedom meditation. He could feel a mysterious yet potent power from the lake of coldness, but he did not go down impulsively. Instead, he sat down at the top of the valley and closed his eyes, feeling the power around him. Days passed one after the other. Yi Futian could feel the icy currents that had completely filled his surroundings slowly seep into his skin, blood, and bones. Suddenly, a beam of divine light appeared which looked like a crescent moon. As the divine light flew on his body, Yi Futian also released one of his life spirits, a lonely moon. At the same time, an emerald green color glittered on his body, and an ancient tree could be vaguely seen. Then, the three started to greedily devour the ice elemental qi around him. The icy qi flew into Yi Futian's body, and eventually into his life palace. Even the world tree was covered in frost as it rustled, producing a desolate and cold sight. At the moment, Yi Futian was somewhat shocked. He actually managed to do it. After he entered the noble plane and understood more about noble will, the world tree could actually absorb the will of various elements. Of course, this was because the coldness was seeping into his body slowly. If someone attacked him by casting a powerful ice elemental spell, He would be frozen to death before being able to absorb anything. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days passed. Yi Futian's body was already covered in white frost. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and even his pupils seemed to have been turned silver. Shaking his body, the frost on his body dropped to the ground. Then he stood up and walked slowly towards the lake of coldness in the valley. Accompanied by many rustlings, emerald green stems and leaves extended from his body, absorbing the icy currents flowing past him. Finally, he reached the edge of the lake of coldness. His body was covered by frost, which was then absorbed by his life spirit, and the whole process kept repeating itself. He knew well that without the world tree, he would not have made it this far, and would have not dared to try it in the first place. It's not water. It's an icy lake condensed from the icy currents. What's down there? Yi Futian muttered to himself. The stems of the world tree continued to extend from his body and entered the lake of coldness, going deeper. Yi Futian also walked out and submerged into the lake slowly. His world tree spirit enveloped his body, and he did not dare to be even slightly careless. In the lake of coldness, Yi Futian continued his way down with his entire body covered in his life spirit. As he went deeper, he finally saw what was on the bed of the lake of coldness. It was a crystalline, silvery snow lotus, which was so clean that not even the slightest amount of dirt could be found on it. The petals of the lotus were also silver in color. As it swayed in the lake slowly, icy currents were released from it. This place is frozen and contains an endless amount of coldness. Is this only because of the lotus below? Yi Futian was astonished. What lotus was this? Although he knew that there were many rare things in the world, this was the first time he saw such a powerful snow lotus. The lotus had given birth to an entire world, one that was covered by intense coldness. Yi Futian's body was covered by his life spirit, but he could still feel how terrifying the icy currents trying to invade his body were. He did not want to stay any longer. What's that? Suddenly, Yi Futian actually saw an ice statue beside the lotus. Someone was frozen inside. Was this someone from the Holy Ji Palace who had died by entering the relic with brute force? The vines of the world tree swept out and grabbed the ice statue. Then Yi Futian ascended from the bed of the lake. He did not want the frozen body to remain there forever. Very soon, Yi Futian was out of the lake of coldness again. He brought the ice statue and left the valley, returning to the top. Then he put the statue down. Yi Futian looked at the ice statue as his glance turned into a long stare. The person inside the transparent ice statue was actually an extremely charming lady. Moreover, she was wearing only simple undergarments. She looked sexy and exquisite, and her skin was white and flawless, as if it had merged with the ice. That's so unfortunate, Yi Futian muttered to himself. With such an outstanding appearance, she must have been a genius from a top family or force. She actually died cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian put his hand on the ice, and his fire elemental power slowly melted it away. Very quickly, a flawless body was lying on the ground. Her skin was as pure as snow, as if she had merged with the ground. Perhaps because she had been frozen, no injuries could be observed on her body, and her skin looked extremely delicate. Even if you want to cultivate, why did you have to dress like this and enter the lake? Yi Futian muttered to himself, not knowing what to do. If he just carried the corpse of the beauty outside, there would certainly be a huge misunderstanding. However, it was also bad to just leave her here. Please forgive me. After withdrawing his life spirit, Yi Futian took out a piece of cloth and put it around the lady's body. He could not care if there would be a misunderstanding. Who asked him to be so kind? Then he picked the body up off the ground. He could feel that the lady's skin was still soft and smooth, just like that of an ordinary person's. Lifting his foot, Yi Futian walked towards the outside. In the silvery world, Yi Futian carried the body towards the entrance. Suddenly someone asked, Is it comfortable? Yup. Yi Futian nodded subconsciously. Wait. Yi Futian staggered and immediately looked at the person he was carrying. He saw a pair of clear and pretty eyes staring at him, as cold as the freezing world. Then he felt her breath and heartbeat. A corpse coming to life. Yi Futian immediately withdrew his hands. Accompanied by a soft thud, the lady fell to the ground. However, she did not seem to have felt anything and was still staring coldly at Yi Futian. Then she got up from the ground. With her back facing Yi Futian, she took out her clothes from her storage ring and covered her wonderful body up with a silver-colored windbreaker. When she turned around, Yi Futian raised both of his hands up and said in a shaking voice, "It's just a misunderstanding." He really wanted to curse. Was this lady mad? She ran to the lake of coldness to be frozen, and also had not worn enough clothing. The lady was still staring at him. Then she reached out her hand. Immediately, Yi Futian was slowly frozen as an extremely intense coldness seeped into his body. Yi Futian shivered. The lady was at the peak of the noble plane. Air. Yi Futian wanted to curse, but he still smiled and explained, "It's really a misunderstanding." The coldness continued to invade his body. Stomping on the ground, Yi Futian jumped into the air immediately, his speed as fast as lightning. However, an enormous ice wall suddenly appeared on the path before him. At the same time, his body was almost frozen and he could hardly move. "Listen to my explanation," Yi Futian shouted. How unlucky did he have to be? Chapter 589. Yun Shuixing studied in the Daozong Palace and was a student of Sage Daozong. Her ice elemental powers were intriguing. She had been to the world of ice many times and was often seen training there. As her plane grew, she was able to step into the lake of coldness to experience the true will of ice in order to further her training. She immersed herself within the lake of coldness, having her skin touch the cold currents directly to become one with the true will of ice. It was as if she had always been a part of the ice. Yun Shuixing studied in the Daozong Palace and was a student of Sage Daozong. Her ice elemental powers were intriguing. She had been to the world of ice many times and was often seen training there. As her plane grew, she was able to step into the lake of coldness to experience the true will of ice in order to further her training. She immersed herself within the lake of coldness, having her skin touch the cold currents directly to become one with the true will of ice. It was as if she had always been a part of the ice. As she was at the pinnacle of her noble plane, she needed to break into the sage plane. However, she did not expect when she awakened that not only was she unable to make a breakthrough and had not developed any further comprehension of anything, but she found herself in someone else's embrace, someone male. Yun Shuixing extended her hand, forcing streaks of cold currents into Yi Futian's body. He felt the flow of his blood and the flow of spiritual qi around him slow. That very state was the state of the place they were in. The woman's comprehension was deep, and she had already developed the ability to conjure something that resembled what the space they were in was like, using her cold will alone. Yi Futian lifted his head and saw very pointy icicles hanging right over his head in the air. If any one of them was to fall, he would lose his head. This woman is really serious, he thought. Don't you want to know what I've done to you? Yi Futian asked loudly. Yun Shuixing halted whatever she was doing, and her eyes froze. Her eyes turned ice cold as her chest heaved. He actually did something to me. Seeing her stop, Yi Futian explained quickly. I saw you being sealed inside the lake of coldness, and thought you might have accidentally fallen into it. I fished you out of mercy, and is this how you would return my kind act? I was training. Yun Shuixing was so cold that it sent shivers down Yi Futian's spine. You get naked when you train? Yi Futian asked. Go to hell. The icicles hanging over Yi Futian's head fell, and his body felt as if it was paralyzed by the power of cold, making movement nearly impossible. The palace forbids the killing of one's own, And you are about to violate that rule, Yi Futian shouted. Indeed, one should really never judge a book by its cover. I wouldn't have thought that someone this beautiful could get this vicious. I wouldn't have saved her otherwise. No one else is here to see anything, Yun Shuisheng replied coldly. Dazzling lights glimmered about Yi Futian's body. The encroaching cold was absorbed bit by bit as they talked. A shimmering light blasted, and the polearm of divine destruction appeared. The implement blasted the icicles above him like a bolt of lightning, and a flying boat appeared beneath his legs at an incredible speed. The icicles were all destroyed by the polearm, and rumbling noises reverberated. Yi Futian vanished from where he was. Yun Shuisheng was stunned, and her expression turned even colder. That slimy asshole. She burst forward and chased after Yi Futian. Yi Futian took to the sky, attempting to leave the ice zone and make for the law battle area. There will be more people outside, and that wretch wouldn't dare do anything then. Just what did I do to her to have her come for my neck? Women are vicious creatures indeed. It was fortunate that Headmaster Chen Yuan had given the flying boat to him, a device of unparalleled speed. However, Yun Shuisheng's level was far higher than his. Against someone at the pinnacle of the noble plane, he was unable to shake her off, even running away using a ritual implement. If she were to get any closer, he would fall under the influence of her cold spells. The chase took place at a neck-breaking speed as they gradually reached the edge of the icy cold world. Yi Futian continued running as they went outside the area, and he found the woman continuing the chase, but she was unable to close in on him. I was just trying to be nice. Do you have to go this far? Yi Futian shouted at the silhouette behind him. Cold spears zipped at him. Yi Futian was startled enough that he turned around and continued steering the flying boat forward in an arc. He was irritated. He was able to understand the annoyance that the woman behind him was going through. Well, it was all just a misunderstanding. Awakening to see herself in the embrace of a stranger, who was a man, was still something no woman would want to experience. He explained what happened, and she continued to come for his neck, and that was too much for him. Both zipped past in the air and finally made it into the law battle area. Yi Futian sighed in relief. That woman won't dare do anything now that we're here. Two people below were puzzled. Is that Yun Shuisheng of Daozan Palace? Yun Shuisheng was known for her diligence and training, and she was hardly seen anywhere. She had immense talent and was a stunning beauty. Her high rank in the law made her a famous figure in the Holy Ji Palace, and many knew her. Who is she going after? Someone looked in the direction of the chase. That's Yi Futian, the one who ranked first in the battle to enter the Holy Ji Palace. Someone else answered, and many flocked to see what was going on. Just how did that newbie manage to get on Yun Shuisheng's bad side? Yi Futian continued forward. The golden sky-reaching tower was seen right before him, and there were many disciples of the palace about. Many saw the two silhouettes in a chase in the air, and some came before Yi Futian, trying to block his way. Yi Futian frowned and stopped at a certain distance between him and the woman chasing him. He had never seemed to have offended anyone, so he was puzzled as to why there were people blocking his way. Don't you think you've gone too far, girl? Yi Futian stopped, turning around to address Yun Shuisheng coming at him. The air around them turned incredibly cold in an instant. The current seemed to slow down, and the cold encroached yet again, making Yi Futian feel as if he was still within the ice zone. Yun Shuisheng scanned the ones around him without saying a word. What did he do to offend Sister Yin? One of the people who went to block Yi Futian off asked Yun Shuisheng. Yi Futian had only realized then that it was not that he had done anything to offend the other guy, but that the other guy wanted to somehow show off to the woman chasing him. Yun Shuisheng did not answer, as she was simply unable to. She looked at Yi Futian with cold eyes and said, "Come with me." "Go with you." Yi Futian eyed Yun Shuisheng, not knowing what she was up to. "Are you trying to make me take responsibility for you, or something?" Yi Futian asked with a smirk. Everyone within earshot froze at the question. Taking responsibility for Yun Shuisheng? Yun Shuisheng was stunned herself. Her expression was incredibly cold, and many murmured below them. It was only when Yi Futian's name was spoken that they knew that the young man was the number 1 newbie, and the one who ranked last on the law rank. It was also said that the young man was incredibly shameless. He went about ambushing Wang Yu despite being new to the place, having no consideration for status or face whatsoever. Just what did this guy do? Yun Shuisheng? Silence. Yun Shuisheng said coldly, "Come with you, and I will not kill you." Kill? Many got even more intrigued, specifically about what Yi Futian did. "Sister Yin, what has he done to you?" a girl asked again. She looked incredibly stunning and carried herself with an air of elegance. She also studied in Daozong Palace and shared an amicable bond with Yun Shuisheng. Suspecting that Yi Futian had actually done something to her friend, she looked at Yi Futian with a tinge of hostility. "Nothing," Yun Shuisheng answered lightly while keeping her eyes on Yi Futian. "Just go. I'll just pretend it never happened, and you and I never meet each other," Yi Futian said, looking at Yun Shuisheng. Yun Shuisheng responded by taking a step forward, her cold aura increasingly intense, and her spells went on to encompass Yi Futian. Many saw that he was about to be thoroughly frozen in mere seconds. The freezing power was extremely intense, so much so that not even flames would have been able to do anything to withstand it. He felt his body being encroached and his blood about to freeze. "If you won't stop what you're doing, I'll tell everyone what happened between us," Yi Futian said loudly, and everything seemed to freeze instantly. Everyone lifted their heads to look at Yi Futian. What happened between the two of them? What did he do to Yun Shuisheng? As expected, Yun Shuisheng stopped what she was doing. Despite her temperance, it was not hard to see that she was still infuriated, and her eyes were still fixed on Yi Futian. "Nothing happened between us," Yun Shuisheng said coldly. "If that is actually true, tell what happened and let everyone judge for themselves," Yi Futian added. "Yi Futian," Yun Shuisheng uttered his name coldly. She came to know his name from the chatter taking place below her. "I'll remember you." Yun Shuisheng glared at Yi Futian before turning around and leaving. The cold aura dispersed, and Yi Futian sighed. However, the relief did nothing to ease his frustration. His kindness was viciously returned. He had become a big, glowing target. Worse still, he had been threatened. "I sure as hell don't think anyone would be all right with something like that happening to them," he thought. "Nice body you have there," Yi Futian quipped as he saw Yun Shuisheng walking away. Yun Shuisheng halted briefly and shuddered before leaving the scene. She did not get herself entangled further, as she knew he would actually make good on his words. Many present were infuriated by Yi Futian's words. "What do you mean, nice body? Why had Sister Yun chased him all over the place like that, yet did not end up daring to lift a finger against him?" Their conversation piqued the interests of many. Just what did that bastard do to Yun Shuisheng? Many disciples of Daozong Palace revered and idolized the cool beauty who ranked high on the law rank, and they were immensely irked at Yi Futian making a pass at her. "Has this guy no shame?" someone asked coldly. "What a vile creature." No one expected the one who ranked first in the law battles would be so despicable. It was only natural that Yi Futian heard everything and felt everyone's hostility towards him. However, he was never one to bother himself much with the opinions of others. He saw no need to explain himself. He glanced at the sky-reaching tower and made his way there. He figured it would do him good to train for a bit, since he was already there. "You think you can just walk away like this?" A dashing youth crossed his arms and looked at Yi Futian, blocking his way. Yi Futian frowned and asked, "Do I know you?" The youth gave a sarcastic smirk. It was obvious that they did not know each other. "Teach him how we do things here in the Holy Ji Palace," someone quipped. It was the girl who seemed to be a friend of Yun Shuisheng. Her cold eyes continued to glare at Yi Futian. And who would you be? Yi Futian could not help but ask the girl as several people walked in his direction. You don't need to know. How dare you behave so insolently when you have just arrived here? Insulting Sister Yun and all. She might have let you off the hook, but we are not done. The girl took to the air. Her hair billowed and her expression remained cold. She felt compelled to teach him a lesson, even if he was the champion of the law battle. Chapter 590. Yi Futian looked at the girl before him. Yun Shuixing might have gone looking for trouble for some solid reason, but the girl before him was simply sticking her nose in places she should not have. Yi Futian looked at the girl before him. Yun Shuixing might have gone looking for trouble for some solid reason, but the girl before him was simply sticking her nose in places she should not have. Brother Qi Jia was right. There were hardly any rules in the palace. He knew one cold, hard fact about the palace: might makes right. He recalled the words of his senior and found that it was all the same no matter where he ended up. Most of the time, one's fist was more compelling than one's words. It was a pity that he was a newbie to the place, and everyone else was a part of the Holy Ji Palace before he was. Most of them advanced from the 1,000 holy islands. There were also people who were selected from examinations 3 years and 6 years ago. It was only natural that most people had more training than he did, especially those who were there years before him. The levels of those people were way above his, one of them being Yun Shuixing, who was at the top of the noble plane. As such, the so-called righteous indignation that they seemed to be going through then was simply a mask for something far simpler: bullying the new guy. It was especially so given that the new guy was the one who ranked first in the entrance examination held earlier, who got ranked on the law rank as soon as he got in. It was only natural that one such figure would attract attention. Yi Futian smiled and said, I'm new to the palace, and in terms of planes and levels, everyone present would be my senior. Your so-called teaching me how you do things here is exactly what I see before me. He cast his glance onto everyone present as he said. Everyone knew what his seemingly polite words actually meant. He was criticizing them for bullying. However, there was hardly anyone moved by his words. Someone replied with a smirk. Well, are you telling me that you have forgotten what you did, ambushing others and all back at the law battle tablet? It's only natural that we be wary. So, that is to say that you seniors find it imperative to gang up on the new guy, which would be me, then? Yi Futian asked with a smile. Gang up? The cross-armed youth looked at Yi Futian and answered, We know what you are trying to pull here, but you think too highly of yourself. Pick any one of us here and fight. If you manage to win, we'll let you off. How about that? Many looked on with interest. While they saw Yi Futian to be some vile creature, they were none the less curious of what he was capable of, and this proved to be a good chance to see what he was made of. The fight would also have the added benefit of teaching him a lesson and having him know his place. And you would be speaking for? Yi Futian asked as he looked about. The youth was dumbfounded. He was indeed incapable of speaking for anyone present, yet the fact remained that many shared his thoughts at the moment. The girl who talked about teaching Yi Futian a lesson opened her mouth as Yi Futian kept his gaze on the students around him. Your pick. And what is your plane? Yi Futian nodded and asked the girl. Grade 5 noble, the girl answered coldly. I make it a point of not bullying women, Yi Futian said crisply, rendering everyone around stunned. This guy really has no shame indeed. Not bullying women? Then what was he doing with Yun Shuixing? It was unexpected for many that he was able to find such a grand excuse to mask his cowardice. There were probably no predecessors who entered the palace as a champion and were as shameless as Yi Futian. He was indeed a trailblazer in certain ways. Hua Fan of the Holy Sage Pavilion was a genius like no other, and even Shimen Hanjiang from 3 years ago was just as dashing. The one before their eyes, however, despite having incredibly good looks, was a despicable one like no other. It was a pity that someone so vile was so handsome. And you, senior, what is your plane? Yi Futian looked at the crossed-armed youth before him. Grade 6 noble. The youth smirked as he answered. I will fight you then. Yi Futian added, as my plane was still low, may I be allowed to use a ritual implement? Beware of traps, the girl beside the youth reminded. That is one vile creature, and you can't just fall into his trap. Furthermore, despite being despicable and shameless, his might as the champion to enter the palace was not just for show, and he is definitely powerful to a certain extent. He needs prowess equal to a grade 7 noble plane to be a champion. If he is allowed the use of sage ritual implements, he will be difficult to deal with when he gets serious. They had already given Yi Futian a chance to challenge who he fancied, and they were not about to say yes to such a request. Of course, you should be allowed to use a ritual implement yourself, Yi Futian said plainly after sparing a glance at the girl. All right then. The youth smiled. No member of the Holy Ji Palace was someone common who could be found just anywhere. It was a given that the youth packed something tremendous himself, and Yi Futian had no way of getting an edge using such tricks. I thank you for your generosity. May I know your name? If I were to lose, I'd at least like to know to whom I lost, Yi Futian added. The name's Yen Xan, the youth said. Aren't you talking a little too much? I look forward to learn from you, senior, Yi Futian said as he cupped his hands. He took out the polearm of divine destruction without saying another word, and he became clad in starlight. That is a pretentious one. Many looked at Yi Futian, who behaved politely despite obviously feeling very irritated inside. He had smiled broadly and addressed the other party as senior. They were rather impressed at the thickness of his hide. Make your move, Yen Xan said plainly. Terrifying, thunderous power blazed in a mere instant. Their surroundings trembled instantaneously as Yen Xan seemed to have become another person. A shadow of a tremendously huge thunder god appeared behind him. The shadow carried a thunder hammer that seemed to be able to crush the earth beneath them with one swing. Yen Xan, the proud son of the top force of Zhongzhou City, the Lightning Court. He had only broken through noble plane about 3 years ago and had earned the favor of the elders in the Daozong Palace of the Holy Ji Palace shortly after. He was offered a place in the palace. Now, 3 years had passed, and his training progressed to grade 6 noble plane. He had acquired impeccable control of the power of lightning will. While Yen Xan was eager to teach the newbie who was the champion of the law battle, he did not allow himself to underestimate his opponent. The guy who was all smiles before him, Yi Futian, knew no restraint when he got serious, and Wang Yu served as a shining example. The sky was shrouded by lightning, and everyone backed away. The battle between the proud nobles in the Holy Ji Palace would have easily affected large areas. The sky was soon turned into a space of lightning. Starlight shimmered around Yi Futian, yet his starry world seemed to be overwhelmed. The god of thunder was about 100 meters tall and looked like a true god. The eyes of the thunder god flashed. It shot a fearsome bolt of lightning, lashing out at Yi Futian. Boom! The wings of the rock flapped behind Yi Futian as he evaded one attack after another. The lightning above his head kept aiming for him. Yi Futian flew about in dazzling arcs as he evaded the incoming attacks. Lights shimmered within his life palace. The spiritual chi within and about him all turned into power of stars as rustling noises were heard, circling about him and flowing to his polearm of divine destruction. He activated the divine light of the stars, allowing the light of the stars flowing into his weapon to shine increasingly brightly. At that moment, the god of thunder's shadow extended a large palm from behind Yen Xan. It was a strike packed with immeasurable might of lightning, with the swirl of lightning in the palm looking like some terrifying vortex out to kill everything it touched. The palm struck at Yi Futian. The sky seemed to be blocked out as streaks of lightning rained down on him, sealing off the space around him. Out of everyone he could have picked to fight, he had to pick Yen Xan. Many looked on with sarcastic looks. The champion of the battle to enter the Holy Ji Palace was about to learn his first lesson within the palace. Yen Xan entered the Holy Ji Palace as someone who had just broken into noble plain back in his day. His talents were incredibly extraordinary, despite being nowhere near as eye-catching as Yi Futian's. The battle between the two was heavily in Yen Xan's favor, so much so that it was impossible for Yi Futian to come out on top, for no other reason than Yen Xan was on a way higher plane than Yi Futian. Yi Futian's spiraling body seemed to be trying to escape, yet the palm continued to smack at him, and Yi Futian seemed to be smacked soon enough. However, Yi Futian flew in an arc, turning around to ride the lightning as he blitzed across the air, heading in Yen Xan's direction. The lightning bolts that were raining down hit Yi Futian squarely, yet the glittering screen of starlight protected him. Cracks appeared, and the screen gradually shattered, but Yi Futian was about to escape the attack range of the palm and get close to Yen Xan. Humph! Yen Xan smirked. The tall god of thunder lifted the thunder hammer high and brought it down on Yi Futian. The strike seemed to be one out to kill everything in its path. At that very second, the polearm of divine destruction in Yi Futian's hand lashed out. The ritual implement turned into 100-meter-long staff, breathing starlight. The starry world around him turned even brighter, circling around the polearm of divine destruction. A force capable of cleaving heaven and earth seemed to be born. Even spectators who were watching from afar were able to feel the formless pressure bearing on them. That is one horrifying ritual implement. He was hiding it all along. The color of some people's faces changed. Be careful, the girl reminded. Yi Futian hid the true might of the polearm of divine destruction before, making everyone think that it was a usual sage ritual implement. Its true might burst suddenly as stars glittered in the air. The implement brought the full brunt of the starry world upon its surrounding environment. It exuded an extremely unbearable pressure. It was as if the stars had all come down on one's shoulders. The weapon clashed with the thunder hammer. Rumbling noises were heard, and storms whipped up in the air. Stars fell one by one in the starry world, turning into forces of immeasurable magnitude as they crashed down. Many saw the thunder hammer being thrown back, while the polearm continued its course downward. Yen Xan's expression finally changed. He shouted, and the god of thunder took one step forward, blocking his body. When the polearm struck, it landed squarely within the shadow of the god of thunder, cracking its gigantic body. Pooh! Yen Xan spat up blood, and the shadow disappeared altogether. Yi Futian turned into a bolt of lightning as he lashed out. Yen Xan felt a staff land on his body before he was able to recover. While the force of the incoming staff was nothing like before, it was nonetheless enough to send him flying, dropping him to the ground, spewing blood. Yen Xan's face turned incredibly pale. He had intended to teach that so-called champion newbie a lesson in front of everyone, yet he ended up being the one getting beaten and injured. Just what was that thing packing so much power? Are you all right, senior? A figure came beside Yen Xan, and it was none other than Yi Futian. Sincere concern was seen from his clear eyes. Was I going too far? Yi Futian added as Yen Xan continued his silent, I'm sorry, senior. Had I known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have used my full power. I'll go easier on you next time. PFFTT. Yen Xan spit up blood again, and his face turned even paler. Everyone around looked at Yi Futian, dumbfounded. Do you really have to add insult to injury? Just how shameless can you be? What will you have Yen Xan do from here on out? Get out of my sight, Yen Xan said coldly. Thank you, senior, Yi Futian said with his hands cupped before walking past him and adding in a low voice, How were you unable to take even one hit? Were you going easy on me? He walked in the direction of the sky-reaching tower as he finished, leaving everyone standing dumbfounded where they were. Everyone was speechless. Yen Xian was so enraged that he shook all over. Many looked at him with eyes full of sympathy. While it was a common occurrence for one to lose a battle, the humiliating loss, coupled with Yi Futian's words, made it unbearable for Yen Xian. You have great strength, so why be so despicable? Chapter 591. The sky-reaching tower glittered golden lights. Its golden dazzling sheen flowed from top to bottom and spread out to all corners. Yi Futian was able to feel the immense pressure bearing down on him by simply standing at the edge of its vicinity. It was especially so when the golden sheen passed by his body. It felt as if magnificent energies were wandering about him. The sky-reaching tower glittered golden lights. Its golden dazzling sheen flowed from top to bottom and spread out to all corners. Yi Futian was able to feel the immense pressure bearing down on him by simply standing at the edge of its vicinity. It was especially so when the golden sheen passed by his body. It felt as if magnificent energies were wandering about him. The law power zone consisted of ruins bearing powers of 6 elements, except for metal element. It was thought that metal element worked in synchronization with the tower, allowing one to develop comprehension of metal elemental will and temper one's body just by being around it. The base of the tower was open all day long. Every single door felt as if it were a cavern. A figure was seen standing right before Yi Futian, who smiled as Yi Futian walked in the tower's direction. Brother Qi Jie, Yi Futian called. You are quite something yourself, little brother. You'll be famous here soon enough, Qi Jie said with a smile, thinking that Yi Futian was indeed the champion of the law battles, bullying his seniors as soon as he made himself comfortable with the place and all. He used to hear that newbies were the ones being bullied. I'm afraid the correct word would be notorious instead. Yi Futian shrugged, not caring whether he was famous or notorious. He was new to the palace, and his plane was low. He joked around and used tricks to save himself from trouble. While many were dissatisfied as to how he behaved in his first ever battle inside the palace, there was hardly anyone who bothered trying to understand what he was going through. Having a noble at the top of her plane out for his head, and then being surrounded by a group of middle-grade nobles was no pleasant experience. He did not find it feasible to just protest the indignation he suffered and fight his way out to show how noble he was as a person. If he had lost that very first battle, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Despite having won his battle in the palace, he was humiliated all the same. His title as the champion was thought to be a joke of some kind. If whacking each and every one of those who bullied him had been a doable solution, he would not have bothered saying much to them. What mattered most to him at the moment was that he train and improve his powers. Reputation was hardly a concern in comparison. During his travels on the Holy Road and the battles for entry into the Holy Ji Palace, he had endured all sorts of humiliation. However, no one was able to say or do anything once he came out on top. If there were to be a day where he ranked first on the law rank and gained entry to the Sage Palace, there would be no place for anyone to doubt his abilities. Your reputation will improve when you are able to beat all of them. Qi Jie smiled and added, Oh right, that girl back then was Xiang Jiqin, a student of Sage Daozong. She has a high status, a princess of the Xiang Kingdom who emerged from State Road. Isn't she pretty? Yi Futian frowned at Qi Jie. Is this guy really a monk? Poison coated with sugar, I'd say. I have no care for external beauty anyway, Yi Futian said plainly. While Xiang Jiqin was indeed a beauty, he found her domineering personality repulsive. You will be good friends with the Buddha, little brother, Qi Jie said with a smile. So what are you doing here, senior? Yi Futian stepped into the tower. Intense and terrifying pressure was felt welling up from below. Yi Futian lifted his head to look at the top side of the tower while he was inside. There were 18 floors, and alcoves were found at the edge of every single floor. Many were seen sitting inside to train. The ones who are here most often are the people from the Battle Sage Palace, as this tower allows them to temper their physical bodies to further their martial arts, while at the same time train to develop their spiritual energies. There are 18 floors to the tower. How about you try and see how many floors you can go up? Qi Jia elaborated. Will do. Yi Futian nodded. Yu Sheng, Yi Shaoshi, and Yuan Zhan were all training on the floors above. Is the pressure at the top floor the strongest? He asked. Indeed. You'll understand once you've experienced it yourself. Students of the Battle Sage Palace are all required to make it to the 18th floor before their teachers impart arts of the highest level for tempering their bodies. Qi Jia explained. Understood, brother Qi Jia. I'll go train now. Yi Futian went straight for the first floor and found an empty spot. He sat down, and within mere moments, golden sheens slithered about his body. He came to feel as if he was shouldering a tower and felt overwhelmed. The golden sheen seemed to pack fearsome penetration powers, hitting his body and making him feel as if he was being beaten up. The tremendous pressure permeated every inch of his body, making him feel as if he was being squeezed all over. I didn't expect the pressure of the very first floor to be this strong, Yi Futian murmured to himself. After experiencing the pressure for some time, he went to the second floor, then the third, fourth, and so on. When he reached the 7th floor, he was able to feel terrifying forces bearing not just on his body, but also his mind. That feeling was indescribable. It was as if his very soul was being pressed down upon. Endless lights poured down, tearing away at both his body and soul. Within brief moments, Yi Futian felt as if he was riddled in holes, his muscles torn all over, and his bones shattered completely. He was able to endure the pain for 1 hour before he had to leave the 7th floor. His body felt as if it no longer belonged to him, as if his will was forcefully torn away from his body. I can't believe you, Sheng, actually made it to the 9th floor. Yi Futian looked up and saw both Yi Shaoshi and Yuan Zhan at the 8th floor, but they had been training there for some time which Yi Futian had been spending in that world of ice. After taking some rest, Yi Futian felt that his body was ready again. He then went up to the 7th floor, acclimatizing himself to the pressure. He felt as if something was calling out to him from within. Yet, at other times, shimmering lights permeating his body from top to bottom. It was like he was shouldering a tower. If one's body was weak, one could not withstand such pressure, and the same could be said if one's will was weak as well. After some time, a figure approached Yi Futian and said plainly, "Are you that champion who beat Yan Xan with one whack with the staff?" Just luck, and mostly thanks to the power of the ritual implement. Hardly worth mentioning. Yi Futian opened his eyes. The one before him was dumbfounded. It was rumored that Yi Futian was a vile creature, yet he behaved completely otherwise instead. Before the figure was able to say anything further, Yi Futian added, "I admit defeat." The figure stared at him stunned, before shaking their head and leaving with a smile. This is boring indeed. Throughout the days Yi Futian spent training in the tower, there were several people who came looking for him. He replied to them the same way he did the first person he spoke to in the tower. Yi Futian was no longer seen in the tower after a while, as he went to the Law Power Zone. It was as he expected. The reputation of the champion was not good within the palace. Contrary to his reputation, however, his rank on the law rank rose instead. He was then ranked 97th, right behind Yunfeng. Daozong Palace, the Holy Ji Palace. Many students came before the majestic ancient temple. The proud students of the Daozong Palace all stopped training and returned to the palace itself. Sage Daozong personally lecturing that day to answer questions of the ones studying in the Daozong Palace and to impart ways to train. It was a rare opportunity, something that only happened several times a year. It was only natural for the students of Daozong Palace to cherish such rare events. Furthermore, Sage Daozong was the one to give the most number of lectures out of all the lords from the 6 palaces and pavilions, and the students of Daozong Palace were also the most numerous. Hundreds flocked to the majestic ancient temple, and things looked marvelous. There were also students from other pavilions and palaces to join the lecture. Daozong Palace did not mind their presence, as all members of the Holy Ji Palace were welcomed. There were 2 figures seated on their cushions, silently. The 2 came earlier, and as such, were able to sit at the fore. Most looked at them with eyes of adoration. Those 2 were none other than the new students of the Daozong Palace, Hua, Jiu, and Phoenix. Both figures shared 2 things in common. Both were hard-working in their training, and both looked stunning. While Daozong Palace had always been known for their number of beauties, there were not many. There were 4 top-class beauties among the ones personally taught by the palace lord. Other than the 2 newbies, there were also Yin Shuisheng and Xiang Jiqin. Of the 4, Huaji was most deemed the most perfect, for behaving like a fairy and seeming to embody all that was beautiful about the world. Phoenix exuded extraordinary elegance, as if she was not of this world, clean and free from all that was unsightly about the world. Yun Shuisheng was the cool beauty of the palace, and also one deemed to be worshipped. Xiang Jiqin was beautiful and elegant, with looks on par with the other 3. Most deemed the 4 to be the most beautiful sight the Daozong Palace had to offer. As such, it was a tremendously beautiful thing for all 4 of them to be present at one place. There was also one spot flocked to by many. A figure was seen sitting there and painting earnestly a figure named Yunfeng. He drew very slowly and spared glances at the 2 figures in front of him occasionally. Many surrounded him and watched the 2 he was drawing come to life on paper. He was only drawing their faces from the side, but it proved more than enough to tug the heartstrings of many. The painting seems to be imbued with the natural prowess of the gods, and it looks like a dream. Yun Feng's mastery of the arts is indeed impeccable, and he will become yet another famous painter one day. Yun Sheng, rumor has it that you already have Sister Yun and Sister Xiang in your paintings. Are you adding the painting of Hua, Jiu, and Phoenix to your collection as well? Someone asked with a smile from the side. They are both angels in the mortal world. If I would have them both in painting, they would become even more perfect, free from all forms of dirt from the mortal world. Yun Feng answered with a smile. He put his brush down and looked at his work, finding it satisfactory. Is that dirt you mentioned referring to Yi Futian? Someone else asked. Yun Feng stayed silent, but seemed to have admitted to it nonetheless. Someone cast their gaze to the side. Yun Shuisheng was seen there as well, looking pure and stunning. They found it hard to believe that such a woman had been defiled by Yi Futian. They came to know what Hua Ji looked like, and that she was indeed one of the top beauties in Daozong Palace. They were unable to believe Yi Futian would defile Sister Yun despite having one such girlfriend himself. It was only natural that students of Daozong Palace had a very low opinion of him. That guy is simply lower than trash. How can he do such a thing to Sister Yun? How could he when he has a girlfriend like Hua Jiu? Hua Jiu was seen standing up slowly at that very moment before turning around and walking in Yun Feng's direction. Her eyes fell onto the painting, and she asked, "Do you mind destroying it?" "How could I possibly destroy such a masterpiece?" Yun Feng answered. Hua Jiu spared a glance at him and added, "Allow me, then." She fixed her gaze on the painting. Flames jumped on the paper in mere moments, burning it to nothing. Many turned to look at Hua Jiu. She really gives respect to no one indeed. Yun Feng was still considered famous in Daozong Palace, and his seniors were good friends with sage Daozong himself. Do you really have to go this far? Even if you destroy it, what makes you think I wouldn't just paint another one? Yun Feng asked Hua Jiu with a smile. I'll destroy however many you paint. Hua Jiu looked at Yun Feng, yet her smiling eyes carried a tinge of coldness. It was obvious that she minded his actions a lot, and it displeased her immensely. Yun Feng looked at Hua Jiu and recalled a young man he saw on the law rank. Is it because of Yi Futian? Do you really have to, little sister? Xiang Zhiqin walked in their direction and turned her eyes to Hua Jiu. While that person has immense talent, he has little to offer in the way of propriety. He is little more than a despicable mongrel, and definitely not one to be bothered with. That has nothing to do with you. Hua Jiu turned to look at Xiang Zhiqin, and her expression turned fierce and unwavering. Throughout the days she spent training in Daozong Palace and Solace, she heard many bad things about Yi Futian. While gossip was indeed a fearful thing, one had no control over what others talked about. However, she was not about to tolerate others doing the same right in front of her, whoever they may have been. Sparks flew between the two as they locked their eyes at each other in such a sacred place. Chapter 592. Everyone at the Daozong Palace wore tense expressions on their faces. Two beauties of the Daozong Palace were actually at odds with each other over what Yi Futian had said. Everyone at the Daozong Palace wore tense expressions on their faces. Two beauties of the Daozong Palace were actually at odds with each other over what Yi Futian had said. Many were actually a little envious of Yi Futian, who had ranked first in the law battle and had garnered a bad reputation for himself. It made people somewhat jealous to see how protective Hua Jiu was over him. But Yi Futian had also been that beast who had insulted older sister Yin. Younger sister, Zhiqin only meant you well. Why act this way? Yun Feng piped up from the side, breaking the tension between the two. Xiang Zhiqin smiled snidely. Since Hua Jiu liked Yi Futian, there was nothing she could do about it anyway. I just feel sorry for you, younger sister, Xiang Zhiqin spoke calmly. Insulting older sister Yin, launching a sneak attack during someone else's challenge. With such behavior, it's better that you take note of it in future, younger sister. Hua Jiu looked at Xiang Zhiqin. There had been much discussion over Yi Futian in the Daozong Palace. Having paid attention to what was being said about him, Hua Jiu was not surprised by what Xiang Zhiqin had just said. Hua Jiu walked over to Yun Shuisheng. Looking down at her, she spoke, Older sister Yin, I don't know what caused the misunderstanding between the two of you, but I hope you can understand how he might feel being hunted down by a senior of your cultivations and plane. If he has done anything to offend you, I apologize on his behalf and ask for your forgiveness. But I assure you he is definitely not what you think he is. Older sister. Yun Shuisheng looked up at the startlingly beautiful face. She had been training in seclusion at the cold pond all this while and had no idea what was happening in the outside world. It was only after returning to the Daozong Palace that she learned that the man who had belittled her was actually the top disciple amongst those who had just entered the palace. Furthermore, she was shocked upon hearing that Hua Jiu was his girlfriend, and it hit her that the events of that day might have indeed been a misunderstanding. But even if it was a misunderstanding, it was insulting to have been embraced by a man like that. That was why she had persistently pursued Yi Futian the other day. Thinking about that incident made feelings of indignation rise in her. But as Yi Futian was a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace, after all, there was nothing she could really do to him anyway. Besides, Hua Ji was a junior of hers too. As such, Yun Shuisheng replied, If he can make a public apology to clear the air, I'll let this incident go. Thank you, older sister. Hua Ji smiled at Yun Shuisheng before her gaze turned once again to Xiang Zhiqin. As for those supposed challenges, the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are all amazing characters in their own right. If a group of people of a high plane was to surround a grade 9 noble who had just entered the palace, demand that he entertains their challenges, and smear doubt over the integrity of his conduct, then I think those people should reflect on their own behavior first. That's enough, a calm voice rang out. The owner of the voice sat quietly on a praying mat before them. He was clothed in white robes that billowed onto the floor, with a guqin in front of him. Just the outline of his figure alone belied an incredible aura that was like none other. You're new to the palace, younger sister, So perhaps you're not too aware of the culture here, the man said. He turned to the side and said, just as you've said, the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are all amazing in their own right. That's why it isn't that much of a humiliation to lose in a normal challenge due to being of a lower plane. One can always train and participate in a rematch. In a way, this is how disciples of the palace motivate each other to train harder. Everyone who has entered the palace, even those at the top of the ranks, have all been met with similar setbacks before. Yi Futian's actions are understandable, but as the top disciple amongst the newcomers, and as one whose name entered the law rank upon entering the palace, he's seen as someone special. As such, people will naturally be more critical towards whatever he does. Ji Qin was speaking out of good intentions. The man's voice was gentle, and there seemed to be a mystical quality to it that made his words especially convincing. As for Ji Qin, he continued, some of the things she said were indeed out of line. Let's not pursue this matter any further. Many of the Daozong Palace disciples were gazing at the figure. His face was turned to the side as he continued, staring ahead. Since Senior has spoken, I will speak no further, Xiang Jiqin responded. Hua Jiyu threw a glance. She was still somewhat unhappy, but she did not put up any further resistance and returned to her own seat. There was nothing she could do to change the thoughts of others, but time would reveal all. Older brother Lien really is outstanding. People commented as they looked over at the man who had spoken. That man was Lien Yuqing, a musical sorcerer who was the successor that would inherit the Guqin techniques. He was the strongest among the nobles in the Daozong Palace and was ranked 5th in the law rank. Both Lien Yuqing and Yun Shuixing were two of the strongest nobles in the Daozong Palace. Many people knew that Lien Yuqing's goal was to catch up with Bai Luli, who was 10th in the Baron Sky ranking. As much as the law rank was nicknamed the Mini Baron Sky ranking, in reality, there was still a huge gap in the abilities of those in the different rankings. Suddenly, several people could be seen walking towards everyone from afar. Instantly, the disciples got up in a flurry and bowed. The man at the head of the party was Sage Daozong himself. He was the sole reason why hundreds of disciples had gathered here. They were all here to learn from him. Sage Daozong's knowledge was vast, and of the 6 palace lords, he was the most well-rounded. As such, many cultivators of different professions were willing to learn from him. These included people like musical sorcerers and painters, among many others. Under the guidance of Sage Daozong, they could ask him questions they had during the cultivation process and seek clarity through his answers. Completely unaware of the conflict happening within the Daozong Palace, Yi Futian was still intent on training in the law power zone of the Holy Ji Palace. A canyon lay along the southern area of the law power zone. The canyon brimmed with a frightening dark gray energy, which turned out to be a hurricane that tore apart everything within range. This area was an incredibly barren one, and it seemed as if the vast raging hurricane was in the canyon. At this very moment, a person sat cross-legged in the midst of the hurricane, allowing the roaring winds to slice across his body, tearing his top and slashing through his flesh like unforgivingly sharp blades. His body was riddled with thread-thin, bloody cuts left by the winds, and traces of wounds that had been healed over could be seen as well. Yi Futian had truly experienced the savage violence of the hurricane within this area. Wind intent at its mightiest manifested in a powerful attacking force that was like a blade, stabbing at every part of Yi Futian it could reach and harboring an intense energy that tore apart everything in its way. After a long while, Yi Futian stood up and began walking deeper into the canyon. A month later, Yi Futian appeared within the Earth area that was located in the eastern part of the Law Power Zone. 3 months after that, he set foot into the destructive lightning area, which was also in the same eastern part of the zone. Time flew by in a haze. Spring changed into summer, then into autumn, and in the blink of an eye, it was the end of autumn already. The fire area was a world consumed by flames, emanating frightening, destructive energy. Waves of fire currents surged towards Yi Futian and seeped into his body. The flames of this area were incredibly powerful, and the fire currents that had entered Yi Futian's body felt as though they were about to consume everything in their path. Where Yi Futian stood, all was barren and lifeless, having been destroyed by the flames. But one occasionally saw a few cultivators who had come here to train as well. This place looks like a mountain range that has been burned to ashes, Yi Futian thought to himself as he walked towards the center of the fire area. Fire currents that were even more powerful than before came rushing towards him, invading his body and even worming into Yi Futian's mind in an attempt to burn away his will. A rustling sound came from within Yi Futian's life palace. Jade green light flowed along the surface of his body, swallowing up the fire currents that passed through his body bit by bit. Within his life palace, these flame currents shot straight for the world tree life spirit and attached themselves to it in an aggressive attempt to incinerate the life spirit. Come. Just then, a mystical voice rang out inside Yi Futian's head. There seemed to be a special magical quality to the voice as it summoned him. What's that sound? Yi Futian's expression changed. He continued walking, stepping through the sea of flames. A mountain lay ahead, and it seemed like the voice was coming from there. Come over here! That same mystical voice rang out again, guiding him forward. Yi Futian gradually neared the mountain, and the power of the flames grew stronger as well. Don't go any further if you value your life, someone warned from afar, opening their eyes to shoot Yi Futian a calm glance. Yi Futian stopped and turned to look at them, but at that moment a loud bang was heard, and the mountain seemed to have been blown apart. Yi Futian turned his gaze back to see a gigantic, divine firebird before him. That divine firebird had 3 feet and was as dazzling as the sun itself. It was a divine bird of the sun, the 3-legged golden raven. A streak of fire current energy shot viciously towards Yi Futian. He retreated in a flash, only to feel several 3-legged golden raven shadows rush into his mind in a bid to incinerate him. Using the holy will, Yi Futian kept his will intact and retreated far away before he looked forward again. The mountain was actually a massive matrix, and it was glowing blindingly bright now. The 3-legged golden raven charged again with a roar, but it was sealed by the matrix and could not go any further. It's no wonder that these flames are so wild, given that they were generated because of this 3-legged golden raven. It would be good if I could consume a demonic beast of this level in future, Yi Futian thought to himself. It seemed like he had gotten into some sort of bad habit at the cottage. Yi Futian then thanked the person who had spoken for the reminder. The person did not reply, closing his eyes to continue training. Yi Futian was not bothered by this, and he trained here for a period of time before leaving the place. When Yi Futian returned to the sky-reaching tower once more, Yushan had already entered the 10th level of the tower already. Yi Futian directly entered the 9th level and endured the incredibly mighty pressure present there. As of now, he had already broken through to a higher plane in terms of sorcery and was nearing the threshold of the next plane in terms of martial arts. After 7 days in the 9th level of the sky-reaching tower, a cracking sound came from Yi Futian's body. A roar emanated from within his body, and something seemed to shift about him. Around Yi Futian, an even more powerful streak of martial will glowed. At this moment, Yi Futian had progressed into the 8th grade of the noble plane in terms of martial arts and sorcery. He took in a deep breath before he walked down the tower and exited. Now that Yi Futian had made a breakthrough in his cultivation and had become a grade 8 noble, he could afford to take a 2-day break. He was going to head to the Daozong Palace to see how Ji was doing with her own training. Cultivation really is time-consuming. So much time has actually passed. Yi Futian smiled wryly. As one transcended into the higher planes, it took longer to grow one's abilities and break into the next plane. On the way there, many people recognized Yi Futian and looked at him with some interest. This was the newbie who entered the Holy Ji Palace after emerging as the top disciple from the law battle and had immediately raised a furor, attracting a terrible reputation for himself. He had disappeared for months after that, though it was unknown whether or not that was an intentional move to escape the rumors. And now Yi Futian was back. According to rumors, his girlfriend Hua Ju had gotten into a conflict with many people at the Daozong Palace, and it was all because of him. Chapter 593. Hundreds of disciples gathered at the sacred ancient temple within the Daozong Palace. Sitting on praying mats, they listened quietly to sage Daozong as he explained the ways of cultivation. Occasionally, someone would raise a question they had. Hundreds of disciples gathered at the sacred ancient temple within the Daozong Palace. Sitting on praying mats, they listened quietly to sage Daozong as he explained the ways of cultivation. Occasionally, someone would raise a question they had. Today was coincidentally the day that sage Daozong gave a lecture. This was the second time this year he was doing it. By now, it was the end of autumn, and there was only one season left before the year ended. As such, it was imperative that one made good use of the remaining time to train as much as they could. At the Holy Ji Palace, it was possible that someone could make a sudden debut at the end of the year and bring about great changes to the law rank. However, it seemed unlikely that anyone within this most recent batch of disciples would stir up that sort of excitement. Yi Futian was the only new disciple whose name had been entered into the law rank, and he was only 97th place within the rankings. After that, he had disappeared completely, gone off somewhere unknown to train his abilities. Yi Futian climbed the stairs to get to the temple, keeping his footsteps light so as to not disrupt the sage's lecture. He threw the crowd a glance, and scanning through the hundreds of disciples present, his gaze landed on Huajiu, who sat at the front. It seemed that she had been one of the earliest to come to the temple in order to snag a front-row seat. She was training hard indeed. The speakers who lectured at the Holy Ji Palace were not too bothered about disciples from other palaces coming to listen. They were generous in that they did not restrict access to the knowledge they were imparting. Yi Futian sat quietly at the back, preparing to listen quietly for a while. Though Yi Futian had been a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace for quite some time by now, he had been busy with training all this while. He was a disciple of the Battle Sage Palace, but other than the time he set foot there on his first day at the Holy Ji Palace, he had not gone back since then. Yi Futian felt a little guilty. He hadn't even gone to see that teacher of his yet, but it was good that he had come to listen to sage Daozong give a lecture now. When cultivating, most people seek out high-level techniques and powerful spells, but they often neglect the most basic training. Sage Daozong's voice rang across the room as Yi Futian sat there, listening intently. Sage Daozong continued speaking, his voice calm. Many of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples are incredible characters in their own right. Most are ambitious, and thus intend to learn such techniques and spells. I surmise that there are some who resent me for not imparting powerful techniques and spells. And yet, he continued, the question cultivators usually neglect is, how do two cultivators of the same plane differ so much in ability? For example, disciples of the Holy Ji Palace will always be stronger than ordinary people in the outside world, but those in the law rank completely outshine ordinary disciples of the palace. Is this really a matter of how powerful the techniques and spells one knows is? Many disciples of the palace are incredible in their own right. They definitely have no problems in technique training. The sage carried on. When we started training in our youth, perhaps our seniors had us focus more on basics, like the ability to perceive spiritual qi and our elemental spiritual qi abilities. As time passes, we forget about these things. Yet, even at the noble plane, what is required from us is no different from when we were at the start. Even at the same plane, different people can use the same spell to different effect. Why is this so? Someone answered him, some people have stronger spiritual will than others, so there will naturally be a difference in the power of the spell cast. That's right. The sage nodded slightly. It's the same even at the noble plane. What decides the strength of the spell is ultimately still your basics, like how much worldly spiritual chi you can activate to resonate with you and combine into a spell. And all this originates from your own mastery over spiritual energy still. A mark of being at the noble plane is possessing noble will. Spells are but spiritual will. For martial arts cultivators, it's martial will. This all sounds a little abstract. I prefer to imagine them as domains. The cultivations of a sorcerer lie within the domain of spiritual energy, the form in which your spiritual energy manifests to negotiate the worldly spiritual chi of this domain determines the strength and speed of your spell. The effects of even the simplest spell can be maximized in the hands of someone powerful enough to exercise it effectively within the domain of spiritual energy, Sage Daozong declared, and at his words, frightening energy manifested in the room. In the next moment, everyone was transported into an illusion. The world was now consumed by flames. Currents of air flowed through the space, and terrifying fireballs appeared in the sky, descending towards the earth like suns. Many people looked to the sky in shock. They felt as though their bodies were about to be burned up. Then the suns disappeared in midair, and everything returned to normal. "Was that a fireball spell?" someone asked weakly. "Yes. It was a beginner fire elemental spell, the lowest level fireball spell there is," Sage Daozong replied, nodding. "Even when it comes to the same fire element, everyone has a different perception of fire intent, which determines the power of their spell. So, when it comes to training, before you stubbornly focus your attention on powerful techniques and spells, find a way to build up your spiritual energy domain to the best it can be. Then you'll be able to activate stronger worldly spiritual chi for your own use during battle. That's all there is to martial arts." Many people were listening intently to Sage Daozong's words and taking them to heart. Yi Futian nodded at his words, though the sage was talking about very simple concepts. But normally, not everyone took these concepts seriously. Now that Sage Daozong had pointed these concepts out again, these people would begin to pay them more attention in the future. Back then at the cottage, his teacher had made him learn various kinds of spells and know them by heart. In a way, it was to achieve the same purpose. After you've passed this level, move on to the next one, the sage advised. Use your own perception in the different domains of spiritual will to transcend into yet another domain and attain the power generated from a new spiritual energy domain. Then, use that power to modify spells and even create stronger spells. Some top-notch spells and martial arts techniques are created from the combination of various elemental abilities, and the results are powerful. Of course, this would require cultivators of a high caliber to achieve, and this is what separates the prodigies from mere geniuses. However, there are more people out there who like things ready-made, like you all. It would be nice to just take something as it is to learn, right? Many people laughed at Sage Daozong's words. Indeed, this was what the majority of the crowd was thinking, even the geniuses and the prodigies themselves. "All right, we'll stop here for today," Sage Daozong concluded and stood up, looking at the audience before him. Without question, he saw Yi Futian. With the sage's plane, he had been alerted to Yi Futian's presence when he arrived. With a soft chuckle, Sage Daozong turned to leave. The many disciples in the audience stood up as well. Some were discussing the lecture, internalizing what they had just learned. Every time Sage Daozong gave a lecture, it was always a fruitful learning experience, with many things to become aware of. "Jiu!" Yi Futian called out to her mentally. "Hua?" Jiu was taken aback before she stood up to look behind her. Upon seeing Yi Futian, a brilliant smile appeared on her face, dazzling those around her. They then saw Hua Ji walking quickly and lightly in that direction, pretty as a young fairy. Many eyes followed her as she walked forward, before they realized that Yi Futian was there. Some people recognized Yi Futian, and their expressions darkened. How dare Yi Futian step into the Daozong Palace? Yun Shuixing was here, and even though Hua Jiu had spoken up for Yi Futian the other day, he hadn't actually apologized to Yun Shuixing yet. "Why are you here at the Daozong Palace?" Hua Jiu walked up to him and stretched out her hand. Yi Futian took her dainty hand in his and whispered, "I missed you." "Me too," Hua Jiu whispered back, just as quietly. However, those who were intentionally eavesdropping heard their exchange. They thought about the rumors that surrounded Yi Futian, and their hearts ached even further. Yi Futian had behaved inappropriately towards older sister Yin, and now he even had the cheek to enter the Holy Ji Palace and hold Hua Jiu's hand, acting all intimate. "Oh, yeah, about what you did to older sister Yun back then. Do you want to apologize to her?" She said she wouldn't pursue this matter any further. Hua Jiu asked Yi Futian, remembering the previous incident. Yun Shuixing, who was in the crowd, turned to look at Yi Futian as well. The people in between them then quickly dispersed, allowing Yun Shuixing and Yi Futian to look directly at each other. "She should be the one apologizing to me," Yi Futian said grumpily, recalling the memory of that incident. Looking at how intimate Yi Futian and Hua Jiu were, Yun Shuixing understood that everything that had happened that day had been a misunderstanding. As such, if Yi Futian was willing to personally clarify his side of the story and apologize to her, then she would have been ready to just let it go. But witnessing Yi Futian's remorseless expression and words made her eyes darken again at how much of an asshole he was. Yi Futian had interrupted Yun Shuixing training and forcibly taken her away, and now she was to apologize to him? What an arrogant guy, many people thought to themselves. A chill settled upon the space, and Hua Jiu moved to block Yi Futian from Yun Shuixing. "Older sister Yun, let me persuade him." Hua Jiu's pretty gaze flicked over to Yi Futian, wondering just what he was doing. She was annoyed that he couldn't just give in for once. Older sister Yin was a pretty girl. After all, it couldn't hurt to give in to her. Don't you like pretty girls? Why can't you just give in this time? Hua Jiu asked Yi Futian mentally, staring at him. Yi Futian was surprised. Upon seeing the angst in Hua Jiu's eyes, he understood that Hua Jiu was only acting in his best interests. "Fine," he thought, "but only because you asked. I warned you in the past, and yet I got insulted by you. Now you can see it for yourself. Whatever happens between the two of you is none of my business indeed." But the Daozong Palace cannot just ignore what happened to older sister Yin. A voice rang out from beside them. It was Xiang Zhiqin, who was staring coldly at Yi Futian as she spoke. "We let you off the last time for insulting older sister Yin. Now that you've entered the Daozong Palace, you should apologize to her. And I've said this before as well. What does this have to do with you?" Hua Jiu shot Xiang Zhiqin a cold stare. Xiang Zhiqin looked at Hua Jiu once again. It was also after one of Sage Daozong's lectures that she had spoken out of good intentions, only to be insulted by Hua Jiu. Even older brother Lian Yuqing had stepped in personally, which prompted her to leave things be and not say anything more. Now it had happened again. "On the account of you having just entered the palace and being my junior, I didn't argue further with you last time. Now, I'm pointing out how he has insulted older sister Yin. Who are you to say anything about this?" Xiang Zhiqin stared at Hua Jiu. Months had passed since the last incident, but now, two beautiful women stood before the sacred ancient temple once again, facing each other in a standoff. Yi Futian's eyebrows creased, and his eyes were cold. Hua Jiu apparently had to endure bullying within the Daozong Palace. Chapter 594. Xiang Zhiqin mentioned having let Jiu off the previous time. Evidently, this was not the first time this sort of thing had happened. Xiang Zhiqin was a grade 5 noble. Against her, Jiu was at an obvious disadvantage. Xiang Zhiqin mentioned having let Jiu off the previous time. Evidently, this was not the first time this sort of thing had happened. Xiang Zhiqin was a grade 5 noble. Against her, Jiu was at an obvious disadvantage. It looked like there really was a tradition of newcomers being hazed at the Holy Ji Palace. May I ask what your relation to Yun Shuixing is? Walking to Hua Jiu's side and taking her hand, Yi Futian looked over to Xiang Zhiqin and asked. Xiang Zhiqin shot Yi Futian a glance. She's my senior. Oh, Yi Futian nodded. Jiu is my girlfriend. If you, a mere junior, can meddle with what happened between me and Yun Shuixing, then why can't Jiu speak up for me? Are you an idiot? Yi Futian shot at Xiang Zhiqin. Everyone's stares hardened. Yi Futian's words seemed to make some sense. However, in the world of cultivation, it was only one thing to make sense. If Hua Jiu's plane was higher than Xiang Zhiqin's, then she could have said anything she wanted to, and Xiang Zhiqin would not have dared to do anything about it. However, the situation was that Yi Futian and Hua Jiu were the weaker ones in this equation. Of course she can, Xiang Zhiqin sneered. If she even wants to battle on your behalf today, that's fine too. So, in the end, you're just lording your seniority over us. Yi Futian chuckled. Well then, let's settle things one by one. As he spoke, he walked towards Yun Shuixing. The people who had gathered close by dispersed, watching Yi Futian. They were wondering what he was going to do. News of how he had insulted Yun Shuixing had spread through the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian approached Yun Shuixing, and her cool gaze flickered towards him before he said, Let me resolve what happened between the two of us. The misunderstanding from before was my fault from the start. I take responsibility for it, but it was a genuine mistake on my part as well. If you think I did it intentionally, then there isn't much point to an apology. You can do as you like, then. Yun Shuixing looked into Yi Futian's eyes. His gaze was clear and devoid of any frivolity. His expression made it easy for one to believe his words. I believe you, Yun Shuixing replied. That would make things easier, Yi Futian said. When you woke up, I told you it was a misunderstanding and tried to explain. If you had let me do so then, there would have been no problem. Instead, you attacked me immediately without even hearing me out, and even said you were going to kill me. Who would have been able to stand that? Furthermore, you chased me all the way to the sky-reaching tower, and even wanted to take me away. Many people tried to make me stay then, but how could I be blamed for acting in self-defense? How would I dare to leave with you under that sort of situation? Yun Shuixing did not say anything in response. I understand where you are coming from, Yi Futian continued, but I hope you can do the same for me too. Whether or not what happened at the cold lake was a misunderstanding, it was my fault. I apologize for what I said at the sky-reaching tower, as well it was uncalled for. It isn't that I am scared of you. I just don't see the need to continuously harp on such a trivial matter, to the point where it even implicates my significant other. You are free to do whatever you want when it comes to me in the future. I'll accept it. But this is purely between the two of us. It has nothing to do with Jiu, nor does it have anything to do with the Daozong Palace. After speaking his mind, Yi Futian then turned to leave. Watching him walk away, Yun Shuixing spoke up as well. Let's put this matter to rest then. Yi Futian stopped at her words and smiled. Then he continued walking forward and approached Xiang Zhiqin. Now that things between me and Yun Shuixing have been cleared up, it's time to settle things between us. You've meddled in our affairs twice by this point, once at the sky-reaching tower, and right now at the Daozong Palace. You're even going as far as to bully my girlfriend. Tell me, how should we settle this? Older sister Yun may have forgiven you, but you're still a despicable man. Sneaking up on Wang Yu, insulting older sister Yun. You're in the law rank, yet you choose to lose by default in order to avoid battles. You seem to not know what shame is. Xiang Zhiqin glared at Yi Futian. She had been taken aback by his question. How did he intend to settle this then? I entered the Holy Ji Palace to train, not to play these silly games with all of you and participate in meaningless challenges. Furthermore, you do things like issuing challenges to those of a lower plane than you, and then forcing them to accept it, or imposing your own views on other people. Then you even crow about it like it's something to be proud of. Maybe it's because you've been spoilt rotten as the princess of the Xiang kingdom. That's why you like to force your self-centered beliefs onto others and believe this is something that is natural and acceptable. Yi Futian shot Xiang Zhiqin a cold glance and said, "Didn't anyone ever tell you that you were being a bitch?" Upon Yi Futian's words, everyone froze and stared at them. If what Yi Futian had said to Yin Shuixing earlier had carried hints of an insult, then this was full-out humiliation. Yi Futian had entered the Daozong Palace and humiliated Xiang Zhiqin in front of everyone. Xiang Zhiqin's expression changed in an instant. She was at a loss at what had just happened. This was the first time anyone had dared to describe her in such insulting terms. The immense pressure of a grade 5 noble began to spread across the space. Xiang Zhiqin's long hair fluttered in the wind. An elegance of her demeanor was undercut by a cold rage. Everyone present could sense that Xiang Zhiqin had been genuinely angered by Yi Futian's words. At this moment, a man in white robes strode into view. People gave way to him and stared at the figure walking towards Yi Futian and Xiang Zhiqin. It was Lian Yuqing, a disciple of the Daozong Palace and 5th in the law rank. Lian Yuqing had a guqin in his hands and was charming in his long white robes that went all the way to the floor. Looking at Yi Futian, he spoke. "They say you shouldn't believe everything that you hear. I've heard rumors in the Daozong Palace that the disciple who placed first in the law battle this year was a despicable and shameless person. I always thought that might be an exaggeration, and seeing you come here to the Daozong Palace to apologize to Yun Shuixing and put this matter to rest made me believe in my own judgment even more. Since you placed first in the law battle, perhaps you might have some flaws, but not to the extent that it is unacceptable. But now I've realized that I may have been wrong in my judgment this time. Using such a term to insult a peer, and a lady at that, I'm extremely disappointed in you," Lian Yuqing continued. He had entered the holy Ji Palace 6 years ago. In his year, he had placed 3rd in the law battle, and the 2 people above him were now 1st and 2nd in the law rank. They were all top-notch individuals. Those who had come on top in the law battle 3 years back were now incredibly well known in the Holy Ji Palace as well. And Yi Futian was the top disciple in this year's law battle. According to precedents, Yi Futian was set to have illustrious achievements and enter the law rank sooner or later. However, his behavior really was quite unacceptable. Yi Futian looked over at Lian Yuqing. With a guqin in his hands, he really was a charming-looking man. Judging by the other disciples' attitude towards Lian Yuqing, though Yi Futian had no idea who he was, he surmised that he probably was held in high regard at the Daozong Palace. However, what did all that have anything to do with him? Am I supposed to care whether or not you're disappointed? Yi Futian shot Lian Yuqing a cold glance. Anyone could stand at a distance and take the moral high ground over something that wasn't their business. Ever since Yi Futian entered the Holy Ji Palace, he had never spoken kindly to anyone. The disciples of the palace were all talents hailed by the people, and all of them were exceedingly arrogant as well. He had wanted to train in peace, but all sorts of troublesome things kept happening to him. Outside the sky-reaching tower, Xiang Zhiqin had ordered people to surround Yi Futian and forced him to choose one of them to challenge. If he lost the battle, then he would not be allowed to leave easily. If Yi Futian had not defeated his opponent that day, who knew what sort of humiliation he would have been forced to face? Today at the Daozong Palace, Yi Futian had only planned to come see Jiyu, quietly listen to Sage Daozong's lecture for a while, then leave with Jiyu. And yet, Xiang Zhiqin had jumped on him again. Furthermore, it seemed like he wasn't her only target. Hua Jiu seemed to have been bullied by her as well, and that Yi Futian could not tolerate. The atmosphere became tense again. No one could believe that Yi Futian had actually dared to talk back to older brother Lian, who was 5th in the law rank. older brother Lian in the Daozong Palace, Xiang Zhiqin throws around insults like shameless and despicable on a regular basis when it comes to describing Futian. Even today, in front of everyone, she's talking about him in the exact same way. If she can insult him, why is he not allowed to respond? Hua Jiu stared at Lian Yuqing, her tone frosty. As a man and the top disciple to emerge from the law battle, it is only right that he is gracious to others, Lian Yuqing replied, looking at Hua Jiu. You may be fifth in the law rank, but it appears that there isn't much difference between the character of you and Xiang Zhiqin. Hua Jiu spoke coldly. Lian Yuqing's gaze flicked back to Hua Jiu, only to see Futian holding Hua Jiu's hand. There really was no point in trying to reason with these people. Since you all like to force people to accept these supposed challenges so much and expect graciousness from them, then let me see just how gracious all of you people at the Daozong Palace are. Yi Futian looked around at the crowd. I'm Yi Futian, a grade 8 noble. If anyone wants a challenge, I'll gladly accept. Since everyone was quibbling over graciousness, Yi Futian announced his plane to everyone up front. He was going to see if those of a higher plane would be so shameless as to attack him still. Xiang Zhiqin took a step forward before a voice rang out, Zhiqin. Everyone's gaze snapped over to the person who had spoken. It was Yun Feng who walked out and said, I don't agree with this person's behavior as well. Since I'm closer to him in terms of ranking, let me take this battle instead. In the law rank, Yun Feng was in the 96th place, while Yi Futian was in the 97th. Previously, Yun Feng had claimed before the law rank that this year's entry battle could be a flop. Evidently, he believed that if he had not entered the palace directly last year and entered the law battle instead, he would have been the most dazzling individual. Younger sister, Lian Yuqing said, Yun Feng is a grade 6 noble. He's perfect for this. Yi Futian has defeated challengers 2 planes above him to become the champion of the law battle. And furthermore, your rankings in the law rank are close to each other. A challenge like this will not be seen as bullying. Xiang Zhiqin nodded, slightly in agreement. Her expression was still cold as she turned to glare at Yi Futian. She had never been insulted like that before. Yun Feng walked forward, and the people around him scrambled to make way for him. Yi Futian nodded at Hua Jiu, and she retreated as well. The two were to battle on this sacred learning ground. Yun Feng was very young, and he was fair and handsome. Smiling at Yi Futian, he announced, I'm Yun Feng, a grade 6 noble. I am a painter. Upon finishing his words, a dazzling light shone from behind him, and instantly, paintings flew out all around him. It was as if millions of paintings were suspended in the air, with each painting containing immense power within. Yi Futian looked at Yun Feng. Yun Feng's life spirit was similar to that of Yi Futian's 4th older brother's million treasure books. It was very interesting. Looking at the various paintings, Yi Futian's expression suddenly changed. One of the scrolls had an image carved into it. It was a painting of Hua Jiu. Yun Feng. Hua Jiu's expression changed as well. Currents of energy rolled off her body, and her eyes were cold. Please don't take offense, younger sister. You burnt my scrolls previously when I was painting, after all. But this has always been the way of my training. I will incorporate everything that is beautiful and good in this world into my paintings. It is not to target you. I hope you can understand, Yun Feng explained. There were all sorts of painting scrolls behind him, containing images of people, demonic monsters, ritual implements, and many more. Hua Jiu's face was pale, and she looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's expression was equally cold. Suddenly, he rose up into the sky, moving out of the Daozong Palace. Everyone was stunned. Yun Feng followed after him, asking, What is the meaning of this? We'll settle this at the law battle platform, Yi Futian replied coldly. After seeing that painting, he had decided to not battle at the Daozong Palace. Chapter 595. Yi Futian soared through the air above the Daozong pavilion. Yun Feng chased after him. Yi Futian soared through the air above the Daozong pavilion. Yun Feng chased after him. Everyone looked at the two figures, something odd flashing past their eyes. Then they shot into the sky too and went over towards the battle area. Even Yun Shuisheng went forward after a moment of hesitation. He wanted to see too. The big group soared through the sky. Many people cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace were shocked when seeing the sight in the air. Was something big happening? Some unrelated people also joined them, making the camp bigger and bigger. Right now, many people were already gathered at the battle area. Just then, many looked up. They saw a group in the air, charging towards the battle platform. Someone will engage in battle. Everyone's eyes flashed. They stepped toward the battle platform. They wondered who would be fighting that would cause such a commotion. That's Yun Feng. He's 96th on the law rank. He's the descendant of the craftsman. The craftsman is good friends with Sage Daozong. Last year, he sent Yun Feng to cultivate under Sage Daozong. His cultivation isn't exactly high in the Holy Ji Palace, but he's very talented. He has the potential to reach the top of the rank. Who's in front of him? Someone asked while walking. Yi Futian, 97th of the law rank. He was number 1 in the entrance battle at the start of the year. Some people's eyes glinted. They looked at the two figures with interest. It would be interesting if two strong cultivators from the rank would fight a law battle. I heard that Yi Futian had a bad reputation after entering the Holy Ji Palace. There are many rumors about him in the Daozong Pavilion. Yun Feng had once drawn a picture of Huajiu, but she burned it. Maybe this angered Yi Futian, so he wants to challenge Yun Feng directly. Everyone discussed this. Soon, many strong cultivators gathered around the battle podium. Yi Futian descended from the air, landing on the podium. Afterward, Yun Feng came down in a beautiful arc. Countless scrolls danced around him. He was extremely brilliant. He floated down and landed on the platform. Various figures flew over and landed around the platform. Just as they'd guessed, the ones who would fight this time were Yun Feng and Yi Futian, 96th and 97th on the law rank respectively. However, Yun Feng should be a grade 6 noble now. Yi Futian had been a grade 9 noble when he'd first entered the pavilion. The people didn't know if he'd improved, but even if he was grade 8, it was still foolish to challenge Yun Feng. Strong cultivators of the Daozong Pavilion arrived gradually. They appeared around the platform and gazed at the two figures there. The platform was very big. It was enough, even for a noble-level battle. People could fight at any time anywhere in the Holy Ji Palace, other than the 6 pavilions. But people still liked to solve their conflicts on the platforms. It was a tradition. Plus, once people stepped onto the platforms, no one from the Holy Ji Palace could interfere. This meant that they could fight however they wished without hurting or disabling anyone. No one could do anything about it. Stepping onto the battle podium was a voluntary thing. One had to pay for the consequences of their choices. When we first met, you said that you were first in the pavilion battle by luck. Now, it seems that it's not the truth, Yun Feng said coolly while looking at Yi Futian. But it doesn't matter if it's the truth. This battle will prove it. You're 97th on the law rank after entering the pavilion. I'd like to see just how strong you are. Yi Futian scanned Yun Feng and said, I'm not interested in people's positions on the law rank. I just know that you'll regret meeting me after this battle. As soon as he finished, a beautiful golden rock appeared. Behind the dazzling wings, rough sounds came from his life palace. No ball will envelop the entire space as spiritual qi rushed towards him. At the same time, powerful spiritual qi gathered into a golden staff. He grasped it and his wings pumped. Yi Futian rose slowly into the air. A starry world appeared around him. Yun Feng stared at Yi Futian. The Yi Futian who'd been known to be lowly and surrender no matter who challenged him seemed to have changed today. He seemed too arrogant to even know his place, which was his true side. Everyone would know after this battle. His true self would appear after Yun Feng defeated him. An artist is also called a summoner. My life spirit is a picture. Carving thousands of pictures on my life spirit, observing scrolls and carving scrolls are how I cultivate. Not everyone can enter my scrolls, Yun Feng said coolly. He was clearly talking about Huajiu. This will be the biggest regret of your life. When Yi Futian finished speaking, he stepped forward. I never regret what I do, Yun Feng stated. He waved his hand and countless scrolls started dancing. At the same time, his eyes turned demonic. An extremely terrifying spiritual wind enveloped the sky. All the spiritual qi in the world rushed crazily into those scrolls. These pictures had already been carved. Spiritual qi entering the pictures was his strongest attack. Instantly, all the scrolls dancing in the air floated towards Yi Futian. He was surrounded by scrolls. The various scrolls devoured spiritual qi wildly, exuding shocking auras. All the scrolls seemed to be controlled by Yun Feng's spiritual mind. When Yi Futian was young, he'd met someone who cultivated in art, Zhou. Yun Feng was clearly stronger than Zhou. His life spirit was a picture. All these scrolls were carved in Yun Feng's life spirit. They were similar to spell scrolls. Yun Feng's attacks were like thousands of spell scrolls. However, he must have put in a lot of effort to carve these picture scrolls. Boom, boom, boom. The scrolls floating around Yi Futian dissipated. Horrible demonic roars sounded. The scrolls actually transformed into various terrifying demons in the air. There were dragons, phoenixes, kirins, Xuanwes, rocks, elephants, and more. They were like a horrible demon army. Many hearts trembled. This was Yun Feng's first time on the battle platform. He'd been quite well known when he'd entered the pavilion last year, but very few people had seen the craftsman's descendant fight. Now that they witnessed it with their own eyes, they were shaken. No wonder he could enter the law rank as a middle-level noble. Everything in the world could enter the pictures. All spells, demons, and ritual implements could be used by the artist. Artists were also summoners. Every demon that appeared in the air was drawn by Yun Feng. They contained his power and possessed his cultivation plane. It was like an army of mid-level noble superdemons. Everyone started mourning inwardly for Yi Futian. It would be difficult to defeat Yun Feng. Various spell scrolls appeared around Yi Futian. Spiritual qi rushed into them, filling them with terrifying power. The light of runes shone and destructive power poured out. This was the void scroll skill that he'd learned from Bai Zhe. At the moment, Yun Feng's spiritual energy enveloped the entire battlefield. His expression was cold. Hovering in the sky, he waved his hand. The demon army in the sky started charging towards Yi Futian. The entire battle platform shook at that moment. Almost at the same time, the spell scrolls burst with thunder spells. Purple gold lightning instantly filled the sky with destructive light, covering all the demons. They struck the demons. The demons shook, but they still charged downward. They'd come out of the picture scrolls and didn't feel any pain. But just then, a golden figure from the starry world shot forward, charging across the sky. Starry light dazzled around the figure. There was also a shocking windstorm. It became one with the stars, possessing power that could rip apart everything. Many people saw the golden figure flying below the demons, going forward with the starry windstorm. The scene was majestic. A huge elephant stepped down, wanting to push Yi Futian down. However, Yi Futian didn't try dodging it. The destructive starry windstorm moved up. The moment the giant foot was about to stomp on him, the horrible windstorm arrived and tore it apart. Yi Futian continued soaring. He struck with the starry staff, splitting the elephant in half. Like a golden bolt of lightning, he streaked out of the space, charging towards Yun Feng. Yun Feng's expression didn't change. He waved a wand, and various scrolls continued to fly out. There were ritual implements carved on the scrolls. Instantly, swords whistled through the sky. These swords were like the sharpest ritual implements, and they flew orderly towards Yi Futian. Is it controlled by his mind? Yi Futian's expression was cold. Terrifying cold intent descended. The extremely icy intent enveloped the space, making Yunfeng's mind feel bone-numbing coldness. The sharp swords were covered in frost. They slowed down as if they were affected. Boom! The golden rock flew through the sky, passing between the swords. Then another ritual implement, created by a scroll, arrived. It was a huge and ancient clock. It crashed down, trying to cage Yi Futian in. Yi Futian didn't stop at all. He continued forward. Seeing the huge clock, he struck with his staff again without hesitation. With a loud ring, countless eardrums trembled while the clock was shattered. Such a strong attack. Countless hearts trembled. Seeing Yi Futian continue forward, Yunfeng furrowed his brows. Whooshes sounded. The scrolls behind him flew forward crazily, and many heavy mountains appeared. They crushed downward to squash everything. The body that was like a golden rock charged towards a mountain with the staff in front. The horrible windstorm wrapped around the body, and he passed right through the mountain. It was destroyed in an instant. The other scrolls also missed their attacks. Yi Futian was getting closer and closer to Yunfeng. Go! Yunfeng waved his hand. Countless scrolls flew out like pages of an ancient book. There were endless rustles as the scrolls blocked Yunfeng. They covered the entire sky. The spells arrived after that. Horrible pressure weighed down. Fiery birds shot out. Icy rivers swept downward, and meteorites fell down. 3,000 spells were cast at once, destroying the entire space. Boom! Yi Futian disappeared from the spot. The next moment he appeared before a scroll attack. His staff swept over and destroyed it. The next moment he appeared elsewhere. He struck with his staff again, and a hole appeared in the sky. He moved towards that hole. The starry world grew more terrifying. A sun and moon hung high in the sky. The sun's fire and the moon's water poured down. Riding the meteorites' windstorm, he fought against the wild law power attacks. They were destroyed continuously, but the starry body seemed undefeatable, like a god. His every step seemed to have a unique rhythm that shook the sky. The world and heavens were extremely heavy. These days he'd traveled the 6 law power zones and had cultivated in the sky-reaching tower. This hadn't been a waste of time. All of his elemental powers had strengthened. His will had strengthened too. Many people discovered with a shock that the various law power attacks towards Yi Futian were either burned by the sun's fiery furnace, frozen by the icy will, or buried by the meteorite windstorm. Even if they reached Yi Futian, they would be torn apart by the windstorm around him. The advancing figure gave everyone a strange feeling. It was as if everything was clearing a path for him. Loud booms sounded continuously. Everything kept getting destroyed. An unstoppable might was born around Yi Futian, while the attacking scrolls in the sky seemed to become extremely insignificant. Seeing Yi Futian walk over, Yunfeng's life spirit floated before him. There was a blurry figure drawn on the boundless scroll. It was so big it looked like a god, filled with unparalleled might. This was Yunfeng's final drawing. He'd put all his comprehensions from cultivations into this unclear figure. He imagined it as a top god. Every bit of his improvements and comprehension would strengthen the artistic conception in the picture. Now he poured his spiritual power into this picture. The figure seemed to come to life. It walked out of the scroll like a looming god. It was filled with extreme power. Is this the Yun family's final picture, the art soul? The figure that walked out of the picture crazily absorbed the spiritual chi in the world. It seemed to have the most perfect body. Apparently, the craftsman had transformed all his comprehensions into this art soul. It was like a true saint. Yunfeng had seen many people stronger than him, even sages. Thus, his art soul also contained unparalleled power. Right now, it raised its huge hand and smashed down at Yi Futian. The palm covered the sky, but Yi Futian continued advancing. Aggressive martial arts was unleashed. It turned into a horrible force field. Everything around it seemed to be flattened. It was like an emperor. Thud! He took another step, and Yun Feng's heart trembled. Then he saw Yi Futian raise his staff. Yi Futian's body seemed to become a boundless shore. A 100-meter-long staff shadow appeared. It smashed down with the power of the world. At that moment, Yi Futian's aura wasn't any weaker than Yun Feng's art soul. There were terrifying rumbles. Everything in the surroundings was destroyed. A regular attack couldn't even get close. When the huge staff came down, the huge arm shattered. Then the head and body were pulverized under the staff too. When the staff fell upon the scroll, it shook. Then, with a cough, Yun Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. "You want to draw a god?" Yi Futian walked over. Yun Feng looked up with a pale face. "Why don't you draw me instead?" Yi Futian reached out and grasped Yun Feng's neck. Yun Feng struggled against Yi Futian's hands. There was no color in his face at all. Yi Futian looked back. Flames shot out and burned the scroll that had Hua Jiu's picture. "How did you make it into the law rank?" Yi Futian held onto Yun Feng's head and hurled him down. Many people were shaken by this scene. Boom! The battle platform shook. Yun Feng vomited blood. He tried to move Yi Futian's hands, but he obviously couldn't. Below the platform, countless eyes from the Daozong Pavilion were frozen on them. Xiang Jiqin and Lian Yuqing were especially shocked by this. Yun Feng had been bloodily defeated. Yi Futian still gripped Yun Feng's neck. "You all said that I'm shameless and don't dare to fight anyone," he said coldly. "Today I gave in, but do you think you qualify?" With that, he lifted Yun Feng's body and smashed it down again. So many of Yun Feng's bones broke, but Yi Futian controlled it well. Yun Feng wouldn't be disabled. But even if he couldn't disable Yun Feng, he would still make him remember what respect meant. Xiang Jiqin's eyes were frigid. She knew that Yi Futian was talking to Yun Feng, but the words were meant for the others too. For countless months, many rumors had mocked Yi Futian. But was it true that he didn't dare to accept anyone's challenge? Was it true that he didn't have the temperament of the pavilion battle's winner? Today, Yi Futian told him that it wasn't that he didn't dare. It was his natural arrogance. He didn't care even if people insulted him. Yun Feng's mouth was covered in blood and his face was ashen. He looked mangled. He was a pride too, but today he'd been destroyed like this. Yi Futian was purposely using the cruelest way to humiliate him. Enough! Lian Yuqing asked coldly. Yi Futian looked up and sneered. "You're the ones who wanted to fight. Now, you're the ones who want to stop. Is this the temperament you spoke of? You're allowed to mock me, but don't let me resist?" With that, Yi Futian stood up, dragging Yun Feng's body. He stepped towards the edge of the battle platform. Many people pitied Yun Feng when seeing his tragic state. Just as Yi Futian had said, Yun Feng probably regretted meeting him now. That handsome, harmless-looking youth was like a demon when angered. This is the challenge that you wanted. Satisfied? Yi Futian tossed Yun Feng's body down the platform. Countless eyes fell upon Yi Futian. This was the winner of the pavilion battle. Chapter 596. Lian Yuqing scanned Yi Futian coldly before walking to Yun Feng's side. He stooped down to check Yun Feng's injuries. He discovered that he'd broken many bones. He wasn't disabled, but would need to rest for a long while before he could cultivate normally. Lian Yuqing scanned Yi Futian coldly before walking to Yun Feng's side. He stooped down to check Yun Feng's injuries. He discovered that he'd broken many bones. He wasn't disabled, but would need to rest for a long while before he could cultivate normally. This was only the physical damage. Lien Yuqing could see from Yun Feng's dazed eyes that his psychological damages were much more painful. This junior brother of his was the craftsman's descendant. He could draw everything, and his talent was extraordinary. He'd entered the law rank not long after entering the pavilion, so he was naturally young and vibrant. His goal had always been entering the Holy Sage Pavilion. Lien Yuqing knew what kind of person Yun Feng usually was: proud, fearless, and filled with confidence. But right now, Yun Feng's eyes were empty. The humiliation of this battle had pulverized his confidence and pride, tossing him into a deep abyss. This kind of hit was too cruel for a proud and young talent. It could possibly ruin Yun Feng and make him doubt himself. It would be hard to recover his mindset. This was what cultivators usually described as damage to his principal heart. It would create a huge obstacle to his future cultivation. Raising his head, Lien Yuqing looked coldly at Yi Futian and said, "We are all cultivating in the pavilion. Aren't you a bit too toxic?" He knew that Yi Futian had done it purposely. Otherwise, there was no need to come to this battle platform. "If you aren't blind, then you're an idiot," Yi Futian replied coolly. Anyone could mock others from a moral standpoint, but had Lien Yuqing said anything when Yun Feng had insulted Yi Futian? Had he reprimanded Yun Feng when he drew Hua Jiu? If Yun Feng had drawn Lien Yuqing's girlfriend instead, would he still be so calm? Now that Yun Feng was defeated with humiliation, Yi Futian became the bad guy. Lien Yuqing stared at Yi Futian. Then he stood up and walked towards the battle platform. What is Lien Yuqing going to do? Everyone looked at Lien Yuqing. He was at the peak of the noble plane and was 5th on the law rank. No matter what, he shouldn't be the one going up the platform. Senior brother Lien, Yun Shuixing, called. This battle had scared her. Before, she'd always seen Yi Futian with a shameless grin. But today, everyone saw a different Yi Futian. The power he revealed in anger was honestly frightening. He had treated Yun Feng cruelly, but Yun Feng and Xiang Zhiqin had forced him into this. Plus, Hua Jiu had already made it clear that she wouldn't allow Yun Feng to draw her, but he still did it. This was an insult, so Yi Futian's anger was with reason. On the battle platform, Yi Futian had defeated Yun Feng as a grade 8 noble. No matter what, Lien Yuqing had no reason to fight. It damaged his image. "I won't do anything to him," Lien Yuqing said softly as he stopped. Then he continued towards the platform. Yi Futian looked at Lien Yuqing. He hadn't expected for Lien Yuqing to be shameless enough to walk onto the platform. "I shouldn't fight, but you're too violent. You should listen to this musical piece," Lien Yuqing said. Then he sat onto the platform and strummed his guqin. A graceful melody streamed out instantly, floating into everyone's ears. "Then I'll listen to your song." Yi Futian stood there and watched Lien Yuqing quietly. The other was a top noble. This kind of fight had no suspense at all. He wouldn't even try. The higher the plane, the bigger the differences between each level. How much cultivation did a grade 8 noble need to reach the peak of the noble plane? This distance couldn't be reached so easily. Strands of sound waves passed over, invading Yi Futian's mind. In that instant, Yi Futian could barely control his spiritual power anymore. It went wild, though he continued to stand there quietly. The music seeping in wildly brought him into a different space. An invisible hand clutched his body, making him feel as if he was pinned down in the illusory space. An image appeared in his mind. He seemed to have been taken and slammed towards the ground. His body shook, and his mind seemed close to breaking apart. Standing on the battle podium, he grunted, face paling. Lien Yuqing continued, playing slowly. He was graceful and natural. Everyone looked at Yi Futian's expression. They could tell what he was experiencing, but no one knew exactly what Lien Yuqing's music was doing to him. Soon, Lien Yuqing's music stopped. He looked up, gazing at the pale Yi Futian. "You experienced it," he said. "How do you feel?" Yi Futian gazed at Lian Yuqing and smiled eerily. I am not Yun Feng, and you are not me. Yun Feng provoked me many times and doesn't know what respect is. He thought he was undefeatable. I had no concerns when attacking him. But what about you? What are you trying to prove with this? Don't forget what plane you're in. If you want to attack, then do it. What are you trying to prove? How fake you are. Seeing Yi Futian smirk, Lian Yuqing strummed the instrument strings with his right hand. Instantly, horrible spiritual energy rushed into Yi Futian's mind like a tidal wave. He stumbled back as if struck by lightning. He grunted and blood trickled out of his lips. Many people shuddered, but Yi Futian's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he smiled with ease. That's right. Yi Futian's smile was bright. This is the challenge you wanted. After crossing 2 planes and defeating Yun Feng, you, a top noble, would come onto the battle platform personally. This is your so-called temperament. It's very powerful, but in the future, try being less shameless. With that, Yi Futian turned and walked down the platform. He didn't care about this challenge, because it was meaningless. Things would quiet down after this. Seeing Yi Futian walk down off the podium, Lian Yuqing's expression looked ugly. He didn't stop. Yi Futian had been forcing him to attack. He laughed at himself. His mindset still wasn't advanced enough, allowing Yi Futian to anger him. Did Yi Futian want to affect his mindset this way? All right, I'll remember the piece you played today. If there's a chance in the future, I'll gift you piece 2. After walking down, Yi Futian grabbed Huajiu and left. He ignored everyone where. Lian Yuqing didn't mind Yi Futian's words. Gift him a piece? Was Yi Futian skilled in musical sorcery too? But even if he was, how many years would it take for him to surpass Lian Yuqing? Xiang Zhiqin looked at Yi Futian's receding backside with an ugly expression. News of this battle quickly spread throughout the Holy Ji Palace. Yun Feng, 96th of the law rank, had been cruelly defeated by Yi Futian. Many people lamented that the newbie who'd placed first in the pavilion battle was stronger than they'd expected. Yun Feng's talent had been recognized by entering the law rank. He'd also cultivated for a while in the Holy Ji Palace. However, his ending was tragic. After returning to the Daozong Pavilion, he'd shut himself in. He must have suffered horrible psychological trauma. He was removed on the law rank while Yi Futian shot up to 81. He was only a grade 8 noble, but he was already 81st. If he reached the mid or top level noble plane, what position would he have on the list? Right then, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng followed Qi Jia through the dazzling pavilion in the Battle Sage Pavilion. According to Qi Jia, Sage Dozhan, chief of the Battle Sage Pavilion, wanted to see them. Yi Futian saw Sage Dozhan before a golden pavilion. His upper body was bare, revealing bronze muscles. This tall body seemed to be filled with endless power. He didn't release his aura, but just standing there made Yi Futian and Yu Sheng feel extreme pressure. Yi Futian felt like he was an ant before Sage Dozhan. He could be squashed with a finger. Teacher, Yi Futian is here. Teacher! Yi Futian and Yu Sheng called it the same. They'd listened to the King Kong sage. Since they'd entered the Battle Sage Pavilion, it wasn't wrong to call Sage Dozhan teacher. Sage Dozhan nodded lightly and gazed at them. I saw at the entrance battle that you two are physically strong. You must have cultivated powerful body-enhancing techniques. However, this comes with the technique. You didn't truly find your potentials and cultivate to the limit. Judging from talent, Yu Sheng is the most suitable for cultivating the body. Unfortunately, you used the wrong method. Very few people can cultivate the body. People like sorcery more. Even in lower planes, they say that sorcerers are stronger than martial arts. Cultivating the body isn't the mainstream either. What do you two think? Sage Dozhan asked. Every cultivator has their own skills. All careers are the same when cultivated to the extreme. It still depends on the person, Yi Futian said. No, they're right, Sage Dojan said to him. Of course, this is only limited to the lower planes. When you cultivate to a certain level, there are no absolute weaknesses or strengths. For people like you who are skilled in multiple abilities, you naturally have an advantage. Everyone has different views on cultivation, but I believe that cultivating the body is stronger than everything else. It's just that few people can go to the extreme. Yi Futian didn't really agree, but from a certain aspect, Sage Dojan was right too. If a cultivator couldn't believe in his own cultivation, there was no point. If you doubt me, then let me ask you. If I cultivate my physical body to the extreme, and my body is now as strong as any spell of the same plane, how will you attack me? Sage Dojan asked. Yi Futian started pondering, but Sage Dojan continued, It's simple. You only need to imagine Yu Sheng. If an attack from someone in the same plane landed on him, would he react? Yi Futian nodded. This was the truth. Someone in the same plane as Yu Sheng wouldn't be able to move him. But it wasn't entirely right, because most attacks were above the attacker's plane. I am 7th on the Barren Sky ranking, but people before me are still unwilling to fight me. Do you know why? Sage Dojan asked. He seemed extremely confident in his abilities. Yi Futian shook his head. It's because their attacks might not be effective. They must attack multiple times to defeat me. But they're different. If I hit them once, they'll die, Sage Dojan said. Yi Futian blinked. He suddenly felt that this made sense. It really was a huge advantage. Chapter 597. The Sage Dojan looked at the two of them and continued speaking. Of course, body refining is not just about training your physical body. At your cultivation level, you should understand that not cultivating your spiritual energy makes you as useful as a disabled person. Apart from that, a body refining cultivator is also useless without speed. Next, I will teach the two of you the incomplete heavenly manual. It is an extremely ruthless body-enhancing technique, but it could also be incomplete. Hence, I named it the Incomplete Heavenly Manual. The Sage Dojan looked at the two of them and continued speaking. Of course, body refining is not just about training your physical body. At your cultivation level, you should understand that not cultivating your spiritual energy makes you as useful as a disabled person. Apart from that, a body refining cultivator is also useless without speed. Next, I will teach the two of you the Incomplete Heavenly Manual. It is an extremely ruthless body-enhancing technique, but it could also be incomplete. Hence, I named it the Incomplete Heavenly Manual. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng listened attentively. They were extremely clear of the benefits and drawbacks of martial arts cultivation. Yu Sheng could be considered a martial arts cultivator with his unparalleled physique. However, he had lost to Su Kei in the palace battle, and the reason was obvious. Yi Futian also cultivated in body refining, but he had other aspects of his cultivation to worry about. Although his physique was also overbearing, he had not reached Yu Sheng's level. The Sage Dojan claimed that he was going to teach them an incomplete manual that was extremely brutal. He wondered how it fared against Yu Sheng's demonic art. I'm telling you all this is to make you understand the strength of body refining, especially you Yi Futian. Your cultivation is all over the place. You must be neglecting your body refining. If the two of you do not wish to cultivate this technique, I will teach you other body-enhancing techniques. I want to cultivate in this technique, Yu Sheng said. The more brutal the body-enhancing technique, the stronger its effects would be. Coupled with his demonic art, he wondered how much stronger his physique could get. Master, I also want to try cultivating it, Yi Futian smiled and said. All right, after you have all cultivated this technique to a certain level, I will teach you a combat technique to complement the body refinement that you have done. The Sage Dojan continued. Now, I will use my spiritual will to transmit the incomplete heavenly manual to both of you. Yi Futian and Yu Xing nodded, then closed their eyes. Another eye appeared to open between the sage Dozhan's eyebrows, like a demonic heavenly eye. Following that, a brilliant light shot into Yi Futian and Yu Shang's brow chakra. In an instant, information flooded into their heads. Yi Futian quietly accepted the technique that appeared in his head. In the shadow of mind, he saw a figure sitting with his knees crossed. A brilliant glow circulated around his body, teaching him how to perform the technique. After a brief moment, Yi Futian opened his eyes and a glint appeared in them. He explained, "This technique uses external force to forge the body, converting external force into the body's power. By forging one's body to the limit, they will be able to open the 7-star acupoints." That's right. The sage Dozhan nodded and continued, "The incomplete heavenly manual is extremely brutal because it requires you to constantly break through your body's physical limits until the 7-star acupoints have been opened. When cultivated to the limit, your body will be as strong as a ritual implement. Geniuses' spells may exceed their cultivation level, but if you cultivate the incomplete heavenly manual, your body's strength will also exceed your cultivation level. Moreover, in the Holy Ji Palace, the requirements for cultivating the incomplete heavenly manual are satisfied. The Law Power Zone and the Sky Reaching Tower." Yi Futian said, "That's right." The sage Dozhan nodded again. "The two of you have the inborn potential for body refining, so don't waste it. Especially you, Yusheng. You are a natural body refining warrior, and you have the chance to become a saint through your physique by forging an invincible body. At lower cultivation levels, spells are the strongest, but at higher cultivation levels, the cultivator with the strongest physique will reign supreme. When the two of you step foot in the 18th level of the Sky Reaching Tower, come find me again." "Yes." Yi Futian and Yu Xing nodded, then left. The sage Dozhan had looked for them only to teach them the incomplete heavenly manual. After the two of them had left, the King Kong sage appeared beside the sage Dozhan. He looked at the sage Dozhan and said, "Brother has not paid attention to the battle of the Holy Ji Palace for many years. Why did you take in 2 disciples all of a sudden?" Before this, his brother had also taken in Qijia. "It's not like you don't know about Wanxiang's prophecy." The sage Dozhan looked at the King Kong sage and said, "Humph." The King Kong sage huffed angrily and said, "That astrologer is just speaking nonsense. His supposed astrology is just a load of bull. How could he know what the heavens have planned for us and predict the future? Brother, there is no need to pay him any heed. Everything exists for a reason. Since it is there, it has a purpose. The astrologers are able to read the heavens' plans and prophesize, but they do not do so often for fear of their lives. However, their readings are generally likely to come true," the sage Dozhan said. "Brother's cultivation level is stronger than him. What right does he have to be able to predict your future? Moreover, brother is a genius. How can your fate be predestined by the heavens?" The King Kong sage's tone was cold as he questioned. "I naturally will not resign to my fate," the sage Dozhan said indifferently and continued. "My pursuit is to break through to the saint level, but I know the difficulties of that. Perhaps in the process there will be a disaster that will befall me. That is nothing to be surprised about, since I am unable to avoid it. I will face it calmly. However, Yu Sheng and Yi Futian are outstanding talents, especially Yu Sheng. He was born for body refining. If I am unable to do it, perhaps he will stand a chance." The King Kong sage did not say anything. It was already hard to become a saint. Countless geniuses in the barren state had failed to do it. Moreover, it was even tougher to break through to become a saint through one's physique. Body refining was considered the most rudimentary cultivation method. After Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had obtained the body-enhancing technique from the sage Dozhan, they started their cultivation. Moreover, They already had strong body-refining foundations, and the incomplete heavenly manual could build on their foundation to break through their limits. In the flame zone of the law power zone, two figures stood barefoot in the sea of flames. Their feet were in extreme pain as the violent flames burned their bodies. Their skin was crimson, and their bodies looked like they were going to be torn apart. However, they did not use their strength to resist it and used their bodies to experience it. They used the incomplete heavenly manual to induct the power of the flames into their bodies and allow it to forge their bodies. This was what the sage Dojan meant by extremely brutal. The cultivation of the incomplete heavenly manual required the use of external force to forge one's body. After the cultivation was complete, their bodies would already have been forged thousands of times, so a spell at the same level was nothing to fear. In the lightning zone, they bathed in the countless thunderbolts, allowing the lightning force to strike their bodies wildly, using the lightning to forge their bodies. The lightning circulated on the surface of their bodies and was then inducted into their body, into their flesh. In the storm zone, they withstood the storm's tearing force and even ran against the storm without using any movement techniques, merely going against the wind and using the air pressure to forge their bodies. In the ground zone, giant rocks continually fell down, striking their bodies. They could feel themselves getting closer to their limit step by step, breaking through step by step to withstand even stronger attacks. Their cultivation period was very mundane, but it was fruitful. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng stepped into all the zones of the law power zone to forge their bodies. As times passed, they could feel that their already strong bodies were getting even more frightening. In the future, their ability to withstand attacks would definitely be stronger. However, this cultivation method could only be described as insane. Yi Futian's body experienced countless limitations, and he would have to force himself to continue doing so in the future, to allow his body to be brutally injured, to be burned by flames, frozen by ice, and torn apart by storms. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Yu Sheng had already secured a spot in the 12th level of the sky-reaching tower. However, Yu Sheng was in extreme pain at that moment. An exceedingly horrifying force crushed down on his body, like there were pagodas, pressing down on him and smashing his body. Impact sounds could be constantly heard and blood trickled from his mouth, but he clenched his teeth and continued to bear it. The 12th story of the sky-reaching tower. This was a place that only extremely strong middle noble plane cultivators could reach, but here Yu Sheng was, resisting the pressure of the 12th level. Bam, bam, bam. Rays of golden light drilled holes through his body, but he did not give up. He continued to use the incomplete heavenly manual and transferred the force to his legs. Bang! Huge sounds could be heard, like something was being punctured. With a pshhh, Yu Sheng spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his legs looked like they were being punctured by waves of force, and a horrifying light could be seen at his soul and back. I've succeeded. Yu Sheng walked down the sky-reaching tower and made a mad rush for the exit. The ground started shaking, and many people looked at Yu Sheng. What was wrong with this burly guy? At that moment, Yu Sheng launched off the ground with his feet without using any movement techniques. His body flew straight off the ground into the air like a flash of lightning. Soon, Yu Sheng's body landed from the air onto the ground. With a huge wham, the ground split apart and 2 footprints could be seen. Yu Sheng continued to propel himself into the distance, and many people looked at the figure getting further away curiously. What was up with this guy? A figure shot towards the edge of the Battle Sage Palace and rushed towards the clouds, landing on the Battle Sage Palace. With a huge thud, Yu Sheng landed on the ground and appeared beside a figure. The teenage figure opened his eyes and looked at the person beside him, asking, "Yu Sheng, what's up?" "I opened an acupoint." Yu Sheng looked at Yi Futian and said, "How do you feel?" A glint appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. The incomplete heavenly manual required a person to open the 7-star acupoints. The strength in my feet has increased exponentially. They have very strong, explosive strength now. I don't need to use any movement techniques to jump into the air, but it uses the potential of my body instead. Perhaps my legs will start to ache not long after. The cultivation of the incomplete heavenly manual is originally detrimental to one's body. However, the opening of the 7-star acupoints is just the start of unlocking one's potential. If there is no need to, do not use it. Only use the explosive power when you really have to, Yi Futian said, smiling. The incomplete heavenly manual had recorded that if all 7-star acupoints were opened, the human body's potential would be stimulated to its limit, and they could become a giant and have unparalleled explosive power that could rival a mountain. What are you so excited about? Yi Futian stared at Yusheng. It feels fantastic after opening an acupoint. Moreover, the incomplete heavenly manual does not clash with my demonic art and can even complement each other. That was why I wanted to try it out and ended up here, Yusheng said. Bragging. Yi Futian glared at him and said, he must have done it on purpose. However, he was also very happy for him. The demonic art could be cultivated in conjunction with the incomplete heavenly manual, and the sage Dozhan would teach them another technique in the future. Yu Sheng's body would only become more and more formidable. Seeing Yu Sheng's embarrassed smile, Yi Futian said, all right, have a break. Go and visit Qingxian. It's coming to the end of the year soon. You're not allowed to cultivate at the end of the year. All right. Yu Xing nodded and left. Yi Futian's gaze landed on the distant Holyji Palace. How fast it had been! Another year was passing. He had heard that the Holyji Palace would have a sparring session at the end of the year. At that time, he would be able to see the elites among the noble plain in the Holyji Palace. Chapter 598. Yi Futian continued to sit at the edge of the Battle Sage Palace, looking at the distant island city. Yi Futian continued to sit at the edge of the Battle Sage Palace, looking at the distant island city. Yu Xing had exceptional talent in body refining. The first of the 7-star acupoints he had opened should be the Flirting Star acupoint. Strength filled his legs, causing them to have tremendous explosive power. His body had superhuman speed, and when coupled with movement techniques, he would be exceptionally quick. He closed his eyes, and a roaring sound emitted from his body. His bloodstream struck wildly against his body like a dragon, and his spiritual qi transformed into a golden rock and struck his body. Emperor Yi Qing's body enhancement technique was different from the incomplete heavenly manual. It imitated the form of demonic beasts. If cultivated to the extreme, he could soar through the skies like a golden rock and shatter the earth like a divine ape. It cultivated speed, strength, and other attributes the more demonic beasts he imitated. However, the incomplete heavenly manual would push one's physical body to the limit. The two techniques could be cultivated in conjunction to enhance the other's effects. The blood roared within his body, and crackling sounds could be heard from his bones. It was like a divine ape had appeared in his body and was trying to break out. Yi Futian exercised the power to its limit, and a mysterious current flowed through his body. He punched out with his fist, and his movements appeared completely instinctive, like the law power had become one with his fist. Sunlight sprinkled down, as though he was bathed in the emperor's glow. His physical body was withstanding unbearable pain, as if it was going to be torn apart. However, it was like he did not feel the pain and continued to train his punches. On his body a holy light shone. Bang! With a crisp sound, like his body had been pierced through, a horrifying light penetrated his body. Yi Futian still acted like he did not feel it and continued punching and forging his body. The banging noises continued, and horrifying rays of light penetrated all parts of his body. With a huge roar, he could feel his body expanding, and the roar sounded throughout the heavens, as his body was filled with boundless power. Who? Yi Futian exhaled, and his breath shot through the air like an arrow. His body seemed as if it was made of metal. The gloomy star acupoint of the 7-star acupoints had been opened. Even though he had only opened one acupoint of the incomplete heavenly manual, Yi Futian could feel its strength. If he opened all 7 acupoints, he could indeed do what the Dozhan sage had said and use his physical body to withstand the attacks of other cultivators in the same level as him with no reaction. At that time, using only his body strength and speed, he could easily crush cultivators on the same level as him. He did not continue to make use of the force and instead sat down to cultivate. Closing his eyes, his mind drifted to his life palace. At that moment, it was dazzling in his life palace. His natal spirit, the world tree, was swaying, its jade-green branches full of life and making rustling sounds. The sun and moon were high up in the sky, the golden rock was shining, the divine ape standing tall, the thunder dragon spiraling. Moreover, the scene in his life palace was scarier now, with the sun spirit's flames being extremely frantic and the moon spirit's cold rays. There was a frigid aura surrounding the area, and the space filled with an icy current, originating from the law power zone. In the law power zone, he had used his life spirit to absorb numerous forces into his life palace. The previous time in the Daozong Palace, he had heard Sage Daozong mention in his lecture that different spirit zones could evolve through deeper understanding. Back then, when he learned spells in the cottage, he cultivated in the combination of spells of different elements to form new spells. The strength of those spells was much stronger, and if he could really do what Sage Daozong had mentioned and have a deeper understanding of the spirit zones, the spells created would definitely have horrifying power. The past few days, he not only used the law power zones to forge his body, but he also deciphered the different elements and refined his spiritual energy. Although he believed in the strength of the body enhancement technique, he did not neglect his other abilities. Each ability had its specialty with his inborn qualifications. He would naturally not give up. The sun's flames drooped down, turning into a furnace. The moon's rays spilled down, and the icy current did not evaporate but permeated the furnace drop by drop. The two forces intertwined, but were still distinct, as though they could not coexist. The wood element descended, causing the flames to burn fiercer, appearing eternal. Lightning struck down, and Yi Futian walked through all the law power zones, wanting to see if all the elements that he had absorbed would have any change if he used his sun scripture's sun furnace to refine them all. The furnace dimension became exceptionally horrifying, like golden lava had appeared and was flowing around in the furnace like the flames of hell. However, they appeared to lack aggression. Yi Futian felt the forces in the furnace and appeared to have a brainwave. He remembered Xiaho, who he had met in the Holy Road, and the Holy Fire sect Xieji. They both specialized in flame abilities. Xiaho's flames of ruin appeared inextinguishable and capable of burning everything, while Xieji's flames turned into a dark lotus and contained incredible destructive power. The flames of ruin and the dark lotus flame must have been created by elders. If that was so, why not just create his own flame? Closing his eyes, his spiritual energy entered the furnace, experiencing everything going on inside it. He melded his spiritual energy within to perceive the changes. Time passed by steadily. After a long while, Yi Futian was still sitting cross-legged, but the spiritual qi around him was rampaging. There was an intriguing aura wafting in the air. His spiritual energy resonated with the heavens, and a unique force appeared. A terrifying destructive current appeared in the air and circulated steadily. Following that, wisps of flames appeared in the air. It was a white flame. It did not appear elusive, but flowing. It burned brightly, and soon the area was full of the flames. Burning sounds could be heard in the air, and the flame had a demonic beauty. "Success!" Yi Futian mumbled softly. He opened his eyes and stopped controlling his spiritual energy. However, the countless flames continued to burn in the air, getting even more vigorous, as though an inextinguishable flame. Even if nobody controlled the flames, it would not be extinguished until it had burned up all the spiritual qi in the area. This flame is pure and untainted like a glass lamp. "Let's call it the white lustrous flame then," Yi Futian muttered to himself. Everyone's perception was different, so the flame that they created would naturally be different as well. The flames of ruin was a different color from the flame that he had created. Although they both contained inextinguishable might, Futian was naturally not going to name his flame after it. Futian broke into a smile. Although he did not break through his cultivation level in this period of time, he had significant improvement in his body refining and his spells. This year he had stepped into the noble plane and entered the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. Although his cultivation level did not improve as rapidly as before, it was still increasing gradually, and he was growing stronger. If this trend continued, he would step into the upper noble plane after 3 to 5 years of cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace, or even be close to the sage plane. Cultivation was the one thing he had never dared to neglect. There were many people waiting for him to become stronger. Big brother, second sister, and the rest of his brothers and sisters. They were all waiting for him to grow stronger. His masters and his godfather who had disappeared were also likely waiting for him to become stronger. Standing up, Futian left the place. The 10,006th year of the divine prefecture calendar was coming to an end. At the end of every year, many of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples would gather for a sparring session to compare their learnings. Not long after, many of those whose families were in Zhongzhou City would go home to visit their families. In the divine prefecture, even to the cultivators, the end of the year was still an important event for them. In the core of the Holy Ji Palace, there was an area with many magnificent, towering palaces. At that moment, many people had come to that area for the sparring session. Out of the 3,000 disciples from the 6 palaces, many had stepped foot into the area. They wanted to see how the other Holy Ji Palace disciples were faring. After all, to many of them, even though they were all cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace, they barely met each other, just once a year, and there were many people who did not know each other. Only those elites who had made it into the law rank were known by all. Even among the elite geniuses of the barren state, there were those who would end up as nobodies in the Holy Ji Palace. At that moment, in a certain location, a group of people was walking on the road, their gazes on the people all around. 1 year passed really fast. I've only raised my cultivation by 1 level this year. Looks like I'll only be able to be an onlooker in this year's sparring session, a teenager said with tones of indolence in his voice. Don't be so humble. The sparring session isn't ranked by battle ability. You can spar in whichever field you want. However, this year's sparring session will still be focusing on those people on the law rank. After all, they're the group that attracts the most attention, another replied. I've heard that there's a batch of newbies this year who are rather interesting. The first among them is already the 81st on the law rank and is only a grade 8 noble. Even Bailuli's younger brother, Baizé, was dominated by him. It's as if Baizé has no presence in front of him. Another voice sounded out from within the group. Even the young masters from the White Cloud City were dominated? This is interesting indeed. What a pity that his cultivation is on the lower side. He probably doesn't have any place in this year's sparring session. Someone voiced his opinion while lamenting. The group of people chatted while walking, and many people among the crowd watched as they came closer. The disciples from the Holy Sage Pavilion. Many people had glints in their eyes as they thought that. Moreover, the person leading them was Hua Fan, the first on the law rank. He had already obtained the right to enter the Sage Palace. After he had finished participating in this year's sparring session, he would enter the Sage Palace to cultivate. This year's sparring session was likely to be his last one in the Holy Ji Palace. Many people are discussing you, Hua Fan said to a teen standing beside him. That teen was the second young master of the White Cloud City, Baizé. Baizé's expression was grim. He had initially wanted to brilliantly obtain first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examinations. However, he was brutally defeated by Futian and humiliated in public. Even after he had entered the Sage Palace, he was still criticized by others. After stepping into the Holy Ji Palace, my cultivation level has reached the peak of a grade 7 noble. If he dares to come forth this sparring session, I will challenge him publicly to erase my humiliation, Baizé said coldly. This year he had had tremendous improvement. I heard that he defeated the Daozong Palace's Yun Feng a few months ago. Previously, Yun Feng was already a grade 6 noble who was on the law rank. You should be more cautious, another person beside him said. A glint appeared in Bai Zai's eyes. He had previously heard that, as well, Yi Futian's reputation after entering the palace was dismal, and it was only restored after he had challenged the Daozong Palace's Yun Feng and brutally defeated him. In the past, the person who got first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examination would always enter the Sage Palace. This time, Yi Futian went to the Battle Sage Palace instead. I would really like to meet him, Hua Fan said softly. Chapter 599. There were figures flying successively into the sparring session area. Yi Futian and Yu Xing had also arrived by then. Their group walked down from the air and landed on the ground. Apart from Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, there was also Yi Xiaoshi, Yuan Zhan, and Qi Jia. There were figures flying successively into the sparring session area. Yi Futian and Yu Xing had also arrived by then. Their group walked down from the air and landed on the ground. Apart from Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, there was also Yi Xiaoshi, Yuan Zhan, and Qi Jia. Although the Battle Sage Palace had many disciples, most of them were out cultivating in other areas. Moreover, there were only 4 of Sage Dozhan's disciples who were in the Noble Plain. Apart from Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Qi Jia, there was one other disciple named Do Kuan. Will Brother Do Kuan be participating in the sparring session? Yi Futian asked Qi Jia. Brother Do Kuan has always cultivated in the sky, reaching tower. He's the person in the 18th level. You should have seen that before. He should be here for this time's sparring session. It might even be his last, Qi Jia replied. Is Brother Do Kuan a descendant of a master? Yi Futian was curious and asked. Do Kuan was rather similar to Sage Dozhan. No, he's from a Do clan in the Barren State. It's a strong clan, Qi Jia replied. Are there life spirits, all a Do word? Yi Futian asked curiously again. How do you know? Qi Jia looked at Yi Futian and asked. Even I haven't seen it. Yi Futian smiled and nodded, then looked towards Yi Sheng and asked. Do you remember an opponent called Do Kue that you fought during the entrance examination? I remember. Yu Sheng nodded and continued, by borrowing his strength, I was able to break through my cultivation level. Brother Do Kuan and that Do Kue should be from the same clan. However, when the people from the Holy Ji Palace asked him whether he wanted to enter the palace to cultivate, Do Kue actually rejected it and claimed that he was only there to experience the strength of the Barren State's geniuses. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he wasn't taken in as master's disciple, he should have been able to enter the Battle Sage Palace, Yi Futian said. The palace is indeed quite boring. Yi Xiaoshi muttered. I wonder where 4th and 5th brother have gone adventuring. Yi Xiaoshi felt that his life was too pitiful. Back then, he had few opportunities to leave the mountain and the cottage, and he was now sent by second sister to watch over little brother. The life in the Holy Ji Palace was not one that he liked. However, the reason he did not like it was probably because he felt ashamed that he had been overtaken by his little brother. Now, Yi Futian was a direct disciple of Sage Dozhan, while he was merely a disciple of the Battle Sage Palace. Sigh. He wondered if it would be a good idea to go out and train himself after this year. I'm also bored. Qi Jia nodded seriously. 7th brother, the palace is a haven for cultivation. How could you be bored? Yi Futian smiled at Yi Xiaoshi and said, if he cultivated diligently, his time would naturally be well spent. The problem was that the fatty was too lazy. At that moment, a figure flew across the air from a short distance away and descended from the sky like a goddess. It was Hua Jiu. She landed next to Yi Futian and smiled sweetly. Yi Futian walked forward and held her hand. Behind him, Yi Xiaoshi smacked his head and thought, of course you're not bored. What a bully. Jiu, those people aren't harassing you anymore, right? Yi Futian asked. It's gotten much better after that time, but I've been cultivating all this while and haven't had time to care about them. Hua Ji smiled and replied, I've improved a lot, you know. Really? Yi Futian blinked and said, I've broken through to a grade 7 noble just a few days ago. Hua Ji smiled and told Yi Futian, with a little bit of smugness. Yi Futian did a double take and said, Will I lose my standing if I am surpassed by my wife? Hua Ji glared at him cutely and said, You need to manage so many different aspects of your cultivation. I am a divine spiritual sorcerer and specialize in cultivating my spiritual energy. As long as I can achieve breakthroughs in my spiritual energy, it's enough. My potential in other elements will improve alongside my spiritual energy. As long as my spiritual energy is strong, I will be strong. Yep, you're definitely the Jiu I know, Yi Futian smiled and said. Although she said it casually, she probably worked very hard on her cultivation in the Holy Ji Palace. That is but mere mortal beauty. Qi Jia recited a Buddhist scripture at the side. Yi Futian recalled the last time he spoke with him. That fellow did not care about external appearances or mortal beauty. Yeah, it seemed he really did not care. We're arriving soon, Qi Jia said. At that moment, there was a row of statues in front of them, sitting there. Each one of the statues had a mysterious will embedded in them, as though the statues were alive. What are those? Yi Futian asked curiously. Those are just decorations, Qi Jia replied, and they continued walking forward. Walking through a white gate made of stone, they reached a vast empty space where many others were already waiting. How grand! Yi Futian looked around and saw the 9 palaces spreading out in the formation of the 8 trigrams. There were many people standing at the positions of the palaces, and the palace in the center sunk into the ground, creating a battle arena that looked like a valley. Moreover, there was a colossal statue behind all of the 8 palaces, standing tall at tens of meters like a god. Many people were looking at the 8 statues and could faintly feel a will emitting from the 8 statues, as though they had lives of their own. It was an extremely intriguing feeling. Yi Futian's group continued forward onto the Li position. On the left was the Kuan position, and the right was the Sun position. The Ken position was directly in front of them. In the direction of the Ken position, there was a group of people looking toward Yi Futian. Across the air, Yi Futian could feel their frosty gazes. He saw Bai Zhe and Zhuge, the duo who were cultivating in the Sage Palace. Apart from them, there were many other people looking at him. The one in the middle had an exceptional aura. With just one gaze, others could already feel how strong he was. Who's the person standing in the middle of the Sage Palace's group? Yi Futian asked Qi Jia softly. Hua Fan. Qi Jia looked forward and replied softly as well. The first on the low rank, Hua Fan. In another direction, many of the Daozong Palace disciples were in the Sun position. Among them were Lian Yuqing and Yun Feng. Yun Feng's gaze looked towards Yi Futian with malice. These few months he had been in terrible condition, and it had affected his cultivation, causing him to stagnate at his previous cultivation level. All this was thanks to Yi Futian. No trace of Yun Feng's previous arrogance could be seen on his face. His aura had changed after that battle. No longer was there any of his teenage arrogance. It had been replaced by a faint, grim feeling. Yun Feng! At that moment, Lian Yuqing addressed him. Yun Feng looked towards him and heard Lian Yuqing say, You can choose your sparring partner during the sparring session. Since Yi Futian is here as well, challenge him again. Your attainment in art is extraordinary. Perhaps you can cause the statues to create images and give you some enlightenment. No matter what, you need to have him as your target and defeat him by any means possible. He could naturally see that, after the battle, Yun Feng's cultivation had been affected and needed to be remedied. If that was so, he could only escape the trauma by defeating Yi Futian. Otherwise, he would lose confidence in himself and his will would waver, causing him to face huge difficulties in breaking through his cultivation level. Yun Feng was his little brother, and as disciples of Sage Daozong, he did not wish to see Yunfeng collapse under his setback. If he was defeated again, then it could be considered fighting fire with fire. At this point, his situation could not get worse anyways. Yunfeng nodded, but there was no trace of the confidence he had back then. This confidence was essential to every cultivator, or their might would be weaker than their opponent before the battle even started. Beside them, Xiang Zhiqin was also there, and she glared at Yi Futian ruthlessly. At that moment, a few figures flew towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and asked, "Wuchen, how has your cultivation been this past half a year?" "The Sword Palace suits me very well," Yi Wuchen replied. "Is Chenyu doing well?" Yi Futian asked again. "She's doing all right. I often accompany her in her cultivation," Yi Wuchen replied. "That's good." Yi Futian looked at the people beside Yi Wuchen. They were Zue Qianqiu and Su Quebec. The few of them were all cultivating in the Sword Palace under the Sword Demon. "I've heard that you're impressive in the Holy Ji Palace." Zue Qianqiu smiled and said, "As a newbie, you beat up the palace's seniors?" "I didn't want to," Yi Futian shrugged and replied. "Arrogant." Su Keis looked forward and continued in a quiet voice, "However, you have every right to do so. In the palace, there seems to be a tradition of bullying the newbies. If I had the chance, I would have done so as well." "You've been bullied in the Sword Palace?" Yi Futian smiled at the three of them. "The three people beside you are the combination of the successors of the Baron States, 4 great swordsmen, excluding the Wuji sword. What do you think?" Su Kei said. He was the successor of the Tingxue sword, while Zue Qianqiu was the successor of the Ghost sword. They could all be considered successors of sword demons. Indeed, apart from the Sword Saint Villas Yanwuji, the three of them were the successors of the 4 great swordsmen. Had Su Kei's words hinted that they had joined forces? This was interesting. The Tingxue house's killer swordsmen always acted alone. To be forced into joining forces with others probably meant that newbies had it tough no matter which palace they entered. These prideful fellows would evidently not succumb to the pressure. There were a few other people who walked to the Li position where Yi Futian was. Zhong Li and Yang Jian were all newbies from their batch, but they had all gathered together. The people from the other positions were all watching this scene with interested expressions. Many people who saw Yi Futian gradually got to know his identity. Standing beside Huajiu, the two of them did in fact look like a well-suited couple. "It seems like the person who got first in this time's admission examination has strong rallying power," someone who was watching commented. Entering the Holy Ji Palace in the same batch, the first among them beat up the palace's seniors and made it to the 81st spot on the law rank. He will naturally become a benchmark for other new disciples. Moreover, the newbies who entered the Holy Ji Palace must have suffered a lot, someone smiled and said. In reality, the treatment they received was also similar. Under the competitive environment in the Holy Ji Palace, it was perfectly common for battles to happen. However, it seems like those from the Sage Palace have formed their own clique. There were people who looked in the direction of the Qin Palace and saw Bai Zhe and Zhuge. They were also new disciples from the current batch, but they had followed Hua Fan here. The first of past batches have always entered the Sage Palace. This trend continued for many years, and it has formed a tradition. They will always treat the previous generations first as their benchmark, but it seems that this batch is different. However, Hua Fan must definitely hope that Bai Zhe can take over his position and be superior to Yi Futian, someone in the crowd said. The first ranking on the law rank had been dominated by the Sage Palace for many years. Chapter 600. Holy Sage Pavilion was the best pavilion in the Holy Ji Palace and had a symbolic significance. According to some rumors in the palace at the moment, Bai Luli might have already been chosen as the next lord of Holy Sage Pavilion, and he would manage the Holy Ji Palace in the future. Indeed, Holy Ji Palace was already paving the way for him. Holy Sage Pavilion was the best pavilion in the Holy Ji Palace and had a symbolic significance. According to some rumors in the palace at the moment, Bai Luli might have already been chosen as the next lord of Holy Sage Pavilion, and he would manage the Holy Ji Palace in the future. Indeed, Holy Ji Palace was already paving the way for him. Hua Fan was ranked first on the law rank and was the most brilliant person after Bai Luli. The Holy Ji Palace similarly had high hopes for him. Shimin Hanjiang was ranked just below Hua Fan. Of course, in his batch, there were also a few others whose talents were no weaker than his. Going further down the rank, it would be Yi Futian's cohort. Although Yi Futian had emerged first in the entrance assessment of the palace, he had entered Battle Sage Palace, while Bai Zhe had entered Holy Sage Pavilion. Hua Fan would therefore clearly hope that Bai Zhe would top the law rank in the future. However, Yi Futian was already stronger than Bai Zhe in the assessment. Moreover, he had defeated Bai Zhe despite being one level lower. Bai Zhe would need to put in much effort to surpass him. No elders would be participating in the year-end sparring session in the Holy Ji Palace. All the disciples here were geniuses, and the elders would only occasionally guide them. Most of the time, they would be relying on their own hard work and ability to comprehend new things. The Holy Ji Palace had plenty of cultivation resources. If a disciple had any questions, he could also ask the seniors around. There was no need for the elders to supervise everything. This was meant for noble plain disciples. After they became sages, the Holy Ji Palace would release all restrictions and allow them to do whatever they wanted. Even in the vast barren state, sage plain cultivators would be considered as extremely powerful. They would have a high position in any place. The year-end sparring session was an opportunity for the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace to have friendly fights with and learn from each other. It was a tradition passed down the generations. Therefore, most disciples would participate to see the progress of the others. While the elders of the Holy Ji Palace would not be present, they would also be taking note of the outcome secretly. At the moment, disciples of the Holy Ji Palace were arriving one after another. The appearance of many people had attracted much attention. Clearly, all the disciples would be paying attention to those on the law rank. Suddenly, Hua Fan walked out from the direction and stood in front of everyone else, looking at the rest. His long robe swung in the air, and he looked indescribably elegant. It's the end of the year again. Every year, the Holy Ji Palace holds the year-end sparring session to examine the progress everyone's made over the year. Furthermore, you'll be fighting against each other. The session is non-competitive and does not have a ranking. You only need to display your skills casually, and there are no rules. Most people should be aware of this, Hua Fan said. It's nice that this year the Holy Ji Palace has admitted new disciples, which only occurs once every 3 years. We have many new people here. Juniors, you should make use of this opportunity to display your talents and the progress this upcoming year. There were no elders present during the session. Therefore, the first person on the law rank was the natural candidate for the host. After speaking, Hua Fan glanced at Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian was the top performer among the newcomers, while Yu Sheng, Su Kei, and Hua Jiu were also gathered beside him. Apart from Bai Zhe and Zhu Gexing, the most powerful people among the newcomers were all around him. Hua Fan wanted to see how outstanding this newcomer, who had defeated Bai Zhe with a lower level and was ranked 81st on the law rank, really was. Apart from Hua Fan, many other people in various directions were also staring at Yi Futian, looking forward to his performance. People at any level could participate in the sparring session, and they would all have a chance to display themselves. Yi Futian's level was somewhat low, and he certainly would not be in the spotlight, but he could still display his skills. In the previous years, the top performers among the newcomers would all obtain a rank on the law rank after the sparring session. They might, in fact, even attain quite a good ranking. This year, Yi Futian was already ranked 81st on the law rank before the sparring session. Therefore, many people wanted to see which position Yi Futian could climb to after the sparring session. "Let's begin," Hua Fan said. Everyone quietened down, but nobody walked out. Many people looked at Yi Futian and his friends. Since they were giving the juniors the opportunity to perform first, most people would obviously be looking at Yi Futian, the top performer. If Yi Futian and his friends did not walk out, those who did not do so well in the assessment would also not walk out first, as to not be humiliated. The whole place fell into an awkward silence. Then someone smiled and said, "Why are the newcomers this time so humble?" You don't have to worry that you'll lose face by performing badly. This has been the case in all the previous years. Nobody will mock you. Just try your best, someone said. Yi Futian looked at everyone. He bowed slightly and smiling. He said, "The newcomers, including me, do not really know the rules, so will not go first. Seniors, please start the session, and you do not have to think for us all the time. I believe that when we are familiar with the rules, we'll certainly go up the stage and perform." Hearing Yi Futian's words, many people had a strange expression on their face. Yi Futian's words did not have any problems, but Hua Fan had already asked the newcomers to go first. Was Yi Futian trying to refute Hua Fan by speaking like this? Indeed, this would very likely cause a misunderstanding. If Hua Fan really thought this, then many people looked at Hua Fan to see his reaction. However, his expression was just as usual, and he did not seem to have any emotions. "It's simple. Shimin, go and demonstrate," Hua Fan said. Then a young man in a blue robe walked out. A somewhat sharp kind of coldness was being emitted from him, and his temperament was extraordinary. He flew into the air and landed on the Zhonggong battle platform, after which he put his hand forward. Immediately, a freezing aura befell from the sky, and the entire place was covered with a layer of frost. Snow started falling down. In this snowy world, a silver sword suddenly appeared. The snow was cold, but the sword was colder. Two of the statues behind the 9 halls diagrams also lit up as though they had felt the power released from Shimin Hanjiang. They started resonating with his power. In an instant, brilliant radiance was released from the 2 statues, and a terrifying beam of light landed on Shimin Hanjiang's body. Then, a 2-colored light circled around his body. The light from Shimin Hanjiang's sword was 7 zhang high, so was the freezing radiance around him. It caused the sword qi around him to become stronger and colder. Shimin Hanjiang is already in the upper noble plane. In a few years, he will probably be able to stand at the peak of the noble plane and try to break through into the sage plane. The radiance from both his sword and freezing aura is 7 zhang high, and it's because he is only releasing his aura. If he's at the climax of a fight, it might even go up to 8 zhang high. He is indeed the top performer of the assessment last cohort. Go onto the stage and release your aura, display your abilities, and ask someone to fight. Do you understand? Hua Fan said to Yi Futian. Withdrawing his aura, Shimin Hanjiang walked back to his original position. The radiance on the 2 statues also died down. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. Just now he could clearly feel that the 2 statues seemed to have turned alive. They actually formed some kind of resonance with the aura from Shimin Hanjiang, who was on the battle platform. The battle platform, 9 halls diagram, and 8 trigrams were indeed placed in special positions. It seemed like the statues and 9 halls diagrams were somehow connected and could sense each other. I understand. Yi Futian nodded. Then let's start properly, Hua Fan said again. However, after he said that, Yi Futian still seemed as if he had not heard anything. Instead of reacting, he only stood quietly there. Yi Futian did not have any other intentions. It was only that he did not want to go onto the stage and perform, at least not now. The sparring session was supposed to be a very casual event. Yi Futian had come here mainly to see how strong the other people of the Holy Ji Palace were and did not really want to display his abilities. Therefore, although he knew that Hua Fan and many others wanted to see him go onto the stage, he still made no moves. He simply did not want to. He did not have to go just because the others wanted him to. When he really wanted to perform, he would naturally walk out. Many people started smiling. The top performer this time was really somewhat interesting. It was no wonder many rumors claimed that he was shameless. Indeed, he would not act logically and did not care about others' feelings at all. Even Hua Fan could not change his decision. Hua Fan did not say anything directly, but he had already hinted something. However, Yi Futian still did not move. Clearly, nobody would think that Yi Futian did not know what was happening. All they could say was that Yi Futian really had a unique personality. Many people from Holy Sage Pavilion frowned and glanced coldly at Yi Futian. Hua Fan was the top in the law rank at the moment and had received a place in Sage Palace. Indeed, he was the best disciple here after Bai Luli. Even Shimin Hanjiang would listen to his orders. On the other hand, the top performer deliberately gave no face to Hua Fan. Suddenly, a person walked out from the direction. It was Bai Zhe. Since Yi Futian did not walk out, he would do it. During the assessment battle, Bai Zhe was badly humiliated. Over several months, he had been putting in his best to cultivate. He knew that Yi Futian must also be becoming stronger, but he still believed in himself. At the very least, he had to try. His brother, Bai Luli, was a saint-to-be, the most talented person in the Barren State. Bai Zhe would not allow such a defeat to stay with him. Even if he was to lose again, he would still not give up. The people from White Cloud City had their own pride, and they would never think that they were lesser than anyone else. Bai Zhe walked onto the Zhonggong battle platform and glanced at the 8 statues in the air. Then he released his eye of devastation. At once, the spiritual qi of various elements around him raged, and a horrifying artistic conception was born. It was as if all the spiritual qi was being controlled by him at the moment. The statues lit up one after another, and only one of them did not light up. A 7-colored radiance circled around him, and it was 4 zhan high. With his current level, it was already very amazing for him to achieve this. Many people seemed to be surprised. He was indeed the second lord of White Cloud City. Bai Zhe was not weak, but how about Yi Futian? Bai Zhe raised his head. Looking at Yi Futian, who was in the Li direction, he said, "I'm Bai Zhe from Holy Sage Pavilion. I would like to challenge Yi Futian from Battle Sage Palace." Since Bai Zhe called for a specific opponent, it was already a challenge. Everyone looked at Yi Futian. It was almost certain that this time, the top performer would not be able to avoid the battle. Yi Futian glanced emotionlessly at Bai Zhe. He totally disliked Bai Zhe, who had invited Huaju to join Holy Sage Pavilion right before him. "A loser has no right to challenge me," Yi Futian said. Right away, Bai Zhe's sharp look froze on the spot, and his face darkened rapidly. He wanted to wash his old shame off. However, Yi Futian's words were hitting him directly on his face.